The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 501. Better question. Lex could not tell what the figure was thinking, or what it felt about his question. The only thing he had to go determine anything about the figure was its voice. Compared to everything else about the figure, which was quite enigmatic, the figure's voice itself was a very standard masculine voice. The fact that the figure didn't immediately answer, however, was unusual and created the first real pause in the conversation. Lex didn't think the answer was beyond the figure, since he did not hesitate to talk about systems with Lex. Moreover, he did not really seem all that impressed by the systems either. He so easily talked about the Midnight Inn not being the strongest system, as if even the strongest system was beneath him. Or, maybe, he himself had the strongest system. Eventually, the silence ended, but instead of providing an answer, the figure sighed. Wrong question, boy, but, considering how abruptly all this is happening, I'll do you one more favor and answer a better question. I think the more pertinent question would have been, what kind of questions should I ask you? While I can answer whatever questions you have, such as the purpose of the systems, knowing the answer will not in any way improve your situation whatsoever. Instead, you should focus on questions the answer to which will immediately benefit you, either by guiding your actions or saving you from some hazard. Of course, if you still wish to know about the system, ask again. I'll answer this time. Lex paused for a moment, and thought of all the problems currently plaguing him. There was the quest of discovering the issue with the Crystal Realm, the Henley asking for toll payment, his family, information about improving his own system, the regal embrace, Lex's eyes widened as he rearranged his priorities very quickly. He could use the figure to help him resolve a lot of problems, sure, but there were many problems he could resolve himself if he were stronger. So, he would receive a greater benefit from increasing his strength. How can I overcome the issue with the regal embrace? Lex asked, this time more confident about his question. This was probably the most important issue plaguing him. He could try to resolve it on his own, but his lack of knowledge would be a huge issue. Good question. The answer is twofold. The simple answer is, you can resolve the issue using your system. More specifically, the system can give you a reward that will resolve your problem. But just knowing that will not resolve your problem, so let me elaborate. I believe currently, the prompt you have been given is that the regal embrace has no way of progressing forward, as you have deviated from the path it had developed. That is actually incorrect. A more specific prompt would be that there is a path forward, but based on your current cultivation, you likely have no way of accessing the resources that will be required to pave the way forward. But the regal embrace is a self-contained entity, and it has no way of knowing that you can use the system to get resources. So now that you know that there indeed is a path forward, the question is, what are the resources you need and how can you get the system to give them to you? It's very simple really. You need to get a minimum of a SSS rank reward for a quest. Trust me, any reward you get from the system of that rank and higher will be exactly what you need to fix the regal embrace. But, and now this is important, whatever reward you get will evolve the regal embrace based on the reward as well as your new current affinity. So, the higher your reward, the better the result will be, so I suggest you put your full effort into this matter. Lex immediately had a few other questions to follow up, such as what did he mean by the regal embrace was a self-contained entity. But he did not ask them. Since his questions were limited, he would not make such an obvious mistake. He had another question, but he wasn't sure if asking that question would be a waste. He hesitated for a few moments while he debated with himself, but decided to ask anyway. What can my soul sense do? I don't understand it completely. Although he still could not see the figure's true appearance, Lex got the feeling that he smiled. Not a bad question. The gist of it is that it can allow you to detect, interact with and influence any soul or soul-related item. Hey, once you become adept at it, it won't be an exaggeration to say you can literally rip the soul out of someone's body. You can also change the nature of a soul. Sometimes, souls have inherent natures and sometimes they are developed, but whatever the case, you can interact with them. Hey, if you had a more evil inclination, it would be within your capacity to manipulate someone's soul to turn them into your slave forever. Of course, there are other minor things such as detecting the presence of life, being able to detect lies through fluctuations in souls, and communicating directly through souls similar to how spirit sense is used. The difference is, soul sense is a lot harder to detect as very few races inherently develop it. The most relevant thing to you, however, is that if you meet someone with a system, you can remove the system from their souls without harming them. Even if the system merged with their souls, all it would take is a little bit of skill and practice, and you can pull that bad boy right out. At this point, the figure started to chuckle. Not right now, but once you grow a bit, you can even become a phenomenal doctor, able to dismiss even death. All you'd have to do is move a soul from a dying body to an empty one capable of supporting life. Of course, that's only if the cause of death is physical, and not directly related to the soul. Oh, did I mention you can directly assault souls? Yes, there's that too. Chapter 502. Some answers. The figure spent quite a long while detailing exactly how Lex could use the soul sense, and the list was honestly longer than Lex expected. He never really thought about it, but suddenly it made sense that cultivators had such long lifespans, because he could not even estimate the number of years it would take him to learn how to fully utilize his soul sense. In fact, a part of him was fairly certain that even the spirit sense was severely underutilized, but at least with that, information was common enough where Lex could investigate on his own. But based on the fact that the figure had not vanished after answering the question meant that he could still ask more questions. A part of him was really tempted to just ask him the cause of the anomaly in the crystal realm. Since he was supposed to ask questions that would give him immediate benefits, that was one of the big ones. That was what the logical part of his brain told him. But whether it was unfortunate or not, there was another voice in his head that stopped him from asking such a question. It was the voice of Lex's pride that he had accumulated so far. It was the voice that said he did not need handouts and easy solutions. Instead, he should look for the tools he needed to improve himself even further. But he had already asked 2 questions related to his cultivation. What else could he ask? Should he ask what his affinity did? Or maybe a way to improve on arrays? Should he ask about his left eye? Should he? This was not a time-sensitive issue, since the figure did not tell Lex he had to hurry, but he did not think it was wise to waste too much time, nonetheless. Unable to decide what exactly to prioritize, Lex decided to change his approach. What are some things you think I need to know? He asked, hoping this question wouldn't be a waste. Hey, see, you're getting better already. That's why I like you. You started off not so bright, let me tell you, but you've been improving non-stop. Now let's see, what are things you need to know? Let's start with the fact that time travel is completely possible. You can travel from the present to the future. But travel in any other direction is impossible. Don't even think about it. There is no level of power you can reach where such a thing is possible. You don't even want to know the kind of punishment those who try end up suffering. I'm telling you this not because I think you'll want to time travel. I'm telling you this because, statistically speaking, you'll come across a situation where you'll need to make a decision. One will be a smart decision, and the other will be a decision you will regret not making forever. When that time comes, child, just keep this in mind. There is no remedy for regret. Next, there's a chat room for system users, created by someone who has a system for chat rooms. Sooner or later you'll receive an invite. You'll be tempted to join it. It's completely safe, and no one can track you just because you use it, not even the original system wielder. Don't join it. Since we're on the topic of systems, all systems operate under a certain number of rules. Some of them are common, some of them are different, but regardless, try to understand the rules of your own system. Nothing is as random or meaningless as it may seem. Another thing, once you're confident enough, travel to as many realms as possible, trust me. The younger the realm, the better. You'll find unexpected surprises waiting for you. But you know, all of these things are very generic and boring pieces of advice. What's something interesting? The figure moved about, as if it was looking left and right, searching for something. Ah yes, here we go. Alright, remember this. In the origin realm, there is a galaxy called Swera. In that galaxy there is a belt of rogue planets just traveling through space, no star to center them or guide their motion. Within that belt lies an extremely valuable item that will be greatly beneficial to you. But you have approximately 6 months before someone else finds it. It could be sooner or later, but not by much. The figure paused, as if to think for a moment, and then said, yeah, that should about cover it. Think of this as a bonus reward for entertaining me a bit. If you're ever able to do something on the same level as surpass the regal embrace and attract my attention again, I might visit you another time. But, frankly speaking, it's unlikely, so there's a good chance this is the last time we meet. Also, don't suddenly be scared that anyone can intrude in your the way I did. There's not a lot of beings in the universe at my level, if any. Before the figure's voice disappeared, Lex jerked awake, and found himself lying in his bed shirtless. He looked around left and right, but found everything was perfectly normal in his apartment. Was it just a dream? Lex snorted at the idea and jumped out of bed. He was perfectly capable of differentiating reality from a dream, so he knew full well that everything he had experienced was not a creation of his subconscious brain. He entered the meditation room and sat down in a meditation pose, calming his mind. When he was ready, he manipulated his soul sense, something that had become much easier since he learned to control his spirit sense since the premise was the same. He wrapped his body in his soul sense, and delved within till he saw the familiar golden shine of the system hidden within himself. Then, using his soul sense, he touched it, and pulled it out of his body and into his hand. For the first time, Lex laid eyes on the thing that had given him so much. At the same time, he had confirmed at least some of what the figure had told him. Chapter 503. Doppelganger. Lex looked at the treasure responsible for giving him the system. Although he had many suspicions about what its purpose was, he had no real negative feelings for it. After all, Lex's current life was brought around by the system, and it had been responsible for so many amazing things happening to him. He just wished he could trust it. Lex let go of his soul sense and allowed the treasure to return inside his body. Lex no longer felt like sleeping, so, after scanning the inn once to ensure there were no problems, he spent some time cultivating. He expected that he would make little to no progress in his cultivation, due to the fact that he had entered a new, higher realm and that should have made it harder. But cultivating in a 2.5-star rank environment was really too much of a cheat. He literally felt the energy itself was eager to increase his cultivation. Once he was done with that, he retreated to his office to mull over everything the figure had told him. One of the most interesting things he told him was about the chatroom for system wielders. It was something he honestly never even imagined. Time travel. He honestly never even considered it. The whole hassle with changing timelines was too confusing. He also had no interest in traveling to other realms at the moment. So the only two things left to do were to study the patterns and rules of the system, and get that treasure. That would be an issue on its own. How was he supposed to get to a specific galaxy, and to a specific place in that galaxy? Even if he used tickets, the options he would get from them were random. This would take some planning. Moreover, he could see through scans that many people were close to discovering some of the entrances to the minor realms. That would also require a lot of his attention, for he really didn't know where those minor realms led to. Larry Dershaw was in a great mood, or as good as he could be. Although he had gotten a hint about who was hunting him, he thought it would take a long time to actually track them down. But just a short while ago, Raphael had reached out to him to let him know that his father was sick of waiting, and was planning on taking matters into his own hands. No matter how things were resolved, one thing was certain: someone was about to get hurt. Other than that, his girlfriend, Irene, was having a few problems of her own as well, back on X-142. But, for reasons no one knew, the family that controlled the planet had suddenly started recruiting cultivators from civilians. She had been selected as well, not for military purposes but for her expertise in the pharmaceutical industry. Suffice to say, she had started earning really well lately, which had resolved a lot of problems for her. So, with things going well in his own life, as well as his girlfriend's, Larry had every reason to be happy. The sun was shining, the wind was blowing, the rare metal ores were flowing in and from the corner of his eye, Larry saw his good friend, Lex, sitting in the Midnight Manor with a group of strangers. "Hey Lex, guess what?" Larry said as he walked up to the group, but the look he got back from Lex was an unusual one. He couldn't decipher what that look was supposed to mean. "It's a good thing I found you, I was just about to message you anyway. Do you think we could talk for a moment?" Lex looked at Larry for a moment, before looking at the group of guys around him. "Excuse me," he said to his group after a moment and stood up, following Larry to the side. "What's with your accent?" Larry asked, confused for a moment. But he didn't wait long enough to get a reply. "Well, it doesn't matter. You should prepare yourself, even though we had a plan, What we didn't account for was Marlowe. Although you might have talked to him before, he doesn't want to wait any longer. I'll be joining him when he makes his move, and so will many of the others. I wanted to let you know in case you wanted to come as well, since you're the one who provided the lead. Lex did not respond for a moment, and just continued to observe Larry. Just as Larry was beginning to suspect that there might be some issue, Lex spoke. I think there has been some kind of misunderstanding. My name is William, not Lex. I didn't mean to listen in on your conversation though, you just didn't give me a chance to explain. Larry was startled, and looked again, but the man standing in front of him was completely identical to Lex in every way. The only difference was the accent, which Larry suddenly realized was a result of the inn's universal translator converting some foreign language to English. I am very curious about this Lex you're talking about. If you mistook me for him, I'm assuming we share some resemblance. If possible, do you think you could introduce me? I think it would be quite interesting to meet a doppelganger. Larry, despite himself, took a step back and looked at William up and down. What the hell just happened? I can understand why you'd be defensive. You think I cheated you, said William casually. Why don't you join me for a bit? I was sitting with my brothers. You can see for yourself if you think I'm trustworthy. Besides, we're at the inn. There couldn't be a safer place. Larry turned to look at the group of guys William had been sitting with before, and they waved at him. They all looked young, maybe a couple years older than him at most. With his own increased strength as of late, he doubted they'd be a match for him. That thought allowed him to relax considerably, and he decided to join him. Besides, he was also curious about why this guy looked exactly like Lex. Chapter 504. Brothers, sure, I have some free time, though I'll be meeting my girlfriend here soon, said Larry, as he decided to accompany William. Although he had put on his familiar grin and seemed like a carefree guy, he was cognizant of the fact that he had just revealed some sensitive information to William. Most likely, that information wouldn't mean anything to them, especially if they weren't from Earth, but it was a variable nonetheless. I didn't catch your name, said William as they walked back. Larry. Well Larry, there are my brothers, Joden, Nisar, Batu and Henry. The group all waved to Larry from their seats, not bothering to get up. Their casual attire and the various interesting drinks around them really made them seem like a group of guys simply hanging out. Guys, this is Larry. Apparently, his friend looks a lot like me. I've never met a doppelganger before, so I invited him over. It'll be quite exciting. Is your friend's name Lex? Henry asked, looking slightly curious. Have you seen the guest registry? The top name in that is also Lex. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I was really surprised since they have the same name, but it's impossible to be my friend. After all, he's even weaker than me. Larry spoke with full confidence, having completely forgotten Lex was Leo due to the Chamber of Secrets. Henry just shrugged, as if it was expected. What about that Marlowe guy you mentioned? William asked. Any chance he might be the one from the registry? That guy is in the top 100. This time, Larry hesitated. He might be, honestly, but I still have my doubts. After all, we're from the same planet. Although he's very powerful on our planet, he only recently reached the nascent realm. I don't see how he could reach the top 100 on that list. I mean, I myself am not even in the top 20,000, but I'm just one cultivation realm below him. How big could the gap be? It's an achievement list, not a strength list. Anything could happen. Hey, you want a drink? Asked Badu, who himself was sipping what looked like some kind of fruit juice. Guys, Larry has to meet his girlfriend soon, so don't fill him up with drinks. We don't want to make a bad impression, said William. Turning to Larry, William said, if these guys try to goad you, ignore them. Other than Joden, everyone here is a bachelor, so they get jealous. Named after such a prosperous empire, it's no wonder you were able to get a girlfriend so easily, said Larry, completely unaware that it was actually the opposite of what he said. The empire had been named after him, not the other way around. Not a girlfriend, a wife, Joden clarified with a stern face. Never let her hear you say that, or we're all dead. Never let me hear what? Asked a woman loudly who suddenly appeared behind Joden. Larry's eyes constricted a little when he looked at the woman. It was not her astounding beauty that actually got to Larry, but her mature looks. Joden had actually managed to marry an older woman. Secretly, he gave Joden a thumbs up. How was he supposed to know the woman was actually several 100,000 years younger than Joden? While Larry sat amongst a group of truly ancient humans, another ancient being who was formerly human looked at her baby with an endearing look. They were in the makeshift prison beside the greenhouse where the prisoners who once attacked the inn long ago were being kept captive. Many of the pillagers who accompanied them had already become fertilizer, but Lex couldn't bring it to himself to kill prisoners, so he just left them here. It wasn't as if he forgot about them, but since he couldn't think of another solution, he just left them here for the time being. These pillagers were truly the scum of the universe, who took pleasure in looting and killed more for fun than to steal treasures or wealth. They had only been locked up, and not tortured, but even such a thing had managed to create some level of despair amongst them. It was exactly that despair that was being fed to the Cthulhu baby right now. But while it was barely enough to feed the child, it would not do long term. You'll have to take it out of the inn from time to time. This place is not conducive to the baby's growth. You don't even need to go to any war zones for now. Just taking it to any random slum used by any race should be more than enough to feed it during its early days, said Abror, the spirit. Why should I take it to a slum? Anita asked, her beauty looking completely out of place in the dungeon. Before I got pregnant with my own children, I had plenty of dungeons back home. Kawain will take him there and feed him properly. I have to serve only the best to my child. None of the prisoners were actually harmed in the feeding process, but the sight of the baby monster had left them scared out of their wits. Once the baby had been fed, Anita had her undead carry it back into its massive stroller, and took it out of the prison. Little Blue had been waiting outside, alongside Fenrir, young MacDonald and Zen. By hierarchy of the inn, the baby was the junior-most member of their group, with Little Blue the senior-most. Sensing their familiar yet annoying presence, the baby opened its eyes and tried to use its powers on them to scare them away. But its attempts failed miserably. As the youngest brother of the group, the horrid nightmare from the depths of the universe was destined to be the cutest. After all, when Z had been reading a light novel to them all earlier, he clearly told them that when brothers got together, they each had a role based on their seniority. Lex was in his study when Mary appeared suddenly and said, "A guest wants to see you. It's one of the guests you told me to keep an eye on." Chapter 505, Social Anxiety, Who is it? Lex asked as he got up and rubbed his eyes. He had been writing down every major interaction he had with the system as best as he could recall to try and understand what its rules were. There were many things he could explain, but the insistent death threats by the system in his early days and their sudden disappearance was one of the biggest changes he couldn't properly explain. He had a few theories, of course, such as reinforcing the behavior of doing quests. Or perhaps it was just the standard operating procedure for systems. After all, Lex's quests had to do with the inn, but what if he had the murder system? There is no way Lex would have randomly done a quest that involved murder, not unless his own life was on the line. But regardless of what it was or why it stopped, it was certain that giving such quests were the exact reason Lex had such distrust of systems. It is the guest named Alicia, the one who spends all her time with the crab man, John. Oh, Lex was genuinely surprised. He had been thinking of a good way of approaching her, but who knew she would reach out to him first? It was a good thing Lex told Mary to keep an eye on her, or else he would have never even known that she was trying to reach out to him. That was because there were countless guests who would try to meet the innkeeper. Occasionally Lex would take some time and meet some of the guests randomly, but with millions of guests at the inn, it really wasn't feasible to meet everyone. Mary would only ever let Lex know about guests requesting meetings if either Lex had been paying special attention to them, they had genuine concerns that only Lex could resolve, or their identity was special. Of course, Mary had no way of guessing someone's identity just like that, but usually it was easy to find out. "Send her to my office," Lex said as he teleported there. "She's already outside." Once again Lex was taken aback. It seemed the matter was quite serious. But while Alicia was outside Lex's office, it was actually quite difficult for her to make it to Lex. This was because the pressure radiated by the reception hall made it very difficult for her to cross. It was only her sheer desperation that allowed her to cross the room. Lex himself felt quite bad about forcing her through such a situation, especially since he himself wanted to meet her, but the specific functions of buildings given by the system were things he had no control over. He made a mental note not to meet certain guests at the office. Right outside Lex's office, Alicia took a moment to fix her ragged appearance, as best as she could under the circumstances, and then entered the room. "Welcome guest," he said, wearing a gentle, warm smile. "I hope I did not keep you waiting for too long." No, not at all, she said, her voice barely audible. It was not that she was shy, which she was, but that she had spent so much time alone, she had become unused to speaking, and so had become very soft-spoken. Excellent. Please, have a seat. Alicia only barely nodded before she scurried to sit in front of the innkeeper, her eyes looking down at her feet. Once upon a time, she wasn't so socially awkward, but now she had become like this. Upon seeing that Alicia herself wasn't about to start the conversation, Lex didn't wait for an awkward silence to fall, and asked, "How can I help you today? Is there something you need?" At the same time, he chastised himself a bit. With Alicia he had gotten straight to the heart of the topic, while with the Emperor he had so much small talk because he wanted to get more information on William. No, I mean, yes, actually. Alicia tried to find the words, but the more she messed up, the more she got confused about what to say. From the corner of her eye she peeked at the innkeeper, but found him attentively listening to her ramblings, a warm smile still on his face. He did not seem impatient at all, and was content to let her finish in her own time. A strand of confidence filled her as she paused talking, planned out her sentence in her head, and then said it out loud. The inn has been great. No, I mean great. The inn has been great. But I wondered, there's another problem that I had, and I wondered if you might be able to help me, actually. Since, you know, the inn, and it's so big, and cool, and powerful. You're powerful, not the inn. Lex let out a soft chuckle, and spoke slowly, so as to not alarm her. It is no trouble at all, though I do not know if I can help you yet. Why don't you tell me what you need, and I'll see if I can find a way to help you out. You see, I have this thing in my head. No, wait, not in my head, like it's not my imagination, it's real, but I can see it in my head. I can't see inside my head, but I can control it with my thoughts, but it's very real. And it's given me a deadline, and I was able to meet the deadline due to the guild room, but now it's giving me more quests and I promise you, this is all real. It's not my imagination, it's, please, guest, calm down, said Lex when he noticed Alicia becoming frantic. His smile was just a little bit larger, but he couldn't help it. He had been looking for ways to broach this topic, but Alicia had done it on her own. You're talking about your system, right? I believe you. Calm down and tell me everything from the beginning. Chapter 506. Deal. Alicia was startled to hear the innkeeper directly mention her system, but then she looked at him with wonder and praise in her eyes. As expected from someone who could run the Midnight Inn. Even though she never mentioned her secret, he already knew. From the beginning, yes. I used to live with my older sister, Sebeline, on a planet called X-144. She used to work as a seamstress and I used to go to school and help her out in my free time. But, one day, everything changed. I was in a flea market, and an old man was selling an old necklace. It wasn't that pretty, but I thought it would look nice if I polished it, so I ended up buying it with the money I had saved up. When I went home and tried to polish it, the necklace accidentally broke. That's when the system first appeared. It called itself the Desert Farming System, and concluded that I wasn't in a desert, and so it teleported me to one. I was trapped. Alicia suddenly found it hard to speak as she recalled that time, tears welling up in her eyes. Feeling awkward, Lex offered her a handkerchief, though he did not interrupt her. She gladly took it and, after wiping her eyes, managed to continue the story. I was trapped in the desert with no way back. I had no food, no water, no shelter. I thought I was going to die. But fortunately, the system provided me with some water, and seeds that could germinate in the desert, and gave me a quest to grow them. Every day, it only gave me a limited amount of water, some seeds, and instructions on how to grow them. I didn't know what else to do, so I used to eat some of the seeds and plant the rest. I don't know how long it took, days, weeks, maybe years, who knows, but I was able to grow my first plant. Then I got more and more quests. With no way out and nothing else to do, I continued to plant and grow things in the desert, at least that way I had some food to eat rather than seeds. That is until I got the quest to sell the grown vegetables. I failed that quest, because I had no one to sell it to. Then I failed the next one. Then the next one. Then the system said I have to sell the vegetables, and the quest failure would lead to death. Alicia trembled as she recalled the moment when she read that quest for the first time. It was a very difficult day. It was by luck that I ran into John, who gave me a key and brought me to the inn. Here, I was able to sell the vegetables in the guild room and finally fulfilled the quest. But now, I have another quest, and the punishment for failure is death again. Alicia looked at the innkeeper, tears once again swelling in her eyes. I don't want to die. I just want to go back to my sister. Alicia wasn't able to continue speaking as she broke down sobbing. Lex didn't move to stop her, and allowed her to vent her feelings as multiple thoughts ran through his mind. First of all, the way in which she got her system was far too different from Lex. Lex was literally attacked by a shooting star while she got it out of an old necklace. Another difference was that her first few quests didn't threaten death, and only when she repeatedly failed quests did the death threats begin. He also thought about her planet. X-144 wasn't a planet he had ever been to, but he knew about it. It was in the same star system as X-142. When he linked X-142 to the inn, he received an option to link all the planets in the star system with the inn, so long as he paid with MP. He had this option for his other planets as well. He recalled back when he had only a couple planets linked, he thought about purchasing a link to the Earth's moon, which would have cost him around 10,000 megapixels. Back then, that was an astronomical amount that he could not afford. The issue now, though, wasn't with the planet X-144, but rather. This is indeed a matter I can help you with, but there are a couple of issues we need to address first. The girl looked up at the innkeeper with expectant eyes. The first thing we need to know is, was the desert you were teleported to on the same planet that you were on, or another planet entirely? Because even if I remove the system, and give you a way to leave the desert, if you're on some unknown, hostile planet, it could cause problems. I don't know. I'd never even left my town before. Lex paused for a minute as he genuinely thought of a solution, as he didn't want to just leave her hanging. Fortunately, compared to all the problems he had been facing lately, this was an extremely easy one to resolve. Alright, I've thought of a solution. I can assign a mission in the guild room for someone to find your sister and bring her to the inn. That way, at least for the moment, you two will be reunited. As for your location, we can slowly work on resolving that as well. But first, I have a question for you. Regardless of whatever method we use, you will have to spend some time at the inn. I can sponsor your time here, but I can also offer you a job, and allow you to become a worker at the inn. What do you think? Before you answer, though, there is something you need to know. I am not doing all of this out of charity. I can safely remove your system, but in exchange, I will keep the system, and you will have to follow me to the Chamber of Secrets to remove all memory of the system. Is that acceptable to you? For once, tears of happiness filled Alicia's eyes and she was unable to stop herself from hugging the innkeeper. Of course, considering that she had climbed over his table to do so, it left Lex standing quite awkwardly, but she didn't think about that at the moment. In her mind, the only thing she could think of was that she was finally about to be free from that accursed system. Chapter 507. The test. Alicia trembled a little when the innkeeper held her hand, but she quickly steeled herself. Back at his office, after she had recovered, they had hashed out the details of what to do. Alicia would first try to become an employee of the inn, for she felt this place was much safer, as well as more interesting than her town back home. If she became an employee, her sister could live with her as well. The two of them would live happily ever after here. If she couldn't become an employee of the innkeeper would sponsor her stay long enough for her to raise her cultivation, so that when she returned to the desert, she could easily escape on her own. Moreover, the innkeeper informed her that he had already placed a request for someone to find Sebeline, based on her information about her planet and town. Regardless of what happened with her job, she would soon be reunited with her sister. So that only left the matter of removing the system from her. To be honest, now that she was about to lose the system, she was able to admit that there were parts of it she would have missed, if she kept her memories. If things had been even slightly different, such as if the system allowed her to teleport to the desert and then back home, she might have actually relished it. But there was no might when it came to these things. Despite the delicious food it gave her, and the water which, to be honest, was also quite delicious, it was not worth everything it took from her. It had barely been a minute since the innkeeper took her hand, and Alicia hadn't even had time to complete her musings, when he took his hand back. A small, shining speck appeared on the tip of his finger, barely larger than a grain of sand. Is that it? She asked, mesmerized by the sight. How could something so small have caused her so many problems? Indeed, it is, said the innkeeper, his eyes fixed not at the speck, but at something in the distance. How was Alicia supposed to know that he was reading a system notification of his own? But the next moment, the speck disappeared from his hand and the innkeeper looked back at her. When you leave this place, you will lose all memory of the system. You will remember your time spent in the desert, and everything else you did there, but the system's involvement will all be erased from your mind. This is for your own protection. I think it's better like this anyway, she said, looking down at her feet. Good luck on your test. You may find me again if you need anything else. The innkeeper disappeared, leaving a platinum key in Alicia's hand. For a moment, she found it hard to believe she was free of the system and its endless quests. She tried to pull up its panel, but nothing appeared. She tried again, and only when she was certain it was gone, a smile grew on her face. She crushed the key and disappeared. When she appeared again, she was standing in what looked like a small guest room. For some reason, she had forgotten everything about her previous life. She forgot her system, the inn, the innkeeper, John, her sister, and everything else. But she also did not notice that she had lost her memories. The next moment, a man stumbled into the room, bloody and injured. Whether it was by design or luck, the man fell right into a nearby chair. Guest, you're hurt, she said, alarmed, and quickly walked up to him to inspect his injuries. As if by magic, a towel, a bottle of water, a sewing needle, and some thread appeared beside her right hand. By her left hand appeared a bell, which she could ring to call her. Behind her appeared a door. A bloody man walking into a room could be scary, and prompt some to escape based on fear of any danger they might bring. Right above her head appeared an axe, poised and ready to chop the man's head off. Even in his present condition, Alicia could see some of the jewelry he was wearing. It was worth more money than she'd had her entire life. Though she did not look around, she instinctively knew all the items that surrounded her and their purposes. Yet she did not hesitate to grab the towel and pressed it against the man's bleeding wound. She took the bottle of water and used it to wash off the other bits of his body covered in blood so she could get a better look to see if there were any more injuries. She was so occupied, she didn't notice that the rest of the items in the room disappeared, besides the sewing needle. She had, miraculously, also forgotten that she was originally very shy and timid. Let me be, woman, the man said gruffly. I'll be fine. You're injured and bleeding, with possible concussions. So hold still and do what I say. Keep talking, tell me your name. How did you end up like this? The man struggled to get out of her grip, but despite his inhumane strength, for some reason, he was unable to escape her hold. Eventually he gave up, and listened to her. My name is Zagan. Some people came into my house and showed a severe lack of decorum. A fight broke out, one thing led to another, and now I'm on a quest for some magic beans that'll lead me to a realm of wonder. Your arm is dislocated, interrupted Alicia. I'll have to pop it back. Here, bite this. She bunched up the towel where it was clean and shoved it into the man's mouth. Before he had an opportunity to protest, she had already popped his joint back in its place. The man did not release the scream, or even the groan she expected. Instead, he was looking at her with an irritated look. She shrugged and grabbed the needle and put the thread through it. A strong tolerance meant he wouldn't squirm when she stitched him up. Chapter 508. Seesaw Lex teleported back to his office filled with impatience. He'd gotten his hands on a system much quicker than he expected, but then he was suddenly hit with a reminder. While his system upgrades, it would be unavailable to him. That could be problematic. Should he delay the upgrade? No, there would never be a good time for that. He just had to start the upgrade and deal with the situation as best he could. For that, it was best he then go somewhere he did not need to teleport out of. He also took off his host attire and didn't even bother with putting his Clark Kent glasses on. It'd be okay if he spent some time as himself, right? He scanned the inn and discovered that William and his group were still at the Midnight Manor. For whatever reason, they had not left the manor since they had arrived at the inn, so all he would have to do was avoid them. But, even if he didn't, what did it matter? Chances were, William would be just as surprised to see him as he had been. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Lex once again looked towards the system notification he had been reading earlier. System notification. New system detected. Analyzing the secondary system. Desert farming system grade G detected. Begin assimilation. YN. System notification. Desert farming system detected. The ignorant assume that a desert is not suitable for farming, but they simply lack the skills. Only the toughest and most valuable plants can grow in the harshest of environments. Whether it is the glaring heat, harsh sunlight, tough soil or loose sand, scarce spirit energy, and severe lack of water, they all allow only the most versatile vegetation to grow, and such vegetation yields the greatest benefits. Shake the cultivation world, and plant cacti that can replace spirit stones, dates that can revive the mortally wounded, and shrubs with more energy than a star. The grade was a lot lower than the previous system Lex had encountered, so hopefully the assimilation would be a lot quicker as well. As for the description, Lex began to suspect that systems also had personalities of their own, and the description came from the system's personality. Hey Mary, I'm about to upgrade the system, so I'm going to lose connection with it. Will everything at the inn be alright? Yes, don't worry, everything existing will continue to operate as usual. If it's anything like last time, the only thing that will be affected is your ability to give new orders, temporarily. And I can't teleport to other planets during this time either, right? No, unfortunately not. In that case, you know what to do. There shouldn't be any problems, considering all our preparations. If anyone wants to meet me, just tell them I'm away. Everything else should continue as normal. Understood. Lex tried to tune into his intuition, to determine if it could give him any warnings about whether he should wait. But it was not responding, which either meant everything was okay, or that in matters related to systems, it didn't work so well. Not one to keep things waiting, Lex chose to begin the assimilation. His system interface disappeared, and instead was replaced by a single word, updating. Lex felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that his system was about to be upgraded. He wondered what new functions it would get. Considering the low grade of the absorbed system, he might not get so many. Whatever it was, he hoped it would be suitable for an inn. But, with his system interface gone, Lex was suddenly out of things to do. Well, not completely. There was one more thing he had been thinking about doing for a long time, one which did not require his identity as the innkeeper or the functionality of the system. Cracking his knuckles, Lex began to walk in a certain direction. He calculated how much free time he had. The Grand Prix would be held in 2 more days, and though he did not expect the system to come back online by then, he should at least be done with his current task. After all, how long would it take? Instead of taking a golf cart, Lex took his time and casually strolled through the inn, taking in all the sights. But it did not take long for his stroll to end, for he reached his destination, the mystery trial. Since Lex had gotten this unique reward from the system, he had been thinking about trying it out, yet he was always too preoccupied to try. Now was the perfect time. From what he recalled, the mystery trial would give each person who entered a different trial based on their skills. The main purpose of the trial was to improve their skills, though when someone completed the trial, they would also get a small reward. The first entry was free for everyone, and every subsequent entry would cost 500 megapixels. Lex was slightly curious what his trial would be, but there was no point in wondering. It was much easier to just enter and find out. Lex walked into the trial and was enveloped in darkness. It seemed like only a moment, but when the darkness retreated, he found himself in one of 7 seats around a rectangular table. 5 other people sat around him, and a man in a very iconic mask was sitting at the head of the table, a revolver placed right in front of him. Lex immediately tried to get up, considering the fact that he had a strong feeling towards where this was heading, yet he could not move. He looked down and saw that his legs were chained to the chair, which had been bolted to the ground. He looked up once again at the man with the white mask. Fake hair came out from beside the mask, and red circles were drawn on each cheek. Though the red painted lips of the mask did not move, a sound came from behind it. "Would you like to play a game?" the man asked, his creepy voice giving each person on the table chills. The mask was from the famous horror movie Seesaw. Chapter 509. Purpose. Lex looked at the 5 others who were chained to their chairs as well, but did not recognize any of them. He tried to use his spirit sense to see if he could learn anything else, but discovered that not only did his spirit sense not exist, he had none of his cultivation, either. He was back to being a mortal human. The revelation did not scare Lex, though it did make him realize the peril of his predicament. He could not just shrug away a shot from that gun, like he had assumed. But since Lex knew death in the mystery trial would not translate to death in real life, he was not worried. All this meant was that Lex would have to play by the rules of the trial. Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. Other than polishing whatever skill the trial thought Lex had, this was actually pretty fun. It was like playing a video game, but with ultra-realism. Of course, Lex could only think so because he had long become immune to feeling fear in such situations. Any normal person would be highly intimidated even if they knew the trial would not harm them in real life, because regardless of anything else, it felt real. Who are you? What the hell is happening? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Yelled one of the people tied to the chair with equal measures of anger and fear in his voice. The others also started struggling to get out of their chairs as panic set in. Yet the man at the head of the table seemed unperturbed. Calmly, he picked up the revolver from the table, and fired a single round into the air, causing everyone to freeze and stare at him in fear. The tension that filled the room was palpable, and Lex calmly took everything in as he tried to understand the objective of the trial. A faint smell of burnt gunpowder reached him, before it was overpowered by a more revolting smell, the smell of fear. Someone at the opposite end of the table had wet themselves. If it had been someone on Lex's side, he would have at least seen it. Trying not to let the smell bother him, Lex diverted his attention from the masked man to the other people present. There were 3 guys and 3 girls, all of various ages and ethnicities. There did not seem to be a pattern in their selection. Good. Now that everyone has calmed down, we can focus on the truly important things. The man placed his revolver down on the table, and reached into his pocket to pull out a new deck of cards. Although, that in itself is such an obtuse statement, is it not? What really is important in life? The man talked slowly, emphasizing his pronunciation of each word, as if he could not tolerate a single mistake. Upon noticing that, Lex began noticing other details of the man. His clothes, although not new, were finely pressed without a single crease in them. He was wearing fine, black leather gloves that had the faint indication of use, but remained neat and tidy. We hear in the media that it's important to enjoy the small things in life, the little moments. To stop and smell the roses, enjoy the journey along the way, and such. He neatly unwrapped the plastic, sealing the case for the cards, before taking the cards out and removing the 2 jokers. Then he began shuffling. I have my own theory about what's important in life, though. I think, in life, it's important to live, rather than just exist. His technique in shuffling formed an even rhythm, the sound of new cards smoothly sliding over one another, forming a soft din in the silence between the man's words. But what does that even mean, to live? It's philosophical, but at the same time, I think it's rather simple. It means to do things with purpose. To wake up early when you can sleep in, for you have a direction. To wear a certain set of clothes over another, because they will serve you better in different circumstances. To have each and every action filled with meaning, all working towards a specific goal. Lex wondered if the monologue was for him to hear specifically, or it was just the character of the man at the head of the table. He still could not exactly determine what his trial's purpose was. But in the mundane life, we often confuse simply existing with having purpose. We wake up early to go to work to earn money to eat food to continue living so that at some given interval of life you may experience pleasure. There are a lot of actions there, and they all give the illusion of purpose, but ultimately, it is just an illusion. So then, we now identify another aspect of life that is important. To try to differentiate between living with purpose and just existing. But for beginners, it can be difficult. So let's try something simple. The purpose right now is to survive, and the action is to play a game. So, in summary, let's play a game with the very important purpose of survival. The man quickly began sliding cards to each of the people chained up to the chair, his actions fluid and precise. Even though Lex was at the far end of the table, 3 cards smoothly slid across the table to him, stopping just within the limited reach of his chained hands. Various thoughts went through Lex's mind as he absorbed everything that was happening around him, from the softly sobbing girls to the hyperventilating old man. But, most of all, Lex was observing the actions of the man at the head of the table. Though he had not yet discovered the purpose of the trial, he decided to stop observing silently and try to participate. After all, he doubted his special skill was just playing games. Before the man was able to put away the deck and continue his speech, Lex spoke. Didn't you just say we should live life with purpose? So why are you depriving yourself of the purpose you're providing us? Deal some cards for yourself and join us. Or else, how will you know if you're simply existing as a dealer, or actually living life? A few things changed as soon as Lex spoke, and he immediately understood what the purpose of the trial was. Chapter 510. Bond. Various graphs and numbers appeared above the heads of everyone else at the table, and looking at them, Lex was able to clearly determine the mental condition of everyone there. Suffice to say that almost everyone was doing horribly, or so it seemed on the surface. Other than Lex and the man at the head of the table, both of whom were relatively calm, there were two other people with surprising emotions. One was the old man who was hyperventilating. Although it seemed like his condition was terrible, in fact, he was quite calm internally. He was using his age and his condition to try to draw sympathy from the group, for he could see no other advantage he could gain at the moment. The other was a girl who was sitting directly opposite to Lex. She was as pale as a ghost and trembling like she had a cold, but internally she was paying close attention to everyone. Unlike the old man who was only trying to gain sympathy, she was filled with a cold and calculating calm, ready to pull down anyone else to save herself. And if she couldn't be saved, she would bring down everyone with her. But while the graphs and numbers appeared suddenly as he spoke, and even changed when he was done speaking, a few seconds later, they disappeared. It seemed that Lex would only be able to determine their mental state as a reaction to things he said. In which case it was evident that the trial had something to do with Lex's ability to speak, or perhaps maneuver the situation based on what he said. But he was not clear of what the objective was. Was it to somehow simply survive, or was it to keep the entire group alive as well? Lex could not see the man's expression due to it being hidden behind the mask, but from the fact that he had stopped for a few seconds and continued to stare at Lex was also a clue. He had to have a clear idea of what was going through the other's head if he was going to manipulate him. Due to the continued silence, fear filled the hearts of those sitting on the table, and everyone looked towards Lex with hearts filled with anger and grievance, but Lex maintained his casual demeanor. "You are not wrong," the man finally said, dealing himself 3 cards as well. Since everyone's cards were upside down, no one could tell what they were, and since the pack was new, there was no tell or indicators on the cards at all. Why should I deprive myself of glorious purpose? We should all go through this journey together. Let me explain the rules to everyone. This is a special game, made just for us. You see, since we're learning about life, I had to emulate it as well. Some people are born with more luck than others, while others use the hand dealt to them and turn things around. So, like life, you all have been dealt a hand. The game will consist of 3 rounds. In each round, you may look at your cards and trade one. The man took the top card from the deck and slid it to the center of the table, still upside down. The only premise you cannot look at the card you're trading for. Starting with someone random, everyone will take a turn to either trade for the card in the center of the table, or pass. If you trade, you put a card upside down, and take the card at the center of the table. What you get will once again be dependent on luck. Once everyone has had a turn, the second round will start, and I will give everyone one more card. Like this, we will do a total of 3 rounds. At the end of the 3 rounds, everyone reveals their hand, and we move on to the next aspect of life, survival of the fittest. We'll use poker rules to determine which hand is the best, but instead of looking for the best, we'll be looking for the person with the weakest hand. Whoever has the weakest hand will recuse themselves from future games, let's say. Since we're repeating the number 3 so many times, let's say we'll play a total of 3 games. How does that sound? Previously, everyone had about a 50% chance to survive, which made the game feel pretty intense. But, since I've been asked to join the game, I'm sure it will be even more interesting. Let's hope I'm not the first one to lose, leaving you all tied to your chairs, unable to get out. The entire group collectively gave Lex a death stare, but the man himself didn't seem to be too bothered by it. Instead, his gaze was stuck on the cards he had received. Originally, he was wondering what strategy to use, which is why he picked up his cards. But mere seconds after he picked up his cards, the numbers on them disappeared. It was evident what the trial was telling him. He would not escape this predicament using cards. He had to rely on his words to manipulate the situation, and somehow free himself and the others. This was actually quite exciting. With a smile, Lex put down his cards and looked the man at the head of the table in the eyes. "That's quite the game," he said warmly. "Should we introduce ourselves? No fun in playing with strangers." The moment he said those words, information appeared in his head about his identity and backstory for this trial. The name's Bond. Covalent bond, said Lex, with a smile that was much too unusual for the given situation. One of the girls at the table burst into tears the moment Lex introduced himself, making the tense situation feel awkward. I don't know her, I swear, said Lex once again. The first thing he had to do was take the masked man's power away. Psychotic people who would do such a thing would love the feeling of being in control, so Lex had to first take that control away from him. Lex was confident that the man wouldn't break his own rules and harm Lex prematurely. But Lex also knew he only had one game to get out of this predicament. After all, with blank cards, he couldn't really hope to win the game normally. Chapter 511. Strategy. Everyone ignored Lex's paltry attempt at cracking a joke. Sure, the timing of the girl bursting into tears and him introducing himself set him up for a gag, but no one felt like entertaining stupid jokes. Or any jokes, for that matter. That much was clear to Lex, even if he didn't look at the data that everyone revealed in response to his words. But that didn't matter. What was important was to break the environment that the man at the head of the table was trying to create and steal the momentum of the situation. By having him participate in the game, Lex had lowered his standing in the situation, and while they had not really become equals, since Lex was tied up and the man had the gun, it did bring them closer together. Fun, the man asked, picking up his cards and looking at them. Sure, I guess that's important, too. While it is not on the same level as living with purpose, there is no reason why you cannot learn to enjoy the difficult moments in life. It'll even make them go by easier. Slowly and deliberately, the man removed a single one of the cards in his hand and swapped it for the one in the center of the table. Despite staring as closely as possible to the man's eyes, Lex was unable to determine his emotions in response to the card he picked up. You can call me the Game Master. The Game Master paused and turned to look at the girl on his left. You can go next. The round will progress clockwise. The girl was pale with fear and trembling softly in her seat. There must have been a hit of adrenaline when she realized what situation she was in, but it was already wearing off, leaving her exhausted. It was clear that she did not have the best physical health, and probably not the best mental health either. Relax, just look at your cards and introduce yourself, said Lex. I don't see how you could make the situation any worse. The woman with puffy red eyes looked at Lex, then at her cards. She managed to peek at them before she put them back down and whispered, Paula. It seemed she was only capable of saying so much and didn't intend to exchange any cards. With the formation of some kind of pattern, the next two managed to introduce themselves as well, and both of them exchanged cards, finally bringing the focus onto Lex, who was next. All eyes on the table were on him as Lex appeared to be choosing which card to exchange. Lex thought the Game Master might become impatient with Lex's actions, but no such thing happened. Lex quickly analyzed the man in his head based on the few clues he had picked up. The man was extremely neat and tidy, to the point it became a peculiarity or obsession. He also seemed to have a logic driving his actions, however twisted it might be, but Lex was able to influence him within the realm of his own logic. He was extremely patient, as not once had he lashed out at Lex for misbehaving, nor had he tried to interfere with any of Lex's actions. He also had a bit of an ego, although he may have confused his own inflated ego for self-confidence or perhaps an inherent superiority. Lex was able to derive this based on the condescending manner in which he explained to all his victims why his actions were full of purpose as well as filled with benevolence to the survivors, or as he perceived it, those who had discovered the meaning of having purpose behind their actions. It seemed that Lex's original plan to make him act out would be unlikely, due to his extreme patience and self-confidence. But that did not mean he could not be manipulated. He clearly had very strong emotions regarding his ideology, regardless of how flawed it was. As long as Lex played by the Game Master's rules, he could use his ideology against him. With a new plan of action decided, Lex's smile widened, just a bit, and he looked the Game Master right in his eyes. Lex mimicked the way in which the Game Master pulled out one of his cards and began to replace it. Although you all already know my name, let me introduce myself a little bit more. I am a very big believer in attaining positive results, and I believe the greatest positive result can better be achieved with quality, rather than quantity. Lex picked up the card that was facing down and looked at it. The number on the card disappeared, but Lex grinned widely, as if he had gotten exactly what he wanted. A layer of subtlety was added to the game now, as the person who played right before Lex knew exactly what card she had placed. Based on Lex's grin, she began calculating what hand Lex was trying to build to get an advantage. At the same time, whoever would pick up the card after Lex would believe that they would get a hint of the cards Lex did not need. None of this had anything to do with the game master, but it had vast implications on the fluctuating emotions of the group. Lex could not forget them while he tried to manipulate the game master, for they were variables as well. Some of them had plans and strategies of their own, and Lex had to make sure to have them work with him instead of against him. This was more complicated than he had thought, but Lex decided to continue with the plan he had concocted, and adapt as the situation demanded. For example, Lex continued to speak. After this game ends, there will be 4 survivors with a new understanding of living with purpose. The world will be changed for it, or at least the worlds of those 4 people will be changed. But is the value of 4 people with a new understanding greater? Or is one extremely capable and driven person developing a deep and profound appreciation of living with purpose more? Instead of looking at the game master, Lex looked at the next person in line after him and asked, "What do you think? Which is worth more?" Chapter 512. Provoke the person sitting next to Lex looked him in the eyes. Although he had been scared and panicked when he woke up in his current predicament, he had calmed down enough to think. It was clear to him, and everyone else, that Lex was trying to do something. Most likely he was trying to escape, which made the most sense. But he honestly saw no way they could get out of the situation. In which case, what he had to do was to make sure he didn't get dragged into any extra trouble. "I think the more the merrier," the man managed to say without stuttering. One person alone gaining an appreciation for living with purpose is just one person alone. How can he compete with more people? The man didn't know what purpose Lex had, but it seemed like he wanted to assure his own survival in exchange for giving up the rest, so he couldn't agree to what Lex said. But he did not realize that he had reacted exactly how Lex wanted. "You know what, you're right. I was wrong. I was too caught up in the quality versus quantity thing, but there's no reason why it can't be both." No matter how weak and hurried it was, Lex wanted to set a precedent for someone changing their views when encountering a better alternative. He did not expect to have the game master change his plans by reasoning with his better judgment. No, by doing this, Lex was a seed in the game master's subconscious, letting him think that changing his views was an option. He did not know how much such a thing would help, but he needed to get all the aid he could because his actual plan was a lot more aggressive and could backfire just as easily. Of course, knowing the game master's emotions due to the data provided by the trial would make it much easier for him to achieve such a thing. For the rest of the round, Lex did not speak, and maintained a casual, yet confident smile. The remaining players introduced themselves and exchanged some cards, not saying anything unnecessary. When it was once again the game master's turn, he turned to look at Lex, as if to see if he had anything to say. Without averting his gaze, the man picked up the deck and in a familiar, fluid motion, slid one more card to each person. "Can you feel your heart beating?" the game master asked. He was likely addressing the whole group, but his eyes never left Lex. "Is the weight of your decision haunting your every thought? Do you feel alive? But are you really living with purpose, and making decisions for that purpose, or are you still just existing? Is it just enough to pick up cards and hope you have the best hand? What about messing with others to influence what they do? For example, what would you think if I tell you, I only need one more king, and I'll be all but certain of passing the round?" Many expressions across the table suddenly changed, and one of the contestants even pulled his cards closer together. But his sudden and obvious movement drew a lot of attention, and he suddenly realized that he had revealed at least one of his cards to the group. The semblance of calmness that Lex had managed to create earlier was already gone. "Now why would you do that, I wonder?" mused Lex aloud, not even bothering to look at his new card. "What is the purpose behind your action? Is it to make the game more aligned with the unpredictable nature of the world, or is it just to provide a tinge of pleasure to a small man with a wounded ego and inferiority complex?" Everyone turned to look at Lex with horror in their eyes. He had been vocal from before, but he had never insulted the game master like that. He was just asking for death. "What about you?" asked the game master, his voice perfectly calm still. "What purpose is guiding your actions? Do you want to provoke me? Do you think you can somehow escape the inevitable show of hands at the end if you find some other way out?" The game master picked up the new card he had given to himself and nodded, before adding it to the ones in his hand. "Do I even need to provoke you?" Lex asked, shaking his head. "It won't matter if I do. For someone who speaks so much about living with purpose instead of just existing, it is fairly obvious that you're also merely existing within your own prison. Existing. I am not existing, the game master said with enthusiasm bordering on aggression. This was the first time he showed any emotion other than absolute calm. I am breaking every norm, every convenience, every rule just to follow my purpose. My existence itself is wreaked with purpose. Sure you are, said Lex in a sarcastic tone. I am the one living with purpose, not you. You may think that you are, because how out of the ordinary your actions seem, but I can see right through you. You don't believe in purpose. You just believe in indulging your mental illness. And no, I'm not referring to kidnapping and threatening people as mental illness. No, I'm referring to the part of your brain that defined the perfect rules you have to live by. The part that perfectly defined what purpose is. The part of your mind that told you doing things a certain way is living with conscious intention, instead of a sickness. The part of your brain that carefully designed each stage of this game we're playing. I bet you even have a few ways to make the game more interesting already planned. At the relevant round, you'll slowly introduce more and more complications, all the while telling yourself that you're just adding more layers to the game to promote the players to live with purpose. I bet it's not even limited to that, is it? I bet your purpose has infiltrated every facet of your life. Lex chuckled as he noticed the game master softly trembling beneath his mask, though the numbers above his head clearly let Lex know how the man was feeling. He continued to press on. Chapter 513. On purpose. The room was very still and not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone held even their breaths as they silently listened to Lex, but dared to not even look at him. This guy was about to die, they were sure of it. It's a strange thing, isn't it, to be a prisoner of your own mind, but have the illusion that you are free. I bet you always do everything exactly the same way and think that you've designed the most efficient system, but the truth is, you have to do things exactly the way your mind likes it. You're holding your cards in your left hand, but you always pick them out with your right. I'm guessing when you're putting on gloves, you always put on the one on your right hand first. For the first time, there were rapid fluctuations in the numbers above the game master's head, and Lex knew he was on the right path. He had to push him, just enough. I bet it's even more than that. I bet you get dressed in the exact same order every time, but you probably don't even realize it. Let me guess, pants first, then the shirt. Are you dressing up like that on purpose, or are you just existing within the prison that is your mind? Lex stared intently at the numbers atop the game master, and knew it was time to stop. He had primed the man, but he couldn't immediately begin the next stage of the plan. Everything had to be done systematically. Leaning back in his chair, Lex made eye contact with the person whose turn it was next and gave her a subtle nod. She hesitated, but seeing how no one was speaking or doing anything, she picked up her cards and chose not to exchange anything. Although her actions were minimal, the chains that had wrapped her legs clinked with every movement she made. It was not a silent affair even though she did almost nothing, and the tense atmosphere amplified the noise tenfold. But neither Lex said anything, nor did the game master. The next person, however, did not choose to mimic her predecessor's actions. Not only did she exchange her turn by saying, "I have two kings." Everyone in the room turned to look at her, Lex and the game master included. There was no way to determine if she was telling the truth, but her choice of statement was a spark on a bed of dry leaves. Lex chuckled and said, "What a coincidence, I have a king as well. Are you just taking every possible opportunity to try and tick me off?" The game master asked, hiding his irritation well. "Unlike you, who is bound by the rules and has no freedom to do what he wants, I can do whatever suits my needs. But you can't hurt me even if you want to, because that goes against the rules for the game, doesn't it? I mean, you could try to prove that your actions follow your purpose by killing me, and not some invisible rules that hold you in a prison, but then it'll just seem to everyone like you're just trying to vent. No one will believe you. And after that, the whole point of this exercise will be moot. Everyone will follow along with your rules and play your game, but they won't be learning to have their actions be motivated by purpose. No, they'll just be learning to silence any and all complaints and just follow the invisible rules holding them in place. They'll be the perfect puppets for society." Lex leaned forward, as much as he could, and looked at the game master dead in the eyes. "The truth is, buddy, of all of us here, you're the one living with the least amount of purpose. I might be the one in chains, but you're the real prisoner. Because the worst comes to worst, I'll die. But you can either die from your own game, a prisoner to the rules that your mind created, or you'll survive, and continue to live as a prisoner. Lex paused for a moment, to let his words sink in, before leaning back once again. Unless that is, you prove once and for all, you're not the prisoner. No, you're the one choosing your own actions, even if your brain, your captor, is telling you otherwise. Break the rules of the game completely. Take control of your own life, by ending your own life. Lex was looking at the game master with eager eyes. He could see the numbers above everyone and he knew the emotions that were running rampant in the room. He also knew that his final delivery had been a little too premature, and that the game master wouldn't end up doing it. But he had done that on purpose. Lex no longer cared about completing the mystery trial. No, he wanted to go through the same trial again and again, learning how everyone reacted to his different approaches. This time, he played the game master, and he knew that if he had done things just slightly differently, he would have won. Next time, he wanted to see if he could get one of the other captors to give up on the game on purpose. His greatest skill, as it turned out, was reading people and having them do exactly what he wanted. Perhaps this was a skill he always had, or something he had learned while dealing with so many precarious situations at the inn. Regardless, he was having fun now, and he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Back at the Midnight Inn, Larry ended up leaving William and his brothers because his girlfriend had finally arrived. What he didn't know was that after he left, William disappeared from the inn. It would be impossible for him to reach the William family home planet within a few years minimum because he was in a different galaxy, but that didn't mean he couldn't contact them from where he was. Using a special formation, he allowed a projection of himself to appear within a sacred temple, guarded by his family's most trustworthy and prominent members. Ancestor. One of them immediately exclaimed in alarm. This was the first time he had made an appearance in that guard's lifetime, but he didn't care about such things. Find all the information we have on a planet called Earth. And get the family registry while you're at it. I want to know if I have a descendant called Lex Williams. Chapter 514. Family Damien Arbin William, Lex's grandfather, was filled with both excitement and fear as he hurried to the ancestor temple. He was excited, for their family had been ignored by their ancestor for too long, not that he could blame him. Even with his prestigious position in the family, he himself was only an Earth immortal. That meant any common general in the Jotun army was stronger than him based on cultivation alone. Naturally, just because he was an Earth immortal, it did not mean that was the peak strength of their family, far from it. But it was generally accepted that they were only equal to a normal noble family of the empire, and not one of the top 4 like they should have been. So, he harbored a great hope that their ancestors' attention would spark the fire of their family's growth. But the tinge of fear in his heart was not without cause as well. He had heard that the ancestor had asked about Lex, his grandson who he knew absolutely nothing about. His greatest fear was that his son had done something to cause the ancestor's ire. After their last meeting, his son and his wife had completely disappeared. Let alone him, even his 3 granddaughters did not know where they had gone. But there was no point in guessing. He took a moment to straighten himself out, before he hurriedly entered the temple. The ancestor's projection was standing with his hands held behind his back, an impassive look on his face. He did not recognize Damien, for it had been too long since he interacted with the family. Great Ancestor, my name is Damien, the current presiding family head. I have retrieved all the information you desired. Tell me about Earth, William said directly, not displaying any of the friendliness he did around his brothers. It's a planet that falls under the William family territory in the Milky Way, and is deep inside a dead zone. At the behest of the Empire, a prisoner, Bastet, had been kept on the planet as it was one of the few inhabited planets in the dead zone. Due to the lacking spiritual presence on the planet, the prisoner could not recover enough strength to leave without the aid of technology. Forget that. What I want to know is, are there any members of the William family on Earth? The Lex Williams I mentioned, is he a descendant? Damien smiled awkwardly, but did not hide anything. There was a descendant living on Earth, my son, Leon. He got married to someone from that planet and started a family there. I believe Lex is his son, started a family on Earth. Why did he start a family in the dead zone? William was genuinely confused. There was no real benefit to such a thing. There were a few rumors that cultivating in an area lacking spirit energy strengthened the cultivation as it was forced to do more work for the same results, but there was no actual proof. Damien cleared his throat, but reported the situation honestly and without adding any bias to make himself look good or bad. William listened silently, without expressing any approval or disapproval. He was the last person qualified to comment on family drama. Instead, his focus remained on Lex for two very specific reasons. One was obviously the fact that they had a similar appearance. That in itself should not have mattered, except that he had originally suspected a similar appearance was a sign of him unlocking the bloodline William had created. The second was the name on the top of the guest registry. He still did not think his descendant had any real connection to the person whose name was atop the list, but there was no harm in investigating. As for the bloodline matter, your suspicion about him awakening the bloodline is probably incomplete. If his mother really is as skilled as you say, and was able to give her 3 daughters all exceptional skills, then it's likely that not only did Lex unlock his bloodline, it may have undergone a mutation. Damien was startled, for he had not even considered such a thing. Successful bloodline mutations were exceedingly rare because any mutation would usually result in the death of whoever had it. A successful mutation meant an evolution of a bloodline that his incredibly powerful ancestor was able to make. Such a thing. It was impossible, right? Make a file, list down every major thing that has happened in the family in the last few thousand years. I'll be coming back soon. The hologram disappeared, and Damien breathed a sigh of relief that the ancestor did not blame him. But his mind quickly went to the matter about Lex. Even if it was a bloodline evolution, there was no need to hide Lex from them. He suspected the matter was even more complicated than that. Adris was on top of the world. From the moment he had AI take over his cultivation technique, his real progress had been amazing. He suspected it would take a couple of days at most to enter the next realm. To celebrate, he had come to the Midnight Inn, and upon the insistence of a few friends, entered the Henley portal. Apparently, its VR was ultra-realistic and would allow him to feel like he was exploring the universe. But unbeknownst to him, the moment he entered the portal, a hidden signal was sent out. Protected by the system, his location at the inn had been hidden, but his origin on Earth could not be protected. But nothing else happened afterwards. Adris continued to enjoy the portal, and his cultivation technique kept running in the background. Several hours later, when he exited the portal, he had a lavish meal with a few other friends and decided to partake in the inn's festival. Life had never been this good for him, and it was bound to only get better in the future. Chapter 515. Something new. Lex exited the mystery trial 8 hours later, finally having completed the trial. It was a genuinely interesting experience, and he learned a lot. Moreover, he would call the reward anything but small or insignificant. Although he had yet to try it out, he gained a sixth sense for detecting people's emotions in reaction to something he said. Well, to be fair, the actual sixth sense was very vague and weak, but it was drastically amplified by Lex's intuition. But even without the gift, Lex had gained a whole new perspective about his ability to influence people with his words. In the end, he had completed the trial by convincing the game master that the only way to actually prove that he was motivated by purpose was to break his own rules and set them free. He had tried a few other tactics which did not contribute towards the trial, but did provide him with unique experiences. After all, he would never harm an innocent person in real life. Lex was wondering if he should go try out his ability or spend some more time enjoying himself when he, unexpectedly, heard a familiar sound. New notification. System upgrade complete. System status updated. System, Midnight Inn system grade, Divine Broken SSS, B+. System owner, Lex Williams. System functionality, 14% system self-repair time, 33,310 billion years. New notification, new features unlocked. New features include Desert Farm Well of Invigoration. The system was back online. In a single day, Lex was surprised, but after looking at his notification he realized that it was probably because the system he absorbed was too weak. His system functionality had only improved 2% and the self-repair time had also only gone down by 2 billion. The system grade hadn't even changed. Shaking his head, Lex turned and looked at the two new features of the inn. Desert Farm, a farm where desert plants can be grown, in addition to any other plants. Non-desert plants undergo an unpredictable mutation to grow in this farm. All plants that grow in the desert farm have additional medicinal, nutritional or spiritual properties. Well of Invigoration, a well with water that has special properties which speeds up plants' growth without causing any adverse effects. It also has mild medicinal properties if drunk directly, and can heal hidden injuries within the body. There were only 2 new features, but Lex liked them a lot more than the ones he got from the murder system. Moreover, this would be more beneficial to the day-to-day operations of the inn. Lex was already dissatisfied with the kind of ingredients the inn had, as they could not provide him any nutrition now that he was in the Golden Core realm. With this, he now had the opportunity to grow ingredients of a high enough level to satisfy himself now, and in the future as well. Of course, it wasn't as if he wasn't planting crops that targeted Golden Core cultivators even now. But the difference was, their maturity period was phenomenally long. Even with all the advantages the inn provided, it would take well over a year for them to mature. Maybe now, with the water from the well, that period could be sped up. Lex smiled and disappeared, teleporting to the turtle in his host attire. The turtle had buried itself in the ground, with only its head above the ground. Lex did not even try to question what bizarre thing the turtle was doing now, and instead got right to the point. I'm opening up a new farm, but it will be in a desert environment. It can cause mutations to normal plants, and provides a huge boost to plants that grow in a desert environment to begin with. I also have a new well that can boost the speed of plant growth. I thought it would interest you to know. For a moment, the turtle did not react, but then it turned to look at Lex. Oh dear, that sounds lovely, but I have run into a small little bit of a problem. Even as the innkeeper, Lex raised an eyebrow as he looked at the turtle in curiosity. The turtle had run into a problem. This was a first. After all my time at the inn, I have grown a lot. I am ready to grow to the next cultivation level. But my age is too young, my body has not grown enough yet. I will need to eat a few shining irisberry fruits to allow my body to grow. If I don't get them soon, I will fall asleep for a few hundred years until my body is ready to grow. That was indeed a huge problem. He could not afford to allow the turtle to fall asleep, he was extremely dependent on it. I'll take care of it, said Lex, and teleported away. He immediately thought of the Infinity Emporium, as it was his best bet at getting it quickly. But he decided to check out the fruit on the Henley portal first to get an idea of how rare it was. Yet when he teleported to the portal, he paused and turned his head in a certain direction. His intuition was acting up, telling him something major was about to happen. Unable to identify the cause, he scanned the inn, and noticed something odd. Ragnar was standing alone in his abode, wearing nothing but a cotton tunic. This was the first time Lex saw the man without his armor, and discovered that the previously seemingly buff man had actually just been wearing very thick armor. In actuality, he had a very toned physique. But the general changing out of his armor was not enough to alarm Lex's intuition. No, it was the dark cloud that was forming above his head that attracted Lex's attention. Unlike all the previous tribulations Lex had seen, this one was different. Black lightning streaked around the cloud, building up its strength. Lex had no idea what kind of tribulation Ragnar was about to encounter, but it was definitely much more dangerous than the ones he had seen before. Yet the man was not using a tribulation room. With nothing but his courage supporting him, the general looked up into the sky. There was no hesitation in his eyes. Chapter 516. The back that will never bend. It was not just Lex whose attention was attracted towards the unusual tribulation cloud. Most of the demons who had already passed through their tribulation and survived looked over. Hundreds of beasts looked up in fear as their strong instincts were kicking up. Jodin, who was having an important meeting with his wife, was also alarmed, and quickly exited the manor and flew up into the air. The guard who had replaced the griffin looked there as well, though it did not display the same shock as the others. Somewhere in the crowd of guests, Booty looked up into the sky. Every time he saw lightning, he felt nervous. The captain of the Iron Heart Pirates was about to enter the immortal realm, but he had already seen too many fail in their tribulations. Every time he saw one more, he felt his heart tremble. For a time, the entire inn came to a standstill as they looked up at the ominous black lightning. Lex, who was also watching the spectacle closely, however, did not just sit and watch. His intuition was warning him that whatever protection he had given the abode was not enough, and so silently, he began arranging more formations around Ragnar's abode. The formations were not to protect Ragnar from the tribulations, since the man himself had opted not to enter the tribulation room. Instead, it was to contain the damage within the confines of the abode itself. But the thing was, he added 1 formation, then 10, then 50, but the warning from his intuition never ceased. The level of formations available to Lex, even with the extra capabilities of the event panel, were not enough to contain the danger of this lightning. As the sound of rolling thunder swept across the inn, Lex suddenly began to panic. Without thinking too much, Lex directly spent 10 billion megapixels on smashing as many formations down as possible. But he did not have time to evaluate if that was enough. The sound of the thunder changed, as if the heaven itself was releasing a growl aimed at Ragnar. Dozens of formations around the abode were thoroughly crushed just from the sound. But the process was not slow, as all this happened faster even than anyone, immortals and mortals alike, could understand. Then the lightning struck, a single black bolt aiming directly for Ragnar. If he had wanted to defend, he should have done so already, for it was too late now even for him. The black lightning bearing the wrath of heaven and hell bore down on the lone man. Existence itself seemed to fracture where the lightning passed, leaving behind a trail of minuscule cracks in space. At that moment, the air ceased to exist, and all light was destroyed. Despite the intense power and heat of the lightning, there were no flames in its aftermath, for the very existence of fire had been destroyed. In that moment, despite the protection of the inn, everyone, the Emperor, devils and even Lex included, suffered from a hallucination. For a moment, they saw an impossible tide of darkness swallowing up the universe itself, filled with righteous fury. But in front of that darkness that swallowed everything, there was a single, minuscule speck that remained undeterred. It was not the flame of hope, nor the prayers of a trillion meditating monks, nor the blessing of some deity that remained unmoving in front of that invading abyss. No, it was a man in a simple cotton tunic. Even as the world faded into nothingness, even as the emotions of everyone watching faded, even at the very end of things, his back did not bend. The hallucination changed. They saw a young man standing side by side with a billion soldiers. They saw war. They saw death. They saw defeat. They saw a sea of endless demon corpses, and they saw a young recruit alive, crying because he was buried under the bodies of his comrades, who had given up everything to let him live. The scene changed. They saw retreating spaceships. They saw bleeding soldiers. They felt the endless silence of space, and in it, they saw demons in the form of space worms chasing after them. They saw an escape vessel heading towards the demons while the other ships escaped, and a skinny, injured soldier with nothing but a blaster and a broken sword. They saw a fight that should have been suicide. Then they saw another. Then they saw 100 more. They saw a skinny, fragile back slowly gain muscle and grow stronger. They saw one impossible tide of death crash against a lone soldier again and again, only to be the one to retreat itself. Then the hallucination, which had seemed millennia long but had not even been a fraction of a second, ended. Most did not see what happened next. Even Lex's mind was not fast enough to process what happened. But due to the feedback from the inn, the image of what happened was imprinted in his mind. Ragnar did not flinch, nor did he look away. The black lightning struck him in the face, resulting in an explosion that completely decimated the abode around him. Though Lex had long stopped trying to depend on luck, somehow, his luck had held that day as all the formations he had put up had been destroyed, save the very last one. The cloud above the abode dissipated, as if it had never been there, and the ominous pressure that Lex had been feeling disappeared. In its wake, it had left behind a sight of utter destruction. There was not even a cloud of smoke covering the area, for everything in that space had been utterly destroyed, from dust to the very air molecules. Well, it had destroyed almost everything, for Ragnar still stood there, his posture completely unchanged. There was not a single rip on his tunic, and though his face was covered in blood, there wasn't even the slightest indication of pain on his face. His eyes were so calm that he may as well have taken a stroll in the park. After a couple of seconds, he finally reacted by cracking his neck. Then he walked out of the confines of what had been the abode, silently admiring the fact that the scope of destruction had been strictly restricted to his abode. The innkeeper was indeed impressive. He summoned his personal hologram and said, "Please deliver my message to the innkeeper. There was a devil who was challenging me before my tribulation. I would like to challenge him in the murder grounds." Chapter 517. Ambition. The festive mood at the inn had come to a pause. There was no fear that filled the air, but everyone had to take some time to settle their emotions after what they had just experienced. While everyone had experienced the same hallucination, and they could guess that it had been caused by the black lightning. They had no idea who that person they had hallucinated about was or if what they saw was even true. But regardless of those details, there was no one who could deny that the vision had their blood boiling. Everyone was suddenly in the mood to train or fight intense battles and somehow vent their raging emotions. There were very few who actually knew that the person in the hallucinations was actually Ragnar, mostly because they recognized him from pictures of his youth. Alexander was one of them, and while he displayed no outward emotion, inside he was filled with a burning passion. He did not want to just be strong, he wanted to be the strongest. Only by learning from such a man could he achieve that dream. Marlowe too felt his blood boiling, but he easily suppressed it. What was going through his head was completely unknown, even to his wife. All anyone could see him doing was sitting laxly on a sofa, twiddling his thumbs. But although he looked completely relaxed, the fire in his eyes spoke otherwise. There was a plan brewing in his mind. "Who was that?" asked the Empress as she flew to Jotun, her voice hiding bits of praise and admiration. "Our future son-in-law," Jotun replied with a casual smile. While everyone was experiencing different things, Lex's mind was like a tumultuous sea. First and foremost, he needed to learn about that tribulation. What the hell was that? If he had to spend 10 billion megapixels per strike of that black lightning, and a few more people underwent a similar tribulation, he would once again be completely broke. His current wealth was at 70 billion megapixels. He had earned quite a bit during the festival, and lately he had especially been earning a lot from the 1% transaction fee in the guild room. He thought it was swimming in cash, but it appeared far from the truth. But Lex quickly calmed down. The advantage was still with him. If he wanted to boost his earnings. With a wave of his hand, all the hidden entrances to the various minor realms in the inn became easier to find. He speculated it would take just a few more hours at most for people to find the first one. Moreover, the Grand Prix was coming soon. If past experiences had been anything to go by, Lex would be earning a lot soon enough. It was then that Mary informed him about Ragnar's request for a challenge in the murder ground, and a capitalistic gleam flashed through Lex's eyes. He just spent 10 billion on the man. It should be okay if he earned a little something back, right? In the spaceship above the inn, all the children were going absolutely wild. It was not fear that had gripped them, although for the younger ones that had initially been the case. But as they recovered from the hallucination and recalled where they were, something else happened. They began playing a game of war. Since the children had formed various gangs and factions, and had marked certain playgrounds as their home bases within the ship, they were now fighting a relentless war with pool noodles as their weapons. But not all kids were participating in the game. As it so happened, all the leaders of the various factions the kids had formed were sitting together in a conference room. Some were sipping apple juice, and some were eating chocolate pudding, while others still were fiddling with fidget spinners. But while some of them had become victims to their short attention spans, most of them were paying close attention to the person sitting at the head of the conference table. Like them, he was a kid, but his vision, his ambition, and most of all, his ingenious ideas had captivated them. He was not waiting for them to grow up before doing big things. No, he was building a network right now. The most expansive, secret and diverse information network in the Origin realm was beginning to take shape, and at its head sat Roland. Previously, he had sold newspapers in the Crystal realm. At the Midnight Inn he had joined the Midnight Newsroom. But after spending some time here, and upon noticing the vast resources available at the inn, his hidden passion had been flamed awake. Since he was in the news business, he should take advantage of the biggest and most unsuspecting resource available, children. Everyone openly revealed their secrets in front of kids, because who would ever expect them to interfere, or even remember? It was not even their own parents they could spy on, but everyone they came across. "So, we're in agreement?" Roland asked, tapping his fingers on the table in an easy rhythm. A series of eyes, yes and yes, filled the room as all the kids became super excited. "In that case, I would like to announce officially the beginning of Operation Secret Base, and Operation Secret Agents. Remember, don't tell your faction members everything. Get the information from them, and pass it along. They must think they're the only ones doing this, and that it's a secret. Or else they won't feel like spies. And you remember that you're not the only one who will have access to all the information," said Layla. Jimmy was standing dutifully behind her and giving a challenging look to Roland. Sure, Roland was much older than the two of them, but they led one of the strongest factions of children, the Peacock Warriors. They feared no one and nothing. Of course, replied Roland. Prove yourselves, and I'll help you become secret members of the newsroom. That way you'll all be able to access the information. Chapter 518. Casual conversation. Lex was momentarily driven by thoughts of raking in a ton of MP selling tickets to watch the fight between Ragnar and the devil. He could use the attention Ragnar had gained with the inn-wide hallucination to attract attention, but it was not meant to be. The devil, as he learned, was locked within his abode, cultivating, with no knowledge of what was happening outside. Many guests, Lex had noticed, despite being at high realms, ended up simply cultivating after experiencing the star upgrade, such as the Griffin, and did not encounter any tribulations. Maybe they were simply making progress without making any strides across any large thresholds. Regardless, Lex sent a response letting Ragnar know that at the moment the devil was unable to respond, but he would let him know of the answer. With that small interlude past, Lex turned his attention back to the portal to investigate the shining irisberry fruit for the turtle. Ragnar was slightly disappointed when he heard the response, but it was probably for the best. Despite what it had seemed like, his emotions had gotten the best of him and that devil really had managed to rile him up. Although it seemed like he had only suffered a mild injury from that bolt of lightning, that was not really the case. After stabilizing his increased cultivation, he would have to return to his command carrier, for the recovery pods would not be able to help him in his current condition. He would require some exceptionally rare and valuable medicine that had been stored back on his ship. But his plan to return was suddenly stalled when he saw two humans descending towards him from the sky. As awkward as it might be, he recognized the lady first. It was Her Majesty Eleanor, the current Empress of the Jotun Empire. The reason Ragnar recognized her first was because the image of the Emperor was not actually that widely spread. It was for that very reason that even the Emperor had been surprised when he was recognized by a common soldier. But the moment Ragnar recognized her, his eyes flashed to the man beside her and realization dawned on him. It wasn't as if he had never seen the Emperor, but that the picture he had seen portrayed the man in full royal armor with a halo of incredible power around him. Right now, the Emperor looked nothing like his picture and instead looked like a random youth. Ragnar was not one to suffer from the common mistake of judging someone by their appearance, as in the cultivation world appearances were the most deceiving. Instead, he usually gauged people by the intensity of their spiritual aura. Yet the Emperor had restrained his aura completely when he came to the inn, so he could even be mistaken for a mortal if one didn't know better. "Your Highness," Ragnar exclaimed as he gave a military salute, finally adding a single crease to his, as of yet, completely pristine tunic. "At ease, General," Jotun said. "That was an impressive display. Tell me, how long have you been a heaven immortal?" "A little under 100 years, Majesty." "Less than 100 years and you've already passed through the first mark. Very impressive, young man. I dare say there are few in the history of the entire empire who can compete with you." "It is still below your achievements, Majesty." "PFT, don't compare yourself with me. That's unfair to your hard work. News of your achievements have made it to my ear, Ragnar. Considering I'm barely ever in the Empire, that is already an impressive feat. But when the innkeeper himself told me I should give you an audience, I was genuinely taken aback. I wonder what you have to share with me." Surprise flashed through Ragnar's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Although they did not meet often, it seemed like he really had developed a good relationship with the innkeeper. After all, there was no need for him to mention Ragnar to the Emperor. Even Ragnar himself had never spoken of such a request, so for the innkeeper to do it on his own initiative was a show of good faith. Moreover, it was one that he sorely needed. Although he had set up a task at the inn to find someone capable of following the Jorlum's trail, there was no guarantee that things would not go horribly wrong before that opportunity could even be availed. Moreover, there was the matter of the aura he collected from the devil Loretta. "I have a room, Majesty. Perhaps we should talk there. Lead the way." Ragnar did not hesitate to lead the way, not to any of the rooms he had recently rented, but the one he rented so long ago, inside the Midnight Manor. The Emperor and Empress followed him without putting up any pretenses, but when they entered the room and saw a small cylinder sitting in the center, their attention was completely diverted to it. "Your Highness, this seal contains the traces of aura I collected from the devil known as Loretta. Although I suspect the aura has been altered heavily, it should still be useful. Why have you stored it here instead of submitting it to the Empire?" asked the Empress, though she made no attempts to inspect the seal. Ragnar paused, as if he was ashamed to voice his words, which ultimately attracted the emperor's attention even more than the seal. "Speak up, what is it? Highness, I apologize if my words sound like blasphemy, but I suspect there are traitors in the empire. There are many things that have happened recently that do not make sense, and I have suspicions that someone is sending me to my death." The empress was alarmed by the sudden revelation, but Jotun did not seem too surprised. "You do not need to worry about the veracity of your words. Even the innkeeper has hinted at the fact that the long absence of my brothers and I from the empire has caused the relations between our families to sour." "Jotun, what? What are you saying?" Eleanor asked, genuinely shocked by what she was hearing. Although it may seem as if he had said something casual, he had said in very simple words that a rebellion was brewing, likely spurred by their own descendants. But Jotun did not answer. Instead, he looked directly at Ragnar and asked, "General, tell me honestly, where do your loyalties lie?" Ragnar looked down at the ground in shame. Standing before him was the strongest human alive. A flick of his finger would be enough to decimate Ragnar, so it was all but impossible to lie to him. He had to be honest. "Forgive me, Majesty, but my loyalty lies not with the empire, but with the human race." Silence fell in the room as Eleanor and Ragnar both waited for Jotun to reply. For a general of the empire to speak such words. "Tell me, Ragnar, are you married?" Jotun asked. Chapter 519. Being responsible. Ragnar was startled by the question, as that was not what he was expecting. "Your Majesty, marriage, all right, forget about it. Let's focus on other things. I admire your strength of character, child, but that's all you really have at the moment. Don't let your successful tribulation get to your head. You're too weak to be talking about the good or bad of the human race. These are things you're not yet qualified to even think about, so let's focus on something else. Tell me, why do you think you're being sent to your death?" A hint of shame flashed through Ragnar's mind. It had been a very long time since he felt like a child being admonished by an adult, but before the emperor, that is what he truly was. Like the emperor said, there were too many things he was unqualified to know. But what he did know was that, despite the minuscule size of the empire compared to the origin realm, it was not just the humans of the empire who were being supported by the emperor. Currently, the devils used the humans to farm their demons openly, but not many other races acted so blatantly despite feeling superior to humans. But this had not always been the case. As an immortal, Ragnar had access to a higher-level authority on the Henley portal, and so he had read the history of the human race, as scarcely recorded as it was. The human race was one of the most popular races to have as slaves realm-wide simply because they started out in the mortal realm, and unless they actively cultivated, they were unable to resist their superiors. As such, by restricting their ability to cultivate, most races took advantage of them. They had the intellect and mobility to be perfect slaves. Back then, there were truly very few human forces worthy of note in the entire realm. Other than the Sephor family, there were only the paladins, the beast masters and the merfolk. By the time the emperor rose to power, and single-handedly raised the prestige of the human race, the merfolk had already been driven to the point of extinction due to the unique threat their bloodlines posed. Although Ragnar was not exactly clear on what the emperor had done that changed so much, he knew that he himself was far from reaching such a level. He focused his thoughts and began listing everything that had raised his suspicions. What greatly surprised him was that even the emperor himself was shocked to learn of the Jorlum. It seemed the gap in communication in the empire was bigger than it had seemed. To some degree, it was expected. After all, the empire spanned galaxies. Not all places had access to the Henley portal equally. But something like this. What Ragnar didn't know was that Jotun was genuinely much more alarmed that he let on. A growing Jorlum was not a rebellion against the empire, it was a rebellion against the Henley. After doing his research at the portal, Lex was relieved that the fruit he needed was not exceptionally rare. At least compared to the ore Lex needed to strengthen his own body, it was not a big deal. Not wanting to waste any time, he teleported over to the Emporium and placed his order, while also collecting his latest batch of techniques for the library. They did not have the fruit in stock, but they could get it soon enough, considering Lex's high customer level. If Lex hadn't been suspicious that the Emporium was actually the result of a system, he would have directly given them a key and invited them to open a store at the inn. It would be so convenient for the inn. When Lex returned to the inn, he already had a list of tasks planned out for himself, but two notifications made him pause. The first one was expected. Someone had finally discovered the first minor realm. Once the discovery had been made, the entrance to the minor realm became a lot more evident and took the shape of a single wooden door. About 1,000 guests had already entered the realm in the short few minutes Lex was gone to the Emporium, and more were continuously entering. As for what was on the other end, there was no news yet. The second news was unexpected. He had been sent a warning from Larry via the hologram. Apparently, there was someone identical to him at the inn called William. The warning was not because they looked identical, or that William had expressed curiosity towards Lex once he found out about him. That was only a natural reaction someone would have once they learned someone looked similar or identical to them. Instead, William and his brothers had displayed an interest in Earth that unsettled Larry. Other than asking about Lex, they also asked a lot of questions about Marlowe. They had explained the source of their curiosity was the fact that Marlowe's name was high in the guest registry, and while that was a reasonable explanation for their curiosity, Larry felt extremely wary. He then also shared the news that Marlowe was about to make a move against the prisoners on Earth by himself and that Larry was intending on joining him. He invited Lex to join, if he was interested. Lex sighed. The issue with William was a real headache, and in the back of his mind he had been considering returning to Earth to confront his family. While he had been angry originally, he suppressed his anger and decided not to jump to conclusions until he heard their explanation. He also didn't want too much trouble caused on Earth, as he still had lingering attachment to the planet he grew up on. Yet there was also a part of him that wanted to forget all of that, and just stay at the inn. It would be so easy to give up on those problems. But Lex had been trying to be more responsible lately, so he knew he couldn't just give up on it. Lex sent him a letter telling Larry that he'd avoid William, and that he'd join him on Earth. As for the repercussions, well, he couldn't control the whole universe. He would do what he could, but he held no expectations of becoming some random hero that protects the planet from every disaster. Chapter 520, Retreat. Things at the Midnight Inn were going great. The festival was a great success, and in the span of a few hours 5 different minor realms had been discovered. Nearly 100,000 guests had already entered the realms, except for one which apparently had an age restriction. Only those below 20 years of age could enter that realm, for whatever reason. While that dissuaded ordinary guests from trying to enter, as humans, beasts and other races alike were usually still very weak at that age, several sects were greatly interested. The evil Diplo sect were the first to gather at the portal and sent countless members of their sects, alongside their slaves below the age limit. But while they were the first to act, they were not the only ones who had such an idea. Soon dozens of other sects who had unexpectedly arrived at the inn during the festival also began sending their younger generation inside, including even the paladins. That one minor realm became a confrontational ground for the various sects, especially since they were banned from fighting at the inn. It wasn't as if they hadn't tried, but the inn was a lot stricter now with such a situation. The guards would immediately capture whoever started a confrontation and exile them from the inn, irrespective of their excuse. Being banned from the inn was too major a loss for these sects who had just discovered this excellent holy land. But the inn had given specific disclaimers that its protection did not extend to the minor realms, so everyone should only proceed at their own discretion. While that represented danger, it also represented an opportunity to compete for unclaimed resources. The sects would never give up such an opportunity. Lex sat in his office, monitoring the situation. The minor realms had increased his MP earnings because many would come back in need of recovery pods, or would put up the treasures they obtained for sale at the guild room. This was exactly the kind of progress he liked to see. He could tell that the minor realms would bring in even more guests soon enough, and that even the village would become too crowded. He would need to build yet another settlement, so he once again began working with the planning division. He had Main Street, which had some of the inn's unique attractions but also handled less of the crowds. The village was where most of the guests spent their time because that's where most of the attractions and entertainment were located. The third settlement would have to be focused around the minor realms. Watching the inn grow was exciting, but he was in a rush because the Grand Prix would start the next day and he was participating in that. He wanted the new settlement to already be in place before that began, as the race would be the perfect opportunity to bring attention to it by having the track pass through it. But while Lex was busy with expanding the inn, there was something else going on that had escaped his attention. With the host attire and his office chair making him in sync with the inn, it wasn't as if he hadn't been exposed to it, but with the number of things going on at the inn, this really was not worth giving any extra attention to. While the numerous guests and even staff underwent a growth period due to the latest star rating increase, many of the normal animals at the inn had only barely benefited from it. Such was the case with the many Magikarp that Lex had brought to the inn. Their vitality had increased and their colors grew more lustrous. One of them, however, was experiencing something very unusual. It had fallen into a slumber, allowing its body to fall to the bottom of the lake where the fish lived. As if the unusually long slumber was not odd enough, in recent days its body had started to emit a soft glow. A dim but clear light was emitted from between the Magikarp's scales, but as the days went by, the light began to get brighter and brighter. Eventually the light became so bright that it started to attract attention, not only of its fellow Magikarp, but of the various guests who were swimming in the lake. Thinking they had discovered another entrance to a minor realm, many swarmed towards the light, but, before they could actually approach the Magikarp, its shape began to change. A storm of spirit energy appeared over the fish, similar to the one that had encompassed Lex during his breakthrough, and its body began growing rapidly. From just a few feet in size, it rapidly grew to 12 feet, then to 20 before it began slowing down until it reached around 25 feet, 7.6 meters in length. A heavy, intimidating aura enveloped its still shining body, resulting in all the guests retreating in alarm. The light continued to envelop the shape for a few more minutes as its body changed further, but when the light faded, it revealed a new monstrosity. No longer did it have the soft and cute round eyes of the Magikarp, and no longer did it have warm, red scales that made one want to cuddle with it. No, Magikarp had mutated into a ferocious creature with each and every fiber of its being radiating a savage aura. Its strength was not from a growth in spiritual cultivation, but rather its body-packed strength that could shake the very seas. The various Magikarps in the lake slowly swam to the new being to observe it, and then began swimming around it as if carrying out some ritual. But the creature was not paying attention to any of that. As a being that belonged to the inn, the moment it grew and gained sentience, it automatically became an inn employee. So its attention was completely diverted to a screen that had appeared in front of it, with words written on it that the beast could somehow read. The screen read, "For the first annual inn employee retreat, please list down any dietary restrictions. Also, please confirm whether you would like dancing lessons before the retreat." Chapter 521. Immortal Bastion. Creating a third settlement was an exciting task for Lex, but first he had to decide where to build it. The Midnight Manor was right in the center of the inn, Main Street was right below it to the south, and the village, where most of the entertainment was based, was to the west. To the north was the greenhouse, which was ever expanding, so Lex wanted to avoid building in that direction. That left only the east without anything major, so that is where he decided to build. The design of the third settlement was very different from anything Lex had built before, for he did not want to pack all the guests densely in a concentrated area. Instead, it would be a vast, sprawling development spread over a large area. Instead of tall buildings and structures, there would be a multitude of buildings 1 or 2 stories high dotting the entire region. As was customary every time he added something prominent to the inn, he expanded the size of the inn. It was not too much, just about 20,000 acres of land added in the east for a total of 200 million MP. It was not an exaggeration to say 20,000 acres was not a lot of land. A single state in the US took up millions of acres of, so the inn, which was still only in the hundreds of thousands, was minuscule. Adding a new location also meant making alterations to the various transport systems available at the inn to include it. Train tracks were laid down, roads were cut through grass, the path of the lazy river was altered, and Lex finally also added an airport. As amazing as it would be to have helicopters fly guests around the inn, they were much too noisy and inefficient. With Xion as a member of the inn now, Lex had him purchase a few hundred ships via the guild room and optimize them for the inn's use. Massive jets capable of vertical takeoffs while staying completely silent filled the garages in the airports. Each jet was capable of carrying anywhere between 100 to 300 guests at a time, and could traverse the entire length of the inn in merely a couple of minutes, only because they kept their acceleration within comfort levels even for mortals. Naturally, a couple of other airports were also included at the other areas of the inn. With transportation taken care of, it was time to look at the layout of the new settlement. But first, Lex wanted to give it a name. Continuously calling it a settlement or development was tedious. Lex's naming sense wasn't the best, but since he had decided to do things properly, he didn't let them make him do things half-heartedly. Each area of the inn had been designed with a purpose in mind. Main Street was where the guests who only wanted a quiet or peaceful vacation went, and the aesthetic and feel of the area matched it. The village, instead, was a happening place with stadiums, parks, coliseums, concert halls and anything else that spoke of entertainment, and thus was designed with that in mind. This new area was supposed to be a gathering place for the more adventurous guests, with the intentions of visiting the minor realms, or perhaps as a resting area before heading off to dangerous places outside of the inn. Other than eventually gathering all the entrances to the minor halls here, Lex wanted to fill this place with training halls, the eventual armory he would open, pharmacies, equipment shops and anything else that would aid a guest about to venture off on a perilous journey. In the same breath, he had to remember that such guests were not usually fond of overly complicated or embellished names. Something simple and direct would suffice. After crossing off dozens of ideas, and thoroughly going through dictionaries and thesauruses, Lex settled on the name Immortal Bastion. It would be a place where warriors could come for their final rest before war, a safe haven where they could prepare themselves in every sense before venturing into the unknown. With the name decided, Lex got to work. Since this latest edition was planned to be over a large area rather than concentrated around one spot, there could be no city center or main area where a few important services were centered. While this could obviously not be implemented for everything, most services had to be readily available throughout the development. Lex began by setting down 100 feet small villages, spread out over a large area, and around them began putting down small and large houses as well as courtyards. Training rooms, meditation rooms and guild room branches were added every mile. He also added a prominent chapel-like building repeatedly where he would eventually add entrances to the minor realms. If someone wanted to visit a specific minor realm, they would have to go to a specific chapel, but if they wanted to enter one randomly, they only needed to go to the nearest one. Speaking of looking for specific minor realms, Lex had assigned workers to compile all the data available for each minor realm that his guests exited from. They would eventually be named and labeled, so that it was easier to identify them. Lex began working on the minor details of the bastion, adding various monuments, fountains, parks and such to bring life to the area. But even before he had finished, the bastion began attracting attention. Exploring the inn had become like a game to many, especially after the latest Midnight Letterhead told a story of a guest who discovered a hidden chest containing a ticket to a 1-month free stay at the inn. During the hunt for minor realms, many of the small, hidden rewards Lex had hid around the inn had finally been discovered. Just as Lex had expected, that had increased the guests' interest in exploring the more remote areas of the inn, slowly uncovering the various scenic spots hidden around. Chapter 522, Grand Prix. Although at the moment the Immortal Bastion was nothing more than an empty shell, with time Lex would turn it into a huge gathering spot for all kinds of adventurers. Until then, it would have to stay just as a large gathering spot for various kinds of residencies. After a couple of weeks, once more entrances to minor realms were discovered, he would shift a few undiscovered ones and move them here. But all of that was for later. The reason he was in a rush to complete the bastion now was because the Grand Prix was about to begin. Last-minute changes to the course would have to be made to include the bastion, and Lex kept himself separated from it so that he would not have any unfair advantages during the race. After all, he had thoroughly enjoyed the previous race and wanted to compete fairly. Moreover, the list of other racers was quite interesting as well. Lex teleported to his room to take a short nap before the race began. He did not feel tired, mentally or physically, but he had been awake for multiple days in a row once again, and although physically he did not need it, it was tough to break the psychological habit of needing to sleep. Fortunately, although his breakthrough made it so that he did not need sleep, it did not interfere with his ability to fall asleep at all. When he woke up from his dreamless sleep, Lex felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He did not feel refreshed at all, because he was not tired to begin with. Never in his life did Lex think that he would complain of feeling too energetic and fresh, but it was taking away from one of his favorite activities. Shaking his head, Lex put the matter behind him. He dressed up casually, put on his Clark Kent glasses and teleported to the inn. A massive crowd had gathered at the village, for that was both the starting and ending line for the race. Stadiums were filled to the brim with families and cheering fans, all supporting their favorite racers. Although Leo himself had only done a single race, mostly to get eligibility, most others had done quite a few races. Their intentions were to get used to the dynamics of the race and develop personal strategies, but they were in for a surprise. The format for the final race had been changed. Instead of 3 laps of the track, there would only be 1 lap. The first to cross the finish line would be the winner. But, in exchange for this rule change, the rack had been made much larger. Not only did it go across every major attraction at the inn, the traps and tricks were kicked up a notch. Regardless of the changes, due to the fact that Leo had only participated in 1 race, his following was not as large as others, though his unique style of winning his only race had still won him some fans. Moreover, stories of how he defeated countless nascent cultivators had also raised his popularity a bit. But it was only a bit. Compared to others, such as Brandon Morrison, Alexander's grandfather, Pivarti, Greta Noel the famous strip poker player, the extremely handsome Gerard, the big brother of the NZ, and a few others, he was not that outstanding. Moreover, Lex was certain that the participants had been extremely limited because most of those whose cultivation level was very high were still cultivating. Despite that, there were well over 100 contestants in the Grand Prix. But Lex didn't mind his lack of popularity. That wasn't why he had been participating in the first place. Wearing a carefree smile, Lex got into his highly modified golf cart and made himself comfortable. Unlike the previous race, where he had been near the front, this time Lex was in the absolute last row of racers. It did not matter. The race was long enough to make up for any tiny disadvantage the starting position would give. Ladies and gents, a charismatic voice boomed over the crowds. Devils and dames, beasts and spirits, I'm your favorite commentator, Arai, here with you on the first ever golf cart Grand Prix. The crowd burst into an excited cheer, jumping up and down at their seats. It wasn't just the stadium that had such a reaction. Due to the convenience provided by the inn of being able to watch all events from personal screens anywhere inside the inn, from the peak of the Midnight Mountain to the floating rubber donuts in the lazy river, guests were watching the race. Although most kids lacked the attention span for such a thing, some of the older ones inside the spaceship made themselves comfortable in their bean bags, ready with their chips and nuggets to snack as they watched. Alright contestants, get inside your vehicles as I walk you through the upcoming event. The screens that everyone other than the contestants could see started to show the track as the racers would experience them while the commentator continued to talk. Unlike previous races, this one will only have a single lap, so there's no time to familiarize yourself with the track, and you'll have to deal with the surprises as they come. The power-ups are all the same that you've already experienced, but the obstacles you will face are all new. The crowds cheered once again while the racers psyched themselves up using their various ways. The betting, which had been open for quite a while now, was about to close. Lex himself did not bother to bet, for whether he won or lost, he would be the one making the payment. The rest of the racers, though, all bet on themselves as a show of confidence. The favorite to win the race was Gerard, and Lex couldn't blame anyone for thinking as such. He'd had the perfect record so far in any race he participated in, but that was only so far. Lex tightened his grip on the steering wheel as the commentator finally finished explaining the race to everyone. Finally, in front of all the racers, Little Blue appeared in the sky, surrounded by red water. A moment later the water turned yellow, alongside a loud siren, and a moment later, turned green. The race had begun. Chapter 523. Interesting. Unlike the previous race where Lex had a very aggressive start, he decided to drive a little more tamely this time. The primary reason for that was the fact that every other racer around him was driving like a maniac. He had not progressed 10 feet, 3 meters, forward when the first cart crashed into him. Lex had immediately deployed defensive techniques to keep his cart safe, but the thing was so had everyone else. Like hooligans, everyone drove left and right, pushing everyone beside them off the track or trying to damage their vehicle. Since the only techniques one could use were defensive, the only way to attack other contestants was to use the power-ups, or to crash the cart itself into them. When it came to the matter of a physical contest, everyone was fairly confident in their own defensive techniques, so if such rough driving continued, the first to be disqualified would be those whose techniques failed first. Lex did not think for even a moment that someone could breach his defense using only golf carts, but at the same time he was not planning on relying on such mundane tactics for knockouts. The severe lack of speed and close distance between all the racers made it hard for Lex to avoid getting crashed into, so he didn't even try. Instead, he entered into the state of flow, and honed onto what his intuition told him. Instead of trying to avoid crashes, Lex began to maneuver his cart so that instead of pushed aside, he would be pushed forward. His perception of time seemed to slow down as Lex applied the limited knowledge he had gained of drifting to angle his cart just right beforehand so that when the inevitable crash came, he would move along his desired path. Since the beginning of the race had been so chaotic and exciting, the crowds were going wild while Arai could only comment on some of the crowd favorites. Gerard was in the lead, his ingenious use of his bloodline allowing him to escape the chaos before anyone else. Even the nearest racer was far behind the racing savant, not to mention still embroiled in the mess. But, suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Arai saw something very unusual. Between all the madness that seemed to be sucking everyone in, one cart seemed to be moving with the chaos, as if it were a ship sailing over stormy waters. "Wait a minute folks, turn your attention to cart number 69. Arai spoke with the excitement of a child. The driver seems to be using the other carts to his advantage. The random madness, when seen from the perspective of the cart, seemed a carefully orchestrated plan designed to gain every possible inch over the competition. The other carts are not obstacles in its path but the wind beneath its proverbial wings. It's gliding through." He just passed number 50. Oh no wait, yes, he gracefully took the attack from fan favorite Brandon and bounced off of the underdog, Vice Captain Booty, and he managed to push himself out of the crowd. By the time it took the crown to find the cart the commentator was talking about, Lex had already pushed away from the remaining carts. But the race had only begun, and he was not the first to escape either. He floored the accelerator as he spread his spirit sense up ahead to check the track for traps. The track started at the stadium but did not leave the village immediately. Instead, it seemed to be diverted towards the heart of the village, where the giant orb of water floated in the sky. After a sharp turn through which Lex was able to drift beautifully, Lex finally saw the first contestant ahead of him. He did not recognize the man dressed in a giant black hood, but that didn't. A section of the road underneath the racer in front of Lex sprung up from the ground, a massive spring connected underneath keeping the road bouncing up and down. The contestant had been launched vertically into the air, but his forward momentum kept him moving. For a moment Lex thought he had fallen for a trap, but then Lex saw the racer land effortlessly in a different section of the track, bypassing the ordinary path completely. Card number 13 takes the lead. Arai suddenly roared as an image of him jumping up and down from excitement was shown in a corner of everyone's screens. Gerard, in card number 01 has fallen behind. What an ingenious move by the contestant called Xianxia, although it remains to be seen if it was skill or dumb luck. Lex himself was unsure of how the other had done so, but he did not try to emulate him. Even with his intuition, it was impossible to predict what kind of trap would be triggered, so every time he sensed danger, he made sure to avoid it. And there were many such instances. Disguised almost perfectly, Lex actually ended up overlooking several traps with his spirit sense, and would have been a victim to them were it not for his intuition. But since his methods were working, Lex would not waste time dwelling on it, for the first real challenge finally appeared. In front of him, Lex saw a shining golden box in the middle of the road. That would be a power-up, something he should have been excited for. But directly behind the power-up, the road began inclining upwards. Slowly at first, but eventually the incline changed from being gentle to directly being vertical, aiming towards the floating orb of water in the sky. This was not in any of the plans for the race Lex had seen. Although Lex had told Mary to overlook the design of the race, and that he would directly approve it through the system without looking at the plans, this was pushing it, no. But before his brain could fry, he noticed other drivers going up the vertical road. It seemed their carts were not falling off, and had been kept attached to the road somehow. Interesting, he said, driving straight into the power-up. Chapter 524. Just getting started. The moment Lex drove through the power-up, a button on his Golf that was previously gray turned blue. Lex clicked his tongue in annoyance, but didn't focus on it for too long. He, like every other participant in the race, had memorized all the available power-ups and how to identify them. There were 3 buttons on the golf cart, each of which would turn a certain color based on the power-up he received. Once he used up a power-up, the button would once again turn gray, meaning he could hoard up to 3 power-ups at a time at most. The blue power-up wasn't actually bad, but it was designed for someone who was trailing in the race. It would give the racer a temporary speed boost, its speed and duration based on how far behind he was. Although Lex could not tell for certain, since the entire track was not visible to him, he was fairly certain he was in the top 10, so the boost would be short and tame. But beggars couldn't be choosers. Lex's cart started going up the incline, the acceleration clearly dropped as the engine used more power to keep it climbing. Lex felt nervous about the climb, but there was no other track for him to follow. The gradient of the climb kept increasing, and kept slowing Lex down, right up until it reached about 50 degrees. Lex felt a subtle shift in the way the cart was moving, and guessed that a hidden formation had been activated because gravity no longer seemed to be pulling him down towards the ground, and instead the direction of gravity was the road itself. As if that wasn't enough, the speed of his cart skyrocketed, and within moments, he found himself driving vertically up and reaching the floating orb. The speed boost explained why everyone else was so far ahead of him that he could barely see anyone. The only reason Lex could even see Zenma's was because he had skipped the track for the orb entirely. The track went through a small tunnel right in the orb, and Lex once again entered his state of flow. His accelerated speed greatly tested his reaction time, and the tunnel going through the water was swerving left and right, making it hard for Lex to anticipate the upcoming path. But due to his ever-increasing experience with drifting, his intuition and his state of flow, Lex did not slow down at all as he navigated the water tunnel. Due to the fact that Lex never slowed down, he quickly caught up to the driver right ahead of him, but he immediately noticed something off. Even if the driver had slowed down for the turns, as someone who had gone through the preliminary round, he shouldn't have needed to slow down this much to navigate the tunnel. His intuition suddenly blared a warning for upcoming danger, and Lex did not hesitate to swerve his steering wheel as hard as he could, pull the handbrake and hit the power-up button at the same time. "Drift King Leo is at it again," roared the commentator as his body trembled from the adrenaline rush. The camera quickly cut to Lex, showing what happened in slow motion. One moment he was going straight, and the next moment he started moving diagonally, while actually increasing his speed somehow. The next moment, the screen showed Leo's cart dodging a spear that had been launched from the water right underneath the track. The spear was hard to see due to it being underneath the track that was now made of water, and its timing had been perfect. Yet the smooth evasive maneuver pulled off by Leo and his calm expression told that everything was within his control. Countless guests were beginning to switch their loyalty towards Leo, clearly impressed by his skill, when he discovered a secret none of the drivers before him had considered. The shift in gravity had not resulted from the track, but from within the cart itself. Leo had drifted right to the top of the tunnel, passing the contestant ahead of him while driving literally right above him. Leo ended the drift and continued to the race, his cart not slowing down for even a moment the entire time. With that single move, Leo had determined himself as one of the favorites for the race, but it was unknown if his stellar performance would continue. After all, the race had just begun, and many were already catching up behind him. Lex himself was not nearly as calm as he appeared. He had just become too used to masking his emotions and keeping a calm demeanor. But internally, he was feeling exhilarated. The fact that he had dodged that single spear seemed to have incensed the track, if that was possible, and countless other traps kept appearing in his way. But he kept avoiding them effortlessly, and he was having the time of his life doing it. He recalled long ago, when he had wished for more excitement in his life. For a time after that, he regretted making such a wish, mostly because he was always being hunted by zombies or wolves or miscellaneous bad guys, but right now he was having the time of his life. There was something about going fast, the wind in his hair, dodging all obstacles, continuing on his path unimpeded. His inner monologue ended quite abruptly when his cart suddenly slipped. Right in front of him there was a cart pile up, and due to his increased speed and loss of control, there didn't seem to be a way to avoid crashing. He immediately entered the overdrive state and realized what had happened. On Earth, thin, nearly invisible layers of ice that formed on roads were called black ice, mostly due to the color of the road beneath them. Regardless of what it was called, the point was that it was an imperceptible layer of ice that covered the track, or in this case, was what the track had turned into. For the first time in the race, Lex hit the brakes without the intention of drifting. But he was not aiming to slow down, either. Suddenly hitting the brakes caused the cart to skid even more, turning sideways as it continued to hurl towards the pile-up. But just as it approached, Lex shifted his left leg out the open side of the cart and stomped the track using his immense physical strength. Unanimously, the crowd's jaws dropped as they saw Leo jump the cart sideways, using the very limited free space between the pile-up and the tunnel roof, or base depending on how you looked at it, and pass through without touching a single other vehicle. Once the cart landed on the other side, it did a single, 360-degree swerve while Lex regained control and just kept on driving. He exited the overdrive state as soon as he crossed the hurdle, his heart beating like a drum during a rock concert. He had never been in any physical danger, but the thought of finally stumbling across an obstacle seemed more daunting than any real danger at that point. Once across, though, he felt like laughing. He was Lex, the freaking innkeeper. No, he was Leo, the owner of Gamer's Den. Simple obstacles such as these couldn't faze him. In the distance, Lex saw a bright light, indicating the end of the water tunnel. Finally. He had already seen bits of the track that came next and knew that vines were going to be the next big obstacle, but he wasn't worried. With his intuition he was, fudge. He roared in his mind the moment he exited the tunnel, because there was no track. He had been launched straight into the clouds with no track beneath him and no indication of where he was supposed to land. He spread his spirit sense as far and wide as he could to search for where he was supposed to go next, but it was useless. Slowly and predictably, he reached the arch of his launch. For a single, uncertain moment, he hovered in the air, before he began plummeting through the sky. Unsure of what to expect, since he was still within the clouds, his view completely blocked, Lex began using his defensive techniques to ensure the cart would survive the crash when, abruptly and unexpectedly, he sensed a track. He slammed the accelerator even before he landed. His defensive technique had been employed just in time as his cart bounced on the ground once before firmly planting itself on the ground and continuing forward. He burst through the clouds to realize where he was. He was in the floating city above the village, on a track that was completely separate from the one he had seen on the ground. How would this work? He didn't have time to ponder as his intuition kicked in, warning of an attack coming from behind him. Lex recognized the sound of incoming artillery, and knew that someone behind him had used a power-up targeting him. Chapter 525, 100,000 Bated Breaths. Lex recognized the distinct sound of cloth flapping in the wind and knew exactly what power-up was coming for him. It was troubling because this particular power-up had a homing function, so it wasn't easy to avoid. This was not a matter of defense, and he dared say that even if he used talk to the hand and put up a barrier, it would not be enough to escape from the effects of this particular power-up. If he still had the speed boost power-up, he could have used it at the right moment to escape, but since he did not, he would have to get creative. Without even needing to think about it, he entered the state of flow and drove his cart to the edge of the track. Relying on his keen intuition, his incredible sense of hearing and his spirit sense that he had surrounded his cart with, he waited for the power-up to come just close enough. 1 second, 2. Before the third second could arrive, Lex struck his hand out of the cart and grabbed onto a street light just off the track. Latching onto the cart as tightly as he could, he used his grip on the street light as a pivot and had the cart spin a full circle around the pole, abruptly moving out of its original trajectory. Just as he was about to get back onto the track, he saw a massive white blanket throw itself where his cart should have been. This was a power-up called the Mummy Wrap, and basically consisted of a white, indestructible blanket that would completely wrap itself around the moving golf carts, obstructing not only the view but also the spirit senses. It lasted an enormous 10 seconds, which was long enough for a speed cart to crash somewhere or go off course directly. More importantly, it provided the driver right behind to overtake the competition. From the corner of his eye, Lex noticed a driver catching up to him. He immediately recognized the infamous Noelle's sister, Greta. Although she was too far for Lex to hear what she was screaming, his phenomenal eyesight allowed him to read her lips and pick up on some of the curse words she was using. It seemed she was upset over Lex dodging her power-up. The crowds watching, however, were all ecstatic and could not get enough of Leo's driving. To be honest, Leo was nowhere near the level of Gerard, who had yet to enter a single precarious situation at all. But it was the constant close calls that got the viewer's adrenaline pumping, and his ever-stoic expression that elevated his image. But Lex could not be bothered by any of that now. An intersection in the track was coming up. On the left, Lex could clearly see a power-up floating within reach, but the right path was descending, away back to the track below. Lex had neither the time to debate his options nor the will to gamble. In such a moment, he relied completely on his intuition, and turned towards the left path. The button for the power-ups turned red, making Lex grin. The kamikaze bomber was perceived as one of the more useless power-ups, considering it caused a powerful explosion right on the user's cart. But for Lex and his incredible defense, that was not a problem at all. Moreover, it provided him with an excellent way to remove competitors as long as he got close enough. It could also help him avoid certain other power-ups targeting him as well. A very versatile tool. But though he got the power-up, he had to pay the corresponding price. The track led him right off the edge of the floating city, driving on a path made of clouds. But his intuition was blaring, letting him know that not all clouds were solid and he could easily plummet to the ground. He was not afraid of falling from heights, but rather losing his position in the race. He could no longer tell what position he was at, but he was sure it was probably near the front. With no safety guard rails to keep him on track, and his intuition only warning him where there was danger, Lex's driving seemed to become haphazard. Many viewers became confused for a moment, before their screens suddenly highlighted the actual track in green, and all the clouds that would allow Lex to fall. As read, sucking in a quick, cold breath, they finally realized just how precarious Lex's situation was. To be fair, anyone with a keen observation would also be able to detect the correct path due to how the clouds behaved differently, where they were solid and where they weren't, but no one had the time for that. A few tense minutes later, Lex finally got off the clouds. But that did not mean his track had become any easier to navigate. He had gotten off at the tip of Midnight Mountain and now had to drive down a snowy track spiraling across the mountainside. Just as he was trying to get an understanding of how the cart drove on a snowy track, a card literally fell out of the sky in front of him. The cart, which was covered in a golden bubble, did not slow down even for a second and continued to hurtle directly down the mountainside with no regard for the track. "Brandon, you juvenile geezer!" roared someone from another cart, which also crashed down from the sky. But this one did not have the smooth landing of the previous one, and became completely buried in the heavy snow. Lex didn't pay them much mind and continued to navigate the track, but more and more carts started falling from the sky. Instead of competitors, they became more like obstacles for Lex to avoid. But other than falling from the heavens, the carts also had another thing in common: they were all cursing Brandon. Lex didn't know if he should be curious as to what the old man had done, or impressed by the sheer damage he had caused. But Lex put him out of his thoughts real quick as his keen senses picked up another power-up hidden underneath a pile of snow. Taking a small risk of slowing down, Lex drove headfirst into the pile to gain his second stacked power-up. The second button turned green. This made Lex grin. This power-up had been suggested by one of his workers who had been watching Popsicle the Sailor Man and his penchant for gaining great strength when eating spinach. This power-up would not really increase the speed of his cart, but if he rammed into anyone and hit the button, their cart would literally be thrown away as if hit by a powerful ram. Of course, there were ways of negating this ability just like any other, but it was easier said than done. Lex continued down the mountain, still managing to avoid all obstacles, but soon a general cacophony began to trail him as all the drivers who fell out of the sky re-entered the race. That in itself wasn't an issue since Lex's driving, which allowed him to avoid slowing down at all, would continue to increase the distance between them. It was the threat of being targeted by power-ups that put pressure on Lex. Not to mention, he really didn't like this pattern of people overtaking him by breaking through or going off course. Since going off the course, to a small degree, was technically allowed, many restrictions had been put in place to discourage anyone from attempting such things or make it hard for them to gain any leads using these methods. But two people had already managed to do it. It seemed like they really had profited from going through multiple races. Lex had to admit that he had overestimated himself and underestimated others. But, if others could do it, so could he. Lex entered his overdrive state and began analyzing the track ahead of him, or as much of it as he could see. He had already determined where the track would proceed once he exited the mountain, so. A few patient minutes went by as Lex searched for the perfect spot, but the moment he found it he did not hesitate. Without any forewarning whatsoever, Lex veered to the right and, driving over a tree that had been growing at an angle, Lex launched himself off the mountain. As the sunlight shone down on the cart flying through the air, like a Pegasus, lighting up the faint, confident smile worn by Leo, a hush fell over a certain part of the stadium full of guests who had been watching him. 100,000 guests held their breath as they watched him fly. In a particular corner, a devil wearing a brown trench coat pulled out a small booklet from his pocket, and with a tiny yellow pencil, wrote down, "Leo." A few familiar names above him were Gerard, Marlowe and Luther. Z's name was also mentioned, but it had a question mark right in front of it. Chapter 526. Gelid Anima. For a few brief seconds, Lex was flying through the sky. He was cutting through the track faster than he should have been allowed, and it was only now that he was breaking the rules that he was able to see that Dozens of racers had already surpassed him somehow. But he wasn't stressed or alarmed at the thought of being overtaken. The race was too much fun, and encountering others who were able to surpass his expectations just lit his competitive spirit on fire. At that moment, something unusual happened. Lex entered a state completely unlike any he had experienced. The first abnormal state he had ever encountered was the flow state. The reason he called it the flow state was because it allowed him to perform every single action with absolute perfection and efficiency, something that was impossible for him to do under normal circumstances. Even with his increased brain power and control due to his raised cultivation, he could not match the precision the flow state afforded him. His actions seemed to flow from one to the next without a break or pause, or the need to think and analyze. It was like achieving the hypothetical peak performance he was capable of unleashing. The first time he had used it was long before he had any combat skill or sense of his own, yet he was surrounded by a horde of zombies, impossible for him to overcome. But in that moment that should have led to his death, he did not freeze nor he did not cower. Instead overcame the limits of his own experiences and killed his way out. The next unusual state he had encountered was the overdrive state. That, once again, had come to Lex when he was faced with death. Regardless of how incompetent he himself was, the host of the murder system had been extremely dangerous. Although Lex was the ultimate victor, had his performance lacked even a bit, he would have been a victim to that man's immense luck. The overdrive state allowed him to push his mind and body beyond its normal limits, achieving what he normally would not have at the expense of great exhaustion. In fact, Lex had long suspected that the toll of the overdrive state would have absolutely wrecked his body had he lacked the foundation of the regal embrace. While both those states were incredibly useful, and Lex had used them often, a trait they both had in common was that they would completely subdue his emotions. While Lex did not become completely emotionless, he was largely ruled by logic and the urgency of the tasks on hand. The results had not been contrary to what Lex wanted, but it seemed more like achieving the result on autopilot than doing because it satisfied his emotions. In practice, that made no real difference and Lex never really even considered it a drawback worth mentioning, considering both the states allowed him to go above and beyond what he normally could not. But this new state, it was the opposite. Perhaps one of the reasons Lex never encountered it before was because he was unable to physically support it. His stamina started draining rapidly as he felt each and every muscle in his body tense up and relax, readily filling him with a strength that would have otherwise required immense concentration and focus. His already fast reaction speed was kicked up a notch. His already racing thoughts were boosted beyond anything he could achieve on his own, making him feel like the world was moving in slow motion. Moreover, instead of his emotions being suppressed and his mind making the most efficient decisions, his emotions were excited beyond measure and he was left with the ultimate freedom to do as he desired. While the previous two states were focused mostly on his mind and making his actions efficient, this one boosted his physical skills to the max and drove his emotions into a frenzy. It was like he was given a toy and allowed to do whatever he wanted. With the only small difference being that his own body and immense strength were the toys, and what he wanted to do was win. The moment his cart landed on the ground, and Lex became slightly accustomed to this new, berserk, state, he came to a new understanding of what was happening. He had assumed that because the race was organized by the system and the event panel, no one would be able to cheat. But he completely forgot that he himself was always looking for loopholes in everything related to the system. As such, it only made sense that such was also possible during the race. With a mad grin that had an eerie resemblance to Marlowe's signature look, Lex floored the accelerator. Suddenly, not only did he want to win the race, he wanted to do it while causing more chaos than even Brandon. William was sitting in his room, looking over a document. Damien had sent it to the inn, and insisted that he take a look over it. While William originally had all his attention focused on Lex, after reading this document, he was greatly interested in his sisters as well. But, most importantly, as a leader of the human race, he was most interested in their mother, Serene Williams. "How did you do it?" he murmured as he read the document again and again. His eyes kept switching to a few key points, trying to wrap his head around it. The most important points were: Belle Williams, born with the heart of a Valkyrie. Liz Williams, born with mythical 100% compatibility to Beastmaster path. Moon Williams, born with mutated soul sense that allows her to aid immortals during the mind tribulation. Any three of these abilities were actually genuinely unheard of in the human race, yet all three had occurred in siblings. What was driving him crazy was that if the parents had not chosen to hide these astounding abilities, what was it about Lex that caused them to hide him? But, regardless of whatever ability Lex had, he was more interested in Serene, who had somehow achieved this. Not that he was looking down on Leon, Lex's father, but his entire life was documented, so there was no reason to believe he had the ability to do anything so remarkable. In fact, before meeting Serene, even Leon's skills were somewhat mediocre, at least as far as the entire Jotun Empire was concerned. After meeting her, however, his prowess with the sword seemed to have increased. Unfortunately, he would not get the answer to his question any time soon, since Leon and Serene had disappeared without a trace. But Williams's reverie suddenly broke when he felt a chance from within his own body. The so-called bloodline of the Williams family was actually just a watered-down version of skills he had developed on his own. The bloodline was something his descendants could unlock, though he himself lacked any such bloodline. Yet at that moment, which was coincidentally the same moment Lex entered his berserk state, William Sephor, founder of the William family and creator of the Gelid Anima bloodline, felt himself gaining a bloodline. Chapter 527. All's fair. Alexander Morrison was sitting alone and pondering fate. He did not know if it existed, and there was no real answer even with the Jotun Empire. He had heard a few odd mentions of the term destiny, but even then he had never managed to gain any insight about its existence. But if fate, or destiny, or whatever else existed, it was such a strange thing. It was a thing beyond his understanding, genuinely. Someone could be born with so much, only to learn that all that he has is not actually worth so much. Or, sometimes, in life nothing significant would happen for so long, and when important events started happening, they all happened at the same time. His thoughts were in chaos, not really following any certain path. Through the Empire's guidance and the use of the Inn's excellent facilities and services, he had once again returned to the Golden Core realm. He had also become much more powerful than he had ever been, which is exactly what he wanted. But for reasons he could not understand, he still felt a strange emptiness. There was an anxiousness in his chest he could not quieten and an irritation that ate away at his mind he could not comprehend. He had experienced this feeling a couple times before, but every time he did, he would throw himself into some training or battle, but currently he could do neither. From an early age he had been trained to overcome every obstacle and continuously surpass himself, so he wasn't really the type to ignore a little bit of anxiety. The problem was, try as he might, he just could not understand what the cause of the feeling was. "What's her name?" asked a stranger sitting beside Alexander. The young man was genuinely startled. So lost in his thoughts was he, that he had completely forgotten his surroundings and let down his guard, completely missing the stranger who approached him. But looking at him, the stranger looked no older than him, and seemed just as weary as him, if not more. "I'm sorry, what?" he asked, unsure what the question had meant. But his question only caused the other to chuckle. "I know that look well, friend. I know it so well. It's a girl. It's always a girl." For a moment, he fell silent again, looking down at the ground in front of him. "Sometimes I wonder what's the point of it all. What's the point of being born into a wealthy family if it keeps you from doing what you want? What's the point of a strong cultivation if you're not strong enough to be with the one you love?" The stranger's body trembled as he seemed to be holding himself back from doing something drastic. Eventually, though, the intensity faded and the man let out a defeated sigh. "Please excuse me," he said, looking down at the ground, somehow feeling it an impossible task to look up at Alexander. "I was supposed to reunite with my girlfriend at the inn. She's the most beautiful girl in the world with the most beautiful name, Aisha. But it's been an entire year, yet she has never appeared again." If Lex had seen this scene, he would have recognized the boy as Hares, one of the two teenage lovers who had been guests at the inn in its early days. Yet now he lacked the vibrancy and vigor of youth he had back then. I suspect our families have done something behind our back." Abruptly, Horace stood up. "Sorry for rambling. I've been like that these past few days." Without waiting for a response, he disappeared from the inn, his eyes filled with exhaustion, but also conviction. Alexander was left feeling bewildered about the strange encounter. But, the encounter had also prompted him to think about a name he hadn't thought of in so long, Helen. She too had disappeared so long ago, and had never returned. Alexander did not even realize his hand had clenched into a fist. A Jotun soldier ran out of a minor realm, a rather hidden one that no one else had discovered so far, in a panic. The moment he returned to the inn he immediately requested his personal hologram to contact General Ragnar. Although the soldier was an insignificant nobody who should not have even had the authority to converse with the general ever, he believed he would be forgiven for the transgression when he shared the news he had discovered. The race's intensity had not decreased as time went on, but had only gotten more extreme. Lex was currently driving on a platform only 15 feet wide. It seemed plenty, honestly, if one overlooked the fact that the platform was attached to an extremely long, moving train. Moreover, Lex had closed the distance with those ahead of him, meaning he shared the platform with several other racers. So not only did he have to manage the momentum of his own speeding cart, but anticipate centrifugal force applied every time the train itself turned around a bend while also dodging the carts racing beside him. But, Lex being in a berserk state, wasn't really in the mood for carefully dodging all the carts and driving past them. Hitting his power up that allowed him to ram opponents away, he directly crashed into the cart in front of him. The cart alongside its driver, a familiar demon called Pramod, were hurled directly into the air. This might have worked to his benefit, throwing them far ahead of everyone, if he hadn't been using a power-up of his own, binding his cart with that of a racer in front of him. The two carts pulling each other in different directions were ultimately swept directly off the track and fell somewhere on the side. Laughing with triumph, Lex made his way to the front of the train where there was a boosted ramp that would launch him off the platform and back onto the real track. But how could things be so easy? Right behind him was Z, the big brother of the inn, and direct employee of Leo. Although Z was not vindictive by nature, something about watching his boss have the time of his life while Z himself worked endlessly brought out a side of him he had never known. All's fair in video games and war, he thought to himself and activated his bloodline. Chapter 528, Short Sprint. During the golf cart racing, using any techniques to attack was not allowed. But as Lex had already clearly learned, there were clearly ways one could work around the rules. Regalia Bloom was the bloodline that the inn workers had, and allowed the user to manipulate energy through weapons or items. While Gerard, who had now undergone 2 bloodline evolutions, could use the ability a lot more freely than the rest, Z himself also had exceptional skill. His eyes took on a silver color and his cart was covered in a similar silver hue. While he was unable to make his cart fly using his bloodline in the way Gerard did, there were other things he could do. He smashed down an orange button, using his power-up that activated boosters behind the cart, giving it a massive speed boost. The cart shot forward like a rocket and slammed directly into Lex's cart. Or, it almost did. A massive, invisible shield had appeared right behind Lex, saving him from getting rammed. He had used Talk to the Hand, and that should have been the end of it. After all, Z had crashed into an impenetrable wall at maximum speed. His cart should have been crushed. But not only was his cart fine, the silver hue around it started to grow brighter. A moment later, to Lex's genuine and complete surprise, the so-called impenetrable defense that he had relied on vanished. Z's cart, which still had its boosters active, crashed into Lex's cart. But something unusual happened. Instead of being knocked out of the way, Lex's cart suddenly started losing its momentum before turning off completely. Due to his magnified emotions, for the first time Lex ended up breaking his stoic expression, replacing it with a look of surprise. He did not understand what had happened, but he could clearly tell Z was responsible as he moved past Lex and zoomed away. But surprised though he may be, Lex reacted quickly. He hit the button to turn his cart back on and, fortunately, nothing was broken, so it turned back on perfectly fine. Although the functionality of the berserk state was different from the overdrive state, the function of both of them was founded on Lex's own capabilities. Even without the mental boost from his other state, Lex was able to determine quickly what had actually happened. Z had absorbed all the energy not only from his own crash into Lex's defense, but all the spiritual energy that powered Talk to the Hand. While theoretically possible, this was not an easy feat at all, and only became possible because many factors aligned perfectly. The first was that Talk to the Hand was not suited for use in the Golden Core, so although it was seemingly stronger with him using it in the Golden Core realm, it was also more unstable, which allowed Z to easily take control of the energy that made up the technique. The second was when their carts connected when Z rammed him. Instead of trying to knock him off the track, Z absorbed the energy that his golf cart was using to function. The lapse in energy caused the machine to stall, and then shut down. Finally, Z channeled all that energy which, technically, he had absorbed to protect his cart from suffering from the repercussions of multiple collisions, and channeled it to the boosters that had activated from the power-up. The result was silver flames that shot his cart far ahead of Lex, the source of the energy itself. Despite being beaten badly, Lex didn't feel bad. It was actually quite amusing to encounter such unpredictable situations. But at the same time, if he wanted to win, he better stop letting others get a lead on him. If he had been in his emotionless, overdrive state, Lex would have come up with some ingenious plan that maximized his efficiency and won that way. But since he was going berserk, and he also wanted to create a bigger spectacle than Brandon, he did something completely unexpected. He jumped out of the golf cart and lifted it over his head, pressing down on the accelerator with his hand so that the cart was going at full speed when he was ready to set it back down. Then, using the ridiculous boost to his physical abilities the berserk state afforded him, he started running. Technically, this was not him using any techniques and just running. The fact that his normal running speed in a short sprint was ridiculous was inconsequential, as he was not breaking any rules. The soldier who had run out of the minor realm came scurrying back, but this time he was followed by General Ragnar, as well as two other people he did not recognize. But since the general allowed the man and woman to follow him, they must have sufficient standing. "This is the realm, General," he said, between breaths. Despite his cultivation in the golden core, he was extremely tired, which showed just how much energy he had exerted on delivering the news as fast as possible. "Has anyone entered the pagoda?" the general asked as he stood before the realm's entrance. "A few, all at various levels. I suspect the restriction is on age and not cultivation level." "And how did you recognize the heritage?" the general asked, turning his attention to the soldier. Suddenly he recalled something and asked, "Your name is Slag, right? You were the first soldier to venture into the Midnight Inn." "Yes, sir. The reason I recognized the heritage, sir, was that after being exposed to the inn, I made a request to transfer to the Historical Anomalies Department, sir." The Historical Anomalies Department was one that studied vague, ancient histories and vague unknown powers in the universe. Practically speaking, there was not much use to them, but in certain situations their expertise was useful. This happened to be such a situation. "Why do you think it's an age restriction and not a power level restriction?" the man beside the general asked. Slag did not hesitate to answer, for it was not in prerogative to question his superiors, even if he didn't know who they were. "Sir, some of the soldiers who entered are in the same realm as me, but were able to enter, while I could only watch from the outside. Let's see if I can do anything about those restrictions," the man said, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Chapter 529. Hallelujah. As unusual as it seemed, Lex's emotions were not so exaggerated that he would end up doing something illogical. The reason he ran with the cart lifted above him instead of driving normally was because his short burst speed was much greater than the cart itself. Before long, he leapt up into the air and got back in the driver's seat, allowing the cart to fall back onto the platform. The cart swerved a bit and nearly fell off the moving train, but Lex managed to regain control. He was nearing the end of the train, which was outfitted with a jump ramp. Lex didn't even want to think about what would happen if he jumped off the train to somewhere random. He was sure the track was planned better than this. But, just as he was approaching the ramp, he heard a sound in the distance that was easily recognizable, and stiffened his expression. He turned to look in the distance and saw a massive, blue-colored explosion. That was a specific power-up that would only come out if someone was too far in the lead. Damn it, even if did end up losing, he couldn't do it without at least facing off with Gerard at least once. Lex leapt off the train, using the ramp without regard for where he would land, and it seemed his suspicions were correct. He had barely gone a few feet away from the train when he felt his cart being pulled up into the air. He looked up and saw the racing track, only it continued underneath the massive spaceship. Whoever had updated the track really loved playing with gravity. As much as Lex wanted to continue enjoying the track and experiencing all the interesting features that had been added to it, he could do that later. He had memorized where that blue explosion had taken place and a plan to get ahead formed in his mind. The cart turned upside down on its own, but that wasn't an issue because he would have to flip if he wanted to continue on the bottom portion of the spaceship. This portion of the track was extremely different, as there was no track, per se. Instead, the carts were free to drive anywhere so long as they headed in the direction of a green portal that probably teleported them elsewhere. As if that wasn't enough, mini turrets would come out of the ship from time to time and shoot at the drivers. Of course, evasion at such straightforward attacks was nothing to Lex. The moment he landed on the ship he began driving, and though at first he did not attract attention since everyone assumed he was only getting adjusted to the new track, it took only a few moments for him to once again gain the attention of the audience. While everyone was driving towards the portal, Lex was actually heading away from it. No one judged him or accused him of being stupid, as he had proven his capabilities. So, everyone only wondered what he was up to, eagerly awaiting for him to provide them with a good show. But he kept driving in a straight line for a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. At this point Lex had lost any lead he had and was trailing in the race. Everyone, even the commentator, was panicking for him. But Lex was completely calm. He looked up, or down, depending on the point of view, and saw that he was directly opposite to the portion of the inn where the blue explosion had happened. He smiled, and employed one of the new defensive techniques he had picked out for himself from the vast collection he had gotten from the Infinity Emporium. It was called Introvert's Dream, and created a bubble around Lex, isolating him from any unnatural external influences. While this technique couldn't protect him from any direct attacks, it had many other incredible uses. Such as, without breaking his momentum, the wheels of the cart detached from the ship and then, with increasing speed, Lex continued to fall from the sky. His technique had freed him from the influence of the artificial gravity that had brought him into the sky, allowing him to fall directly towards the end of the track. For a couple of minutes, no one noticed his descent, as they had turned their attention towards other racers who were actively competing in the races. But the moment the first person noticed a cart falling out of the sky, his excited yell alerted all the others. "It's raining men!" screamed a little girl in the stadium as she pointed towards the screen. "Ha ha ha, no, not men, it's," the girl's mother tried to correct her, but when she looked at the screen she paused. Behind Lex's cart, also falling from the sky, was Z. How could he have believed it was so easy to get rid of Leo? He had been directly hired by the Innkeeper, after all. Z did not care about winning, as long as he made Leo lose. So he had kept an eye on his boss throughout, and the moment he saw him deviating, a gut feeling made him follow along. Of course, there were quite a few others who also followed as well. After all, if two racers were doing something unusual, there had to be a secret, right? Since they were losing anyway, there wasn't much to lose. The result was, as the little girl so aptly put it, a rain of men alongside their carts. On the ground, a seemingly random guest crawled out of a tent and stretched under the light of the new day. She had gone camping just to get away from the crowds as, after a bad breakup, she just wanted to be alone. The excellent atmosphere of the inn and some time away from wretched men did her good, and she was already feeling better. A few more days of this and, before she could complete her thought, Lex landed in his cart right in front of her. He had naturally employed various techniques to defend his cart from the impact, so instead of crash landing, it was as if a feather were touching down on the ground. He spared the woman no thought as he raced towards the track. If he didn't get back on in 10 seconds, he would be disqualified. The woman, instead, was momentarily startled by the descent of the handsome stranger. Then she looked up and saw the horde about to descend on her. Chapter 530. The Pagoda. Lex, of course, was well aware of the fact that he had been followed. There wasn't much he could do about that, as his only power-up at the moment was the kamikaze explosion. Fortunately, his little maneuver paid off, as he climbed back on the track with a few seconds to spare. Moreover, the massive scorch marks where the cart in the lead had been targeted let Lex know he was on the right path. Only, there was no indication of the cart that had been targeted. Lex had to assume that whoever the driver was, Gerard most likely, had somehow survived. All of them were driving the same cart. How had he even gained such a lead? Lex was genuinely curious now, and decided to watch a replay of the race after it was over. But it wasn't over yet. The track led into the massive forest that surrounded the greenhouse. This would be tricky, as he had repeatedly strengthened the formation that would disrupt an intruder's sense of direction if they ventured in too deeply, and currently he would be classified as an intruder. For once Lex withdrew his spirit sense back in, so as to not accidentally touch the formation, and readied himself for an interesting drive. But something unexpected happened. Mary appeared sitting on his shoulder, dressed up in the attire of a racer's pit crew. "There's a situation. I would have waited to contact you, but there's a guest who wants to meet with you and they're claiming it's extremely urgent." Even though Lex paid attention to what Mary said, his focus on the track had not dropped. His latest increase in cultivation made it so he could easily divide his mind into separate tasks without influencing one another, so even if he had full-fledged conversations with Mary, the amount of focus he would give to his driving would remain undiluted. "Who's the guest?" he asked out of curiosity. Since Mary herself said the situation was urgent, he doubted it was an ordinary guest. "It's Emperor Jotun and General Ragnar, alongside a lady I believe is the Emperor's wife." They all look agitated. The Emperor, the Empress and the General. If they had all come together for an urgent matter, it wasn't something Lex could ignore. "Send them to my office," he said, deciding to meet them with his projection. "They're already there." Considering the fact that they wanted to meet urgently, Lex wasn't surprised that they were already waiting for his office. He used his remote presence to create a projection of himself sitting at his desk. Merely a moment later, the trio entered the room, allowing Lex to analyze them. He immediately realized a couple of interesting things. First, while Mary had said they were agitated, a more apt description would be that they seemed excited. It was not alarm or worry that painted their faces, but suppressed elation. Second, the sixth sense he had gained from the mystery trial could be used even through his projection. Although he had yet to say anything, he could feel it activate in preparation for the conversation they were about to happen. But before he began the conversation, he observed the woman and checked her status. Name: Eleanor Jotun. Age: 298,555. Sex: female. Cultivation details: too high for host to seat. Species: human. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: stop ogling at married women. Eleanor looked more mature than her husband, though that in no way diminished her beauty. But it was not because of her beauty that Lex was paying special attention to her. It was the fact that both her eyes were of different colors. Such a thing was actually not uncommon, in mortals at least. In Eleanor's case, however, it was not so simple. Although his instincts and intuition usually failed him when it came to those whose cultivation was far higher than his own, at this moment it was telling him that if he had looked at her eyes through his left eye, and not through his projection, he would be seeing something else. But such things did not matter, for the moment at least. Lex did not wait, nor did he start the meeting with a casual conversation like their previous encounter, and instead directly asked the Emperor, "Is something the matter? I was told that you wanted to meet urgently." "Innkeeper, I wanted to make a request, though I am afraid it might seem improper." "Oh, what is it?" "Among the many minor realms that you have opened up for guests, there is one that is of special interest to us. I was hoping to ask for exclusive rights to that realm, at least for a time." The request was truly unexpected, and not at all in line with anything he was expecting. But he did not fall into a stupor at the request and immediately drew a conclusion that the Emperor found something even he found valuable. Even Lex was curious now. "As you probably know," began Lex in a somber tone, "the inn is currently having an event. Blocking off or making certain realms exclusive to certain groups during the event. Well, it is certainly not what was planned." The three did not try to hide the anxiety on their faces as they heard Lex speak, or perhaps, due to his sixth sense, he was just more perceptive of the anxiety they felt. It was an interesting ability which allowed him to feel that he held all the power during this conversation. He did not need to beat around the bush to get them to reveal their motives, like he would have to do if he were using a different identity. Of course, that does not mean it can't be arranged. But I'm curious, why would you pay so much attention to this specific minor realm? The trio instantly felt relief upon knowing that the task was achievable, and the Emperor's mood even elevated immensely. "Innkeeper, you probably already know that the history of my empire is very small," he began, as his thoughts drifted into eras past. "The history of the human race is longer than that, of course, but past a few 100 million years at most, nothing is recorded. Even if I use my authority to peruse the Henley records, I can, at most, look back a couple billion years to when the Henley arrived at the Origin Realm. What was the Origin Realm like before then? Who inhabited it? Did humans even exist in the Origin Realm? These questions, I have never been able to find an answer to. Some, like the Henley themselves, think it doesn't really matter. After all, back then the realm was even younger than it is now. Any being or civilization that existed back then could only be weaker than those that exist now. Certainly, they would be much weaker than myself at this point." Jotun paused to laugh, as if he had just said something amusing. "But the mysteries of the universe are beyond what we can imagine. Once, in my youth, my father took my brothers and I to a secret pagoda, from which I gained the inheritance that brought me to where I am today. If the old civilizations were weak, how could they leave behind a heritage so powerful? Just a short while ago, one of my soldiers discovered another pagoda in one of your minor realms, almost identical to the one I entered in my youth. But even now, at the pinnacle of my strength, the pagoda remains as mysterious and elusive to me as it was back then. Although it might be selfish of me to deprive this opportunity to others, that you have so selflessly provided to everyone, but I have to try, nonetheless. After all, even in the greater realms, the situation for us humans is not so great. If through this pagoda, another great heritage for the human race is uncovered, it will be a boon for humans across the universe. The Emperor provided a lot of information to Lex, not only about himself but about the situation relating to humans across the universe. But now was not the time to mull over such things. If this pagoda was so great, Lex himself was quite interested in it. You're talking about the benefit of the human race. What you're saying is that if I give you exclusive rights to the realm, you'll provide the heritage out to the humans instead of keeping it for yourself. Innkeeper, since I have already been in the pagoda once, I know how hard it is to pass its tests. I cannot enter it myself due to its restrictions, and there is no guarantee that if I only let my own progeny enter, they will ever succeed. If I have exclusive rights to the realm, I can take my time and only allow those of reliable character to enter so they may try their luck. If not, then I can only take a gamble. I have already asked Ragnar to keep his men on standby. He has approximately 300 million soldiers under his command who qualify to enter the pagoda. I can only have them enter first, while I gather more men from elsewhere to keep on entering. Chapter 531. No negotiations. Multitasking was not really a problem for Lex anymore. The ability to split his mind to have each mind focus on a different task made it so. Moreover, the current situation only required him to have two separate trains of thought running, one focused on the racing and one focused on the conversation in his office. For a moment, however, he had to create a third split to mercilessly beat down the rising greedy, capitalistic side of himself from emerging. The thought of 300 million soldiers passing through his inn, with more on the way, set his imagination wild for how much MP he could print. But the reason he had to rein himself in was that he wasn't logistically prepared to handle such volume. All the systems he had in place would suddenly become overcrowded and overburdened. As much as he liked New York, the crowded subway at peak hour was not something he wanted to emulate. Besides, there were a few other opportunities for Lex to gain in this situation. After all, this mystical pagoda was connected to a minor realm he controlled the entrance to. There was nothing stopping him from taking a tour in it himself. But he had to learn more about it first. He had a feeling Marlowe was leaving out a lot of information about this pagoda. If your only aim is to propagate the strength of the human race, I do not see why you need to prevent others from accessing the realm. If there is a heritage suitable for the human race inside the pagoda, then humans from anywhere can reap the benefit. The pagoda does not have any specific heritage lying in wait inside. Instead, the heritage it delivers is designed according to whoever enters. The pagoda I entered in my youth was a part of a sect's training grounds. Other than humans, many other races benefited from it, even if they did so nominally. But the reason I want to make the realm exclusive is not because I don't want to share. When I finally reached the top floor in the pagoda, and passed its tests, the pagoda turned into a normal building and stopped giving out heritages. It is the final heritage that I want to reserve for the human race. Lex's experience with alien races had been vastly out of the ordinary. Everyone he had met from the Jotun Empire was filled with immense devotion towards bettering the human race, but back on Earth, humans had proved that they weren't exactly saints themselves. The history of the Earth was filled with horrid cruelty, proving that his race was more than capable of being the villain in someone's story. As such, he did not understand their particular devotion towards strengthening their own race rather than following the typical route of reserving the benefits for only themselves or their close relatives. Maybe wars between races were all too common in the universe and he just hadn't been exposed to them yet. Or maybe they were just a very altruistic bunch. Either way, the opportunities provided by the pagoda seemed excellent, and Lex was not about to just give them up. If what Jotun said was true, even those who did not reach the final floor could gain some guidance. This could be the perfect thing to train his own workers. Or at least give them experience outside of just what the inn could provide. But first, he needed to learn a bit more about the pagoda. How long do you think it will take someone to reach the top floor of the pagoda if it were left open to the public? He asked. That is not easy to estimate. Since I know the value of the pagoda, I'll be sure to send in the best and brightest. But that in itself does not mean anything. The pagoda, which I entered, was so old, no one knew exactly how long it had been there. I suspect these are all relics from a distant past that have yet to achieve their purpose. So basically, no one was likely to reach the top floor anytime soon. Lex wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he could pass all its tests and reach the top, at least not without sufficient preparation. That wouldn't stop him from trying, though. I understand. Your motive of trying to improve the circumstances of your own race are quite pure and worth commending, but the fact remains that the inn is currently having an event targeted to the masses. Tell me, other than the pagoda, what does that realm have? Do you know its size? Lex immediately felt the tension in the room rise back up, which he wanted, but there was also an unwanted reaction. Lex planned on the Emperor trying to bargain or negotiating with the Innkeeper, resulting in him earning a good sum of MP while also keeping a channel open for himself and the inn's staff. But instead of trying to negotiate, Lex felt that the three were already gearing up for failsafe measures they had already planned out. We haven't done a thorough scan of its size, but an early estimate is that the minor realm is between 1 to 2 million acres in size. The terrain is vibrant and supports some local wildlife, though no beasts or cultivators have been discovered so far. All in all, it seems like a nice spot for a vacation, said Lex with a smile. It would be a shame if I give full access rights to just the Empire, especially during this event. After all, if I do that, I would have to do the same when others make similar requests. I cannot favor certain guests over others. I understand, the Emperor said, assuming he had been rejected. As for negotiating, he had spent a very large amount of time with the Henley. He understood better than anyone else not to think too highly of himself and assume he could ask for favors when in front of beings of such power. But, I suppose there is something that can be done. After all, I cannot ignore long-time guests either. Lex looked towards Ragnar for a brief moment before continuing. How about this? Since only you have found the realm entrance, and no one else has entered, I'll make it so that this realm is exclusive for humans only. I'll move the entrance to the Immortal Bastion so that it's easier to access. Of course, since I am doing all of this, there is a price. The three were genuinely surprised by the turnaround and then filled with extreme enthusiasm. The price did not matter, they were in a position to pay. In fact, Lex himself knew that he could at this moment extort a few trillion MP for this and they would not hesitate. But his deep-rooted understanding of the Innkeeper's prestige, as well as his sixth sense, let him know how crass it would seem to exchange a favor in place of some money. So instead, he focused on something that would benefit him, but secretly. I have already stated that I will not interfere with what happens inside the minor realms. Since you have requested this as a heritage site for the human race, and the entrance of the site is through the inn, you will have to provide security for those humans entering for the sake of accessing the pagoda. He knew how powerful the bloodlines for his workers were. If he was going to be sending them to the pagoda, he had to make sure no one tried to harm them secretly to extract their bloodlines or study them. Speaking of which, he suddenly had an idea. Maybe he should find a relatively safer minor realm and try to have the workers colonize it. They weren't lacking in any way, but since they were actual, living people, Lex wanted them to have lives outside of the inn as well. Besides, it would be a good learning opportunity for them. New experiences were an integral part of developing one's personality. The Emperor was taken aback by the kind of price the Innkeeper mentioned, but then again it only made sense. The Innkeeper was an excellent host. He would, of course, be concerned about his guests' welfare. The group started hashing out the details while they each made plans in their heads about how to move forward. Back in the race, Lex was doing well, and he was approaching the end. Gerard was in sight, as well as a few other finalists. But his mood wasn't all that great. He had outdone himself to gain so much ground while pulling those ahead of himself back. His incredible intuition had played an incredible role in helping him avoid almost all power-ups as well. The one he wasn't able to avoid, however. Lex turned to his left and gave the black-hooded Xianxia, who was driving right beside him, the look of death. Unfortunately, with a chicken nest glued directly on top of his head with a mother hen sleeping inside of it, he did not look as intimidating. Above his cart was an entire chicken coop, filled with eggs and live chickens, not only distracting him, but increasing the weight of his cart as well. The moment he found out who designed such an absurd power-up, he would. God only knew, but he would do something. Chapter 532. So close. Having a chicken coop above his cart served a greater purpose than cosmetic comedy. There was the obvious distraction of having an entire living being glued to his own head. But more than that, the co-op completely ruined the aerodynamics of the already less than stellar design of the cart and added some weight to it as well. Although the penalty was not permanent, considering that Lex was not first, and that there was tough competition around him, it exacerbated his situation. Lex winced at his own pun, but quickly diverted his attention back to the matter at hand. Gerard was in the lead, as expected, but he had been slowed down by a plow that was attached to his cart. He too had been a victim of someone's power-up, and likely more than one over the course of the race, or else he would have already finished the race. Other than his own phenomenal driving, there was one very important reason why he was in the lead, as Lex eventually discovered. Unlike Z, who sucked the energy out of Lex's cart after crashing into it, Gerard was doing the same for every cart on the entire track. Moreover, he was somehow getting away with it since he technically wasn't hurting anyone's cart, so it didn't count as an attack. Instead, Lex assumed that he was justifying it as defense by stating that he was simply keeping everyone away from himself. Lex had no actual proof of this, but it was the conclusion he came to when he noticed a few things. First, he had originally used a defensive technique to escape the influence of the artificial gravity, but when he returned to the ground, he noticed that his cart was driving faster all of a sudden. He had not noticed earlier, since the difference had been so minute, but every cart was driving just a bit slower than what it should have been able to. Gerard, with his unmatched skills, was able to turn that slight advantage into a huge lead. Of course, the reason he didn't outright shut all the carts down was because then the other racers would take cautionary measures. If Lex was able to protect himself from Gerard's influence, so would others. Instead, by being discreet, almost no one had noticed. But even if the plan was ingenious, it was the implementation that bewildered Lex. His range was just too ridiculous. He wasn't able to help himself and check the old man's status. Name: Gerard. Age: 1. Sex: male. Cultivation details: Foundation mid-species, human. Bloodline: Regalia Bloom. 3 remarks: an employee with abnormally high affinity for his bloodline. He has already gone through 2 mutations for a remarkably stable bloodline, making him nearly invincible below the immortal realm. Damn, Lex exclaimed mentally. If the system considered him nearly invincible below the immortal realm, his real capabilities must be ridiculously insane. But Lex was not demoralized. He himself was no pushover either, and he wasn't about to quit just because the competition was tough. The chicken as well as the co-op finally vanished from atop Lex and his vehicle, and he did not hesitate to use his final power-up. A massive explosion occurred with Lex at the center, not only knocking Zenmas and a few others aside, it also brought up a massive smoke cloud obscuring the path. Lex, of course, was completely fine, and so was his cart due to his incredible defensive techniques. The incredibly tenacious Z was also unharmed, for he simply absorbed the energy from the blast and channeled it to his cart's engine. For a moment it seemed like the showdown was going to be Z, Lex and then Gerard. Lex had already been through the various parts of the inn, around the new immortal bastion, over the fire temple and many other points of interest. That was after he skipped so much of the track from falling off the ship. By now they were returning to the village, and the stadium where their race had begun was in sight. The track was straightforward with no power-ups in sight. The only chance Lex had was to make the best of the time where Gerard's cart was still slowed down by a plow. Somehow, Lex transitioned from the physically capable yet emotionally volatile berserk state to the flow state. He shut out the world and focused solely on the track, finding the best possible and efficient most path on the track. The cheers of the crowd in the distance disappeared. The sound of the raging wind vanished. The world around him began fading away. There was only him and the track, which also began to vanish. Lex wasn't getting in the zone. Someone had used an unavoidable power-up on him or someone close to him. He was driving in a sensory deprivation bubble. Basically, as the name suggested, while inside the bubble all his senses would disappear. The bubble would only last for 10 seconds, but would cover a massive area around the targeted cart. Damn it, Lex closed his eyes, or maybe they were already closed. He pulled up his memory of what the track looked like and just drove according to his memory. Fortunately, the path was more or less straight. The only thing he had to be careful of was that he was driving up and down a series of small plateaus. If he just simulated the speed he was going at, and the scenery according to his memory, he would be able to navigate the track correctly. Whoever had made a move should be behind him, and it couldn't have been Z, for he was keeping a track of Z's power-ups. So, either another player was making a last-minute attempt to win this, or Zenmaz was getting his revenge. Whoever it was had made a good play, but Lex wasn't out of this yet. Driving on the track out of pure memory, he maintained the most optimal path to overtake Gerard. At the same time, he employed a massive talk to the hand behind his cart. Overtaking him wasn't going to be as easy as the perpetrator thought. Back at the stadium, the crowds were going wild. They had seen the cart which had snuck up on everyone, and had seen it strike Lex with the sensory deprivation bubble. They could tell that Lex could see or hear nothing. Just as they prepared for Lex to lose control, and the new cart to overtake him, something unexpected happened. Lex continued to drive, making the barest possible changes to his path necessary to stay on track, all with his eyes closed. Moreover, as the new cart came, using its boosters to overtake Lex, it directly crashed into an invisible wall behind Lex. Only, it did not handle it as flawlessly as Z had done so, and became completely disoriented. A good try to contender John, yet another employee of the inn. He used invisibility throughout the race to stay hidden and protect himself, but he himself ended up ramming into an invisible wall. Exclaimed the commentator, who had jumped out of his commentary booth by now. He was standing on the roof of the commentary booth, his excitement keeping him from staying still. Despite all that, driver Leo maintains his position and steadily gains on cart number 01, driven by the ever-popular Gerard. With his eyes closed no less. A short while later, when the sensory bubble vanished, Lex opened his eyes and found himself exactly where he imagined he'd be. They had entered the stadium and the finish line was within sight. Gerard was still ahead, without anything dragging him back. Right behind him were Z and John, who were now contending with one another. There wasn't enough time, and Lex had no power-ups. He wouldn't be able to overtake Gerard, at least not normally. He closed his eyes once again and re-entered the berserk state. Time seemed to slow down as he focused all his strength to his legs, or rather, to his right leg. If he used a technique it would be a foul, but he had already confirmed that using his physical capabilities was not an issue. Gerard was 30 feet, 9 meters, away from the finish line. As fast as he possibly could, Lex jumped out of the cart and landed on his right foot. The crowd seemed to realize something was about to happen. Lex let out a deep, angry yell and he pushed all the strength in his body through his single leg. The track cracked right under his foot and slowly began to form into a crater, but even as it was forming Lex had already vanished. Like a bazooka Lex shot forward, suddenly overtaking the ever-leading Gerard. Everything happened too fast. The commentator did not even have a chance to scream, let alone the bewildered crowd. Exhilaration flooded Lex's veins as he saw the finish line. It was right in front of him. He could practically feel the ribbon hitting his body as he crossed. But the feeling was overshadowed by a warning. Something was coming, but everything was happening too fast. By the time Lex felt the warning it was already too late, and a string connected itself to him, leading back to Gerard. A power-up, but it was too late. The next second he and Gerard had swapped places. He was behind and Gerard was at the finish line. Damn it, he had been saving his power-ups. The next moment, instead of the siren of victory, the sound of a loud crash filled the stadium. Although Lex and Gerard had swapped places, Lex left his talk to the hand right behind the finish line. Even if the skilled driver was capable of overcoming it using his bloodline, he would have to anticipate it first. The swap between them had been too quick, and they had been moving too fast for the racer to realize it was there. The next moment, Lex crossed the finish line, and the sound of laughter filled the air. Chapter 533, The Big Devil. The crowds went wild at Lex's victory, even if most of them didn't actually understand what actually happened. In the last couple of seconds the exchange between Lex and Gerard has been too difficult for most of the crowds to follow, but that didn't deprive them of feeling the intensity of the moment. Moreover, as soon as Lex won, the various screens changed from following other racers and all either focused on Lex, or began to play a slowed-down replay of the final moments. The number of tricks involved made for a truly remarkable spectacle. From the get-go, Lex's speed boost using his physical body was not only unexpected, it was staggering to behold. Even if he were a body cultivator, getting that kind of acceleration was far out of the ordinary. In fact, had Lex been purely cultivating the regal embrace it would have never happened. But his body had undergone too many upgrades. His body was sturdy enough to tolerate the ridiculous burst of power his many upgrades gave to him. Anyone else would have been reduced to destroying their own bodies every time they exhibited their strength. The fact that he could easily switch his states also helped tremendously. In the last moment he had entered the berserk state, which heavily boosted his physical prowess beyond what he could normally output. In exchange for all that destructive power, all Lex felt was slightly exhausted and a bit of soreness in his leg. It couldn't be helped, his body's defense just made him too durable. The quick wit displayed by both Gerard and Lex after Lex made his final move just made for too exciting a finish. The crowds had long entered into a standing ovation, though neither Lex nor Gerard seemed to have noticed. Lex himself was basking in the exhilaration of the victory. Lately, any kind of excitement in his life had to do with putting his life on the line. It was great to finally be able to have something non-lethal get his adrenaline pumping. He truly only cared about the challenge the race had provided. The first place obviously got a number of awards and accolades, such as a trophy, some MP, some other free vouchers for certain services at the inn. But none of that really mattered to him. The race had been a nice break from all the work he had been doing, and he knew that he wouldn't have time for anything like this again soon. Even as his cart came to a stop and he finally began to notice the cheering crowds, most of his attention had already been diverted back to his office. The innkeeper, the emperor, his wife and the general had spent some time discussing plans for the minor realm. The innkeeper had stated that the empire should be in charge of safety inside the minor realm, which was no problem at all for the massive empire, excluding a single hiccup. Although the pagoda offered excellent benefits to those that traversed its levels, it had one caveat: the tests each floor presented could absolutely be lethal. The only way to exit the pagoda was at the entrance to each floor. Once a participant entered a new floor, they could choose to exit via a teleportation formation, or continue forward. Continuing on didn't mean they couldn't come back, but from what the emperor recalled, deaths inside the pagoda were all too common. Besides any deaths inside the pagoda, the emperor promised the strictest of securities, due to how seriously they treated the pagoda. He even elaborated on the kind of deployment the emperor planned, during which Lex learned a new term: Heaven Immortal. Although no one explained to him, Lex concluded that it was the level directly or soon after Earth Immortal. The reason it was brought up was because the emperor planned on having at least one person of such a cultivation realm present inside the minor realm at all times. Based on how the general and the empress reacted, cultivators in this realm were considered sufficiently powerful. It was good to know, but it did not matter to Lex at the moment. Instead, he took this opportunity to inform the emperor about the inheritance lounge as well. The reason why it was not popular, and almost no one knew of it, was because it required a level 4 midnight in prestige to use. Since he was looking to strengthen the human race, that would also be a good way. Incidentally, Lex would also earn some MP along the way, but that was beside the point. The emperor was intrigued and immediately began planning to investigate it, while Lex silently started planning a couple of things of his own. It was just too convenient. For a time, he thought that the problems faced by Earth were beyond him, and he more or less accepted it. He had detached himself from the planet, and only kept abreast of its situation due to his nostalgic feelings. He also felt a certain level of indignation, knowing that the Earth and all its peoples had been treated as pawns in a game by some prisoners. He had planned on using the Empire to take control of Earth from whoever was controlling it at the moment, for at least what he had seen of the Empire so far was pretty good. Until it was revealed to him that the Earth was already, in some manner, under the purview of the Empire. Too much of the conversation that happened inside the Chamber of Secrets had been wiped from his memory, but none of that mattered now. He had direct access to the actual ruler of the Empire, so he was sure he could somehow use that to his benefit and allow circumstances on Earth to improve. But at the same time, he as the Innkeeper, couldn't randomly bring up Earth. But the pieces were falling perfectly into place for him, as if he was destined to help Earth all along. Marlowe had lost his patience, and was about to make a move against the prisoners who had been manipulating the Earth, the repercussions be damned. Larry was actually planning on joining him, and had even invited Lex. But the way Lex saw it, him joining the attack did not contribute in a meaningful way. Instead, by strengthening his relationship with the Empire directly, he could then, casually mention, the issue to the Emperor or General using his alternate identity. Although it wouldn't be the same as the Innkeeper mentioning it, due to the increasingly close ties the Inn had with the Empire, he couldn't see them turning him down. Yes, this was a much more practical and viable solution. At the same time, it was also slowly strengthening the inn. It was a win-win in his book. Once the emperor left, Lex began planning his next actions. He had to keep an eye out for a minor realm suitable for the inn workers only. He also had to go explore the dangers of the pagoda himself. Once he got a good sense of how dangerous it was, he could plan how to start sending his workers to the pagoda. He also had to remember to look over the next phase of the festival going on. Now that the Grand Prix had come to a conclusion, the next big event was supposed to begin. Although the races would now become a staple of the inn, he wouldn't be focusing all his resources on promoting just that. Although, in Lex's mind, the next event wasn't too exciting, it had potential. There was a knock on his office door, interrupting his flow of thoughts. That was strange. "Come in," said Lex. Luther opened the door and said, "Innkeeper, there's a guest here who wishes to meet with you. If you'd like, I can schedule a meeting for later, or turn him away." It felt strange that Luther was informing him of this, as usually Mary was one who would pop up and let him know of these things, but then again, Luther was his secretary. It only made sense that if anyone approached the office, Luther would be the one they'd interact with. "Sure, send them in," Lex said as he cleared his thoughts. While his planning was important, anyone who could bear the pressure of his office and ask to meet him would be worth giving his attention to. Perhaps deterring the undetermined was also one of the reasons the hall right outside his office radiated such an intimidating aura. A person dressed in a long, brown trench coat walked in, a small black notepad in his hand. The coat hid his entire body, and the fedora he was wearing hid his face well. Lex felt like he was in front of a detective from a black and white movie. He scanned the person. The guest was a devil and, coincidentally, his name was one that was all too famous on Earth. Name: Rocketfellow Rothsfather. Chapter 534. Business. Zagan stumbled through the door once again, his humanoid body battered and bruised much worse than ever before. It never occurred to him how strange it was for a monster born of darkness to take on a human form. It was as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Though he was in bad condition, his concern extended to none of that. His eyes wandered the familiar room in search of something, and when he saw the resplendent Alicia, disappointment welled up in his chest, though maybe deep down, he was also happy. "Why are you still here?" he asked as he tried to wipe the blood off his face. "You should have left long ago." The moment he finished his words, a door appeared behind Alicia as if signaling a way out. Yet she did not hesitate to once again pick up her med kit and approach the bleeding humanoid monster. "Why do you keep going back?" she asked, instead of answering his question. "Every time you go through that door you only come back worse for wear. What are you looking for?" She moved his hair from his forehead to see a massive cut, bleeding into his eyes. With a sigh she got to work, washing all his wounds. By now she knew he was not so delicate that he would die from these wounds, so she always prioritized cleaning them first so she would have a good understanding of his actual condition. "I don't know," Zagan whispered as he closed his eyes. A moment later, he felt the cold water she poured over his face. "I guess I'm searching for something that will provide me with meaning." As a monster born from darkness, he was not actually afraid of light, but the more time he spent in darkness, the stronger he would go. Monsters from the crystal realm were born with limited intelligence, so they compensated for it by having extremely strong instincts that would guide their actions. Zagan had lived for millions of years, and so had grown to the level where he achieved self-awareness and a decent amount of intelligence, yet he continued to act in accordance with his instincts. Yet over time, he began to wonder why it was he listened to his instincts. What was it they were leading him towards? Was there something more? Was there a point to being alive? These questions did not elicit any strong emotions from the monster, as it did not quite have the emotional range of naturally born animals. Still, with time, a subtle curiosity had taken hold of his mind. Lately, his curiosity was being tingled by Alicia. Why would she always treat him? He knew she was alone during the time he left, and unlike him, she did not like being alone. Still, she never left. Why? Unlike Zagan, Alicia's thought process was a lot simpler. Though she happened to have forgotten her life, the feeling of loneliness and abandonment stayed with her. There was no one around to help her when she needed it, for a very long time. So if someone else needed her help, she would not abandon them. It was that simple. Unknown to both of them, their each and every action was being judged and measured. Zagan had actually been failing his test miserably, mostly because he did not understand what was required of him. That all changed when he interacted with Alicia. The parameters of his test changed, and while he was failing the test for his original role, he seemed to be acing the test for his new one. Soon, both their tests would come to an end. Lex scanned the devil and read the results. Name: Rocketfellow Rothsfather. Age: 44. Fake. Sex: male. Cultivation details: golden core early. Faked species: Devil. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: don't let appearances fool you, this devil is rich. His trenchcoat alone is worth several MTs. There were a few interesting things to note in the status, the name of the devil being only one. The name was so popular and influential, he doubted there were barely a few working adults on the planet who had never heard the name. Though not everyone understood the full gravity behind the name, it was enough to understand that they were incredibly rich. In fact, in one of the files filled with rumors that Velma had given him revealed that the patriarch of both those families were also actually political prisoners being held on the planet. But compared to those who were instigating wars and conflicts for entertainment purposes, those two seemed pretty tame. The second thing that interested Lex was the man's name and cultivation. They had a fake written in front of them, which is something Lex had never seen before. When he focused on the word, more information was revealed stating that the man's actual details were being hidden by the trenchcoat he was wearing. The system could detect the interference, but could not overcome it. Just that on its own was a great testament to the man's background and depth. Lex did not treat him lightly at all. I hope you were not waiting for too long, said Lex with his usual warm tone. Regardless of the man's background or depth, the Innkeeper would not be fazed by it. The fault is my own for showing up unannounced, Rocketfellow said with a fairly warm tone of his own. Much of his face remained hidden behind his trenchcoat so Lex could not see his expression, but his tone at least was earnest and calm. Moreover, using his sixth sense, Lex could tell the devil had reacted normally to his statement. Please, Mr. Innkeeper, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rocketfellow Rothsfather, and I am a businessman. I absolutely fell in love with your Midnight Inn when I first saw it, and wanted to form a joint venture with you immediately. But, for the first time in my life, my scope was too small to match up to your establishment. Although I am still working on that, and have a few plans, for now, there is one other business idea I would like to talk to you about. The Midnight Inn is open to all guests, and so naturally, is also open to your business as well. Please, tell me, how can I help you? The extremely formal devil opened the small black notebook in his hand and showed Lex a list of names. Immediately he picked up on a few familiar ones: Leo, Gerard, Z, Luther. At first he thought the list was based around the inn workers, but then he began to see other names, belonging to the various guests. He was confused and he was unable to pick out any significant detail connecting all the people, except for the fact that they were all male. Instead of making an unfounded guess, Lex remained silent and waited for the devil to elaborate, which he soon did. I'm sure you're able to see what connects all these names, the devil said with a hint of excitement. At first, when I realized the potential, I thought it was too good to be true. I waited patiently to be proved wrong, but when nothing happened, I had to pinch myself. I've hardly ever seen anyone miss out on such an obvious business opportunity like this. Mr. Innkeeper, after I watched the Lady Cosmos fashion show, I was awaiting the arrival of the Mr. Cosmos show, but it never came. Obviously whoever had the idea first never thought to extend the show to the other gender, but I think it's a huge waste. Obviously I can't reuse the same name as I want to build my own brand, and I want to do things a little differently as well. Instead of Ust Beauty, I want to focus on strength and cultivation as well. After all, men are looked at differently than women. But there's so much more than that. Mr. Innkeeper, I know that if I simply want to host my own competition it should not be a problem, but what if I want to partner with the inn itself? Or, if that's not on the table, how can I get some of the inn's workers to participate in my event? I've never seen anyone with a fan club as dedicated as Gerard, and I don't know if you know this, but the recent performance of Leo has managed to grow his popularity quite a bit as well. Now just imagine, after we work out the kinks, your workers' faces are known across the universe, not only because of the inn, but because they finally get the recognition their good looks deserve. This was not what Lex had been expecting from this meeting. Let alone his own Leo persona, he didn't want to let any of his workers near this weird trench coat creep. Has he been stalking them? I'm thinking, Since the first show will be a test run to figure out how to run the competition, of keeping a small budget of 5 MTs. What do you think, Mr. Roth's father? The Midnight Inn is exactly the best place to launch your endeavor. I want to congratulate you in advance for a successful venture. Chapter 535. Burden Alexander Morrison was waiting for his next deployment, still at the Midnight Inn. After immense effort on his part, he had proved himself worthy of undergoing special training by the Empire. Due to his unique situation, regardless of what he did, it was more or less assumed that Alexander would never have full loyalty to the Empire. As such, he could not get in touch with their unique or specialized training, reserved for their most trusted elites, but he had managed to improve his situation nonetheless. To test out his new capabilities, he sparred a few times with his family's strongest. In an upfront fight, he still could not defeat his grandfather, but the old man admitted that Alexander put a lot of pressure on him. Of course, that could not be a true test, for both Alexander and his grandfather were holding back immensely as well. Alexander knew that if he were going for the kill, he would have behaved differently. Still, being unable to overwhelm his grandfather disappointed him somewhat. He had learned much of the Empire, and learned about noble families. While it could not be claimed that such feats were common, it was at least not unheard of for the scions of noble families to be able to completely overwhelm even those at higher realms. A part of him wondered how far he was from their level. He even pondered what the difference was between himself and his old teacher Marlowe when he was at the Golden Core realm. A part of him told him that he would lose a spar, but in a fight to the death anything was possible. Instead of being proud of his achievements, he felt frustrated that even after everything he went through, he was still only on par with the peak of those from his home planet. Then again, he had not been cultivating for very long. Speaking of which, had his birthday passed? He couldn't remember. The Empire obviously followed their own calendar system, and he never really put any real effort into remembering it. He'd never really paid attention to any of his birthdays, except his 15th for obvious reasons. It was always Helen who. Captain Alexander, a soldier called out, breaking him free from his reverie. On instinct he stood to attention as he saw a small group of soldiers walking towards him, holding what looked like a backpack. His eyes shone. That was, "You have new orders, Captain," the soldier said, as he presented Alexander with a tablet. Familiar with what was happening, Alexander put his hand on the tablet as it verified his identity. The Empire's technology was heads and tails ahead of Earth, so even though the device looked similar to stuff available on Earth, its actual functionality was far beyond anything he had ever seen. It was a spirit tech device that verified Alexander's identity using things such as his fingerprint, DNA, spirit energy signature, the specific meridian patterns in his hand and many other things he had no idea about. Once his identity was confirmed, though, the soldier passed him the backpack and began briefing him on his new orders. The specific details are on a need-to-know basis, but essentially high-level Empire officials have entered into a partnership with the Midnight Inn to take control of a specific minor realm. Your new orders. Across the inn, countless other Empire officials were receiving similar orders. As of now, very select few were being informed about the minor realm and exactly how much importance the Emperor put on it. The seemingly laid-back Emperor had decided that he had spent enough time away from his empire. Once his latest mission for the Henley was over, he would return to do some house cleaning. Unlike Ragnar, who was more lenient of humans, the Emperor was not so clement in his treatment. The reason why the Empire was so strong, and had never suffered from any rebellions, was because basically anyone with any rebellious tendencies was dead. He did not expect others to be grateful for all that he worked for, but if they thought to take advantage of him, they had another thing coming. Mr. Roth's father, for the last time, although I can give your business my full support, I cannot force anyone to participate. Besides, my workers have their own duties to take care of. Innkeeper, you have to understand, the influence of celebrities is massive for events like these. While we can obviously hire or attract external celebrities for the event, if we leverage the growing fanbase of local stars such as Gerard, Leo or Z, not only will we have an easier time gaining a loyal fanbase, it will even benefit your own inn. Lex smiled. For the past 15 minutes, they had been going over the same argument. No matter how much sense he made, he was destined to win because as Leo, he was never going to participate in a fashion show. As entertaining as it sounded, he had better things to do. Ultimately, the devil relented and promised that he would soon return with a full plan for everything he had planned for the event. Then he would work with the inn to see how much of his vision could be accomplished. After the meeting, the devil exited the office, and then disappeared from the inn. He appeared in a room where a few devils were waiting for his return. So, how was it? Plan A for bringing the inn's workforce away from the inn has failed. I'll continue with the show regardless, as it can benefit many of our other plans. In the meantime, begin Plan B. The Midnight Inn employees are the perfect canvas to turn into demons, we have to get our hands on them. I told you it was too easy, replied one of the people in the room. Regardless, it was worth a try. Here's a list of our primary targets. Other than the inn's employees, begin tracking their location. Once the meeting with the devil was over, Lex spent some time planning out his next few actions. Since the Grand Prix was over, it was time to get ready for the next event, which would start tomorrow. He still did not know what to think of this event, for compared to the exciting amusement parks and races, it was a far cry. But it was good to shake things up. One of the features the inn unlocked, but almost no one paid attention to, was the fishing well. The well was connected to worlds that the inn was linked to, though the inter-realm broadcast spread that to the entire realms that the inn was connected to. Through the well, guests could fish for unowned items. Basically, any item within the domain that was connected to the inn, and which had no owner, could be fished for through the fishing well. Of course, what item a person fished up was completely random and based on luck. So you could get something simple and mundane, such as a random rock or a seashell. Or, you could get a phenomenal treasure that could change your life around. It sounded amusing, but at the same time, it sounded like a scam. That, alongside the fact that Lex had priced each fishing attempt at 5,000 megapixels per attempt, led to the fact that no one had ever tried to fish at all. He figured this unusual feature required some marketing, so the next event would be a fishing attempt. Participants could fish for free, and whoever pulled up the best reward could move forward in the rounds. Each round would eliminate half the participants, or as near to half as possible, until there would be one winner. How successful or exciting the event would be was, well, it left a lot of room for speculation. Still, it wasn't as it hurt to try. On the off chance that one of the participants pulled out something spectacular, the attention due to the event would raise the well's popularity. If not, then it could be a prop that Lex could use to look like he was wise and enlightened by fishing in it, like the teachers in kung fu movies. While he was making preparations for the event, the inn was still celebrating the end of the race. Although Gerard had ultimately lost, he took his defeat gracefully. Strangely though, his defeat did not negatively affect his popularity at all. If anything, his popularity shot through the roof. The fan club, which had originally started out as a group of grandmas who liked to be driven around by Gerard, now had tens of thousands of legitimate fans, and with each moment, that number seemed to be growing. In fact, Leo, the actual winner of the race, seemed to have been forgotten to the side while the crowd tossed the old man in the air and cheered for him. As for Gerard himself, he was lamenting the negative side effects of his bloodline. Although he became more powerful every time his bloodline evolved, a negative side effect of his bloodline was that it would make him increasingly beautiful as it grew stronger, without taking away from his masculinity. The worker sighed in his heart as he could not let the guests see him lament. Beauty was such a burden. Chapter 536, Prelude. Lex felt pretty good about how things were going in general, especially after the race. He reminded himself to let off a little steam now and again. There was nothing about the innkeeper that said he had to stay serious all the time. As much as he had to overview everything and make sure everything was running smoothly, he should also enjoy the inn's amenities himself. Though, he couldn't say that he was disappointed that Gerard was, as it was called, suffering from success rather than him. Even from a distance he could see him being thrown up and down in the air by the crowd. Lex had heard things about crowd surfing that he'd rather not experience himself. Better Gerard than him. He turned his attention towards the next event. He did not think a stadium was a fitting venue for the fishing tournament, so he had to pick another spot. He teleported to a small lake near the village and found the place to be suitable. The area was filled with small hills with gentle slopes and a few scattered yet large trees. He moved the well to a clearing at the base of a hill and placed wooden benches all around. He formed stalls that would sell food and placed a few grills nearby. The workers would man some of the grills, but some would be left in case the guests felt like cooking on their own. Single, wooden swings were attached to the branches of the trees. Bonfire pits were created and a few fixed huts were placed here and there. He couldn't consult the turtle as it was still occupied, So after talking to the gardener, Lex placed various bushes in the area that grew edible berries and fruits. Compared to the festive and exciting events such as the Grand Prix or the amusement park, this event felt much more calm and homely. Lex wanted to turn this place into a permanent camping spot. He even placed a few fishing boats in the lake in case anyone felt the itch after watching the tournament. He told the planning division to take care of any last-minute touches the place needed, but should stay in keeping with the theme of camping. He spent the next few hours taking care of a few miscellaneous issues relating to the inn, such as a few other guests who wanted to meet him, approve the latest worker rotations for the Immortal Bastion, and set prices for the new food being grown from the new desert farm. For one of the tasks, he called Luther to his office. "You called, Innkeeper?" he asked as he stepped in. To his great disappointment, the Innkeeper did not give him as many tasks as he hoped. It was only once in a while that the Innkeeper assigned him a task. He thought it might be because of his previous failure where he proposed plans that the Innkeeper didn't like. He was determined to change. "I'm sure you're aware of the event going on related to minor realms at the inn," the Innkeeper said, looking up from his work. "I've tasked a few workers to compile a detailed list of all the realms discovered and their conditions. I want you to go over that list and find a realm suitable for the workers. I plan on having all the inn's employees colonize that realm." "You're sending us away?" he asked, alarmed. No, that's not what I mean," the Innkeeper said, chuckling when he realized how Luther had perceived it. "Right now, the only thing most of the workers know is the Midnight Inn. While that is not a bad thing, if they never experience normal life, or what the rest of the universe is like, their growth will be completely stunted. They will lack an understanding of common experiences, which will not only taint their worldview, it will keep them from understanding the guests' perspectives. If they lack such perspective, how can they better serve the guests?" Realization dawned on Luther. This was not a punishment, but a reward as well as a test. The Innkeeper was trusting them with more responsibility to see how they performed. On one hand, it provided them a peek into life outside the inn, while on the other hand it tested their survival skills without the handholding of the Innkeeper. In truth, Lex just felt bad. He treated the Midnight Inn like his home, so the workers naturally took the place of his family. As great as the inn was, if they were never allowed to leave, then what would be the difference between this and a prison? But at the same time, he did not want to send them to other worlds yet. They were too weak. Speaking of weakness, Lex had been stuck in a unique conundrum of late. Although he had given Joden his response to the Henley's requests, he did not know how they would react. While he could not give up his strong front, he also could not afford to cross them. He had not forgotten how simply entering their conference room, of sorts, was enough to put Lex into a coma. Lately he had begun thinking of returning to the Crystal Realm to complete his quest. If he could have the Midnight Inn exit the Origin Realm, he would not be beholden to the Henley any longer. But he decided to wait till they gave their response before making any judgments. He had spent a long time in the Crystal Realm, and he did not feel eager to return. Besides, the inn was flourishing now that he could give it all his attention. "I'll get it done," said Luther with conviction. "Do you have any special requirements in mind? Pick a suitable place, that's all. While I'll give you a starting budget for your colonization, after that everyone will have to rely on harvesting local resources to cater to your needs. You can take a poll to see what kind of environment everyone would like." "It will be done," he said with vigor, before excusing himself. With that out of the way, Lex was momentarily done with all tasks that urgently required his attention. There was always more work to be done, but nothing that he needed to take care of at that exact moment. So he turned his attention to personal matters. Using his personal hologram, he sent Larry a message. "Larry, there's been a change of plans. I won't be joining you in Marlow, but I've found a way we can avoid any negative repercussions of attacking those prisoners. Thoroughly document everything they've done, or as much as you can, and try to get a confession from them if possible. Make a good case for why Earth, even as a part of the Empire, has been severely neglected and its people have been left to suffer. Once you're done, give me everything you've gathered. If things go according to plan, not only will we avoid any fallout, the situation on Earth will drastically improve." After sending the message, Lex couldn't help but sigh. His connection to the Empire will greatly benefit his home planet, even if he had decided to leave it behind. It seemed like he had a magic touch. Everything just got better under his influence. Lex chuckled. Such thoughts were too self-absorbed, even for him. In truth, he was a man in an extremely precarious situation putting on an excellent balancing act. With that done, and everything else being handled well enough by the system, Lex couldn't help but turn his attention towards the new minor realm that had been given to the Empire. He was a little curious about this pagoda. If he wanted it to serve as a training ground for his workers, he first needed to get a deeper understanding of its difficulty. After a quick scan that showed that William was still at the manor, Lex decided to pay the pagoda a visit. He was curious to see how difficult these trials really were. He did not at all harbor any thoughts that he might complete all the trials in a single go, thereby gaining an incredible heritage that put him on the same level as the Emperor. It was not like he had begun to suffer from an MC complex. Yes, he was totally just going to scope it out. He teleported to his room to change, but then realized he hadn't really gotten any new gear to suit his new realm. With a shrug, he changed into jeans and a t-shirt, and teleported to the Immortal Bastion. "Mary, I'm going to be a little busy for a while, so if anyone has a tribulation similar to the one Ragnar had, warn me well in advance so I can set enough formations." He really could not think of anything else going wrong while he was away. He had taken precautions against everything he could think of, and had enough guards to protect the inn in case other troublemakers arrived. Besides, he would only be gone for a short time. What's the worst that could happen? Shortly after Lex entered the minor realm, Adris, who had spent an extended amount of time at the inn, finally returned to Earth. Not everyone was a multi-billionaire. As much as he wanted to continue to party at the inn, he couldn't afford it. Chapter 537. Not building suspense for a long time now, Larry had been living at the Midnight Inn. Using the guild room to make some money made it very easy for him to stay there indefinitely, and the conveniences it offered made it the preferable choice. Not to mention the perpetual safety from assassinations it offered. It also allowed him to get his hands on resources and gear that he'd never be able to find on Earth. He'd rented a courtyard where he mostly lived by himself, though his girlfriend spent a lot of time there as well. The most convenient thing about having his own place at the inn though was that he could build his setup as he desired without fear of someone breaking in and getting their hands on his stuff. Dozens of screens were attached to walls in the room he was in, completely isolated from the noise of the many servers he had stacked in the next room. The phenomenal temperature control at the inn kept the servers running at optimal speeds without ever heating up. Though at the moment, his machines weren't doing anything processor heavy. Various videos played on the different screens, all of them muted. They depicted the various defenses around the place they were about to venture into. Larry kept his gaze fixed on one massive temple, even as his attention was diverted towards Lex's message. So basically, he didn't need to worry about getting in trouble as long as he collected plenty of evidence. He didn't show much of a reaction on his face as he put on his gear. He was not disappointed because of Lex's absence in the mission. No, his only thought was on the mission ahead of him. Today, he would finally face the man responsible for everything that happened to him. He teleported out of the inn. Alexander resisted the urge to groan. Although he could not say the challenge he faced was completely inconceivable, it definitely wasn't what he had expected when he heard of the pagoda. His body was still getting used to the incredibly heavy gravity in the room. It was not just a matter of warming up his muscles or activating his spirit energy. Every single function in his body had come under an additional stress that it had to fight against. His spirit energy felt heavier as he channeled it, slowing down all his techniques. His blood was pulled away from his brain and towards his legs, forcing his body to put in extra work just to keep that from happening. The air itself felt heavy in his lungs, making it difficult for the oxygen to diffuse into his blood without hurting his lungs themselves. All of that was happening simultaneously and continuously. He did not know how much stronger the gravity was. His brain was not some kind of machine that could accurately calculate that the gravity was X times heavier than normal, causing him to expend Y% more energy. All he knew was, his defensive armor came with a cup that was crushing him. After taking a moment to adjust himself, he felt much more comfortable. Or at least, as comfortable as he could be given the situation. He stood at the very entrance of the pagoda, and in front of him was a line etched into the ground. Once he crossed the line, his first trial would officially begin. Picked a bad time to start, but, oh well. He used a special technique, activating his backpack, causing it to change form. It began wrapping itself around him, not forming an armor, but a skeletal frame. When it was complete, it revealed itself to be an exosuit. Not only did the suit complement all of his physical capabilities exponentially, it was the first step in mastering some of the strongest weapons the Empire had to offer. As he stepped forward, Alexander's eyes carried none of the hesitation or confusion he had been feeling the past few days. While there was a part of him that felt things he could not understand, there was also an overwhelming part of him that craved the challenge before him. He would become the best, slowly but steadily. He took a step forward. Lex had moved the entrance to the minor realm he took to calling the pagoda realm, out of sheer convenience, to the immortal bastion. He expected it to be devoid of any crowds since the bastion was not so popular yet, and the Empire had only just gotten its hands on the realm. He was sorely mistaken. A neat and orderly line of soldiers moved through the realm entrance, completely unprompted by anyone. He attributed it to the discipline of the army, and got in line himself. A young man dressed casually, he stood out from the crowd of armored soldiers, though no one paid too much attention to him. When it was finally Lex's turn and he entered the realm, he was stunned. Already having experienced teleportation besides the one caused by the golden keys, he was ready for the uneasy feeling. What he was not ready for, however, was the extremely well-developed alley he would come out to. It had only been a few hours since he told Jotun that they would take control of the realm, so he did not really expect any real results. At most he expected the Empire would mobilize some forces and occupy the realm, before slowly developing certain parts of it. After all, not everyone had access to a magical system that would spawn buildings out of thin air. He did not account for the fact that in place of that, the Empire had massive, extremely sophisticated 3D printers that were literally building a fort around Lex before his very eyes. Someone bumped into him, waking him from his reverie and reminding him to step out of the way of the entrance. After apologizing, Lex moved to the side so he could actually admire the work the Empire was doing. Around the entrance to the realm, which had taken the shape of a door frame filled with white light through which people came, the Empire had built a simple yet elegant patio. He expected they would change that in the future, but for now, it made for a beautiful entrance and exit to the realm. He expected that the entrance had originally been placed in the wild, but it did not look that way right now. A tiled road had already been built in front of the entrance, going straight. He expected that it would eventually lead to a gate, or perhaps a security check through which everyone would pass. For now, it ended near a wall that was being built at the very moment, forming the periphery for a massive, rectangular fort. There were a few ships flying around in the air above him, perhaps scanning and surveying the area. What Lex didn't understand was, when and how these machines got here. Lex had not seen them at the inn, which meant that the Empire probably brought parts and constructed them right here in the realm. The soldiers who were entering the realm were all reporting to various stations, from where they were being sent in every direction. He could imagine that in only a few days, this place would undergo a complete makeover. But regardless of how amazing the technology of the Empire seemed, and how amazing the end result was, it lacked the finish that the inn gave. But it was not like he was accusing them of being lacking. They were already incredible enough by coming close. Lex stepped forward and asked someone for directions to the pagoda, for he couldn't exactly see it anywhere on the horizon. The soldier informed him that it was actually not that close to the entrance and offered him a spot in one of the ships flying around in the air. He promptly agreed and soon found himself climbing aboard the sleek aircraft called Slingshot alongside a few other soldiers heading in the same direction. "Why is it called Slingshot?" Lex asked the soldier sitting next to him, confused. The design did not really look anything like one. The man only chuckled, but Lex did not need to hear his response, as he immediately understood when the ship rose vertically into the air till it was high enough. Then suddenly shot into the distance like a slingshot. He went from 0 to a 100 real quick, and then a 1000, and then probably beyond. Fortunately, the aptly named ship did not stop as abruptly as it launched, and began slowing down only a few minutes later as it ventured into a valley. A very regal and majestic-looking pagoda stood in the heart of the valley, surrounded by what seemed like an ocean of white crystals. Lex's intuition, which had so far been silent, began acting up again. There was something in the pagoda that was extremely valuable, though that was not a surprise. Lex only took a moment to appreciate the beauty around him once he disembarked. But he was generally an impatient man, and not one for building suspense. He stepped in. Chapter 538, Stupid Clichés. "Hey, do you know who that was?" asked one of the soldiers who saw Lex walk into the pagoda. They had been informed that the pagoda would be open to the public, so they didn't really bother to stop him. But it was only after Lex entered that it occurred to one of the soldiers that they hadn't really spread news of the pagoda yet. Although they did have a marketing plan, it had yet to be implemented, so a lot of people should not have known about it yet. The soldiers who had originally encountered the pagoda were told not to spread the news until a deal was made with the innkeeper. Though that order had now been lifted, too little time had passed for the news to propagate properly. "Does it matter?" asked another soldier, who was too preoccupied with his own assignment. The first soldier shrugged and continued with his work. Entering the pagoda did not feel like teleporting at all, though his intuition clearly told him he was in an entirely new area. It felt as if he just walked into another room. The air was surprisingly fresh, though the area looked like a massive hall made from large stone blocks with no windows for ventilation. Closed glass lanterns were attached to the walls, illuminating the hall with dim yellow light. But the range of his sight seemed to be limited, for he couldn't see the end of the hall as it seemed to fade into darkness. Lex drew a parallel between his situation and the visibility of video game characters when they roamed the map. Only a certain area around them would be visible to the player, while the rest of the map would be a mystery. He looked down and saw a thin yet prominent line drawn in the ground. Somehow, without the need to be informed, he knew that his trial would begin the moment he crossed the line. It suddenly occurred to him that he should have polished up on new techniques before entering the pagoda, but then he shrugged. Despite his train of thought earlier, he didn't genuinely believe that he'd be able to complete the pagoda on his first try, regardless of how powerful he was. That was because the limitation sustained by the pagoda for entry was one of age, not the cultivation realm. He was sure there were others out there much stronger than him at his age, so outright firepower shouldn't be the defining factor that allowed one to reach the top of the pagoda. But then again, maybe it was. He still didn't think it would be so straightforward, however. There was only one way to find out. He took a step forward and crossed the line before continuing to walk ahead. Nothing seemed to have happened, but his intuition told him otherwise. The air had been filled with some kind of sedative, though Lex did not bother trying to filter his air. Not only was he confident in his own body's capabilities, but his intuition let him know that it was unable to affect him at all. As he continued to walk forward, more and more gases were mixed into the air, all with various effects. He figured that anyone with a weaker physique would suffer greatly, and even if they decided to hold their breath, it would only last until they faced some action. But there were too many ways to filter the air, so this was still not impressive enough. But all of that changed when he saw a single figure emerge from the darkness up ahead. Lex's face paled as he saw the figure and identified what, or rather, who it was. It was himself. The first trial in the pagoda was to face an exact copy of himself. Lex did not need to draw assumptions, as the pagoda somehow directly planted the information inside his mind, the way it had done about the line in the ground. The evil Lex, as he decided to call him, was completely identical to him in every calculable measure. That meant, much like himself, evil Lex would have an outstanding intuition that would warn him about any incoming attacks, any plans hero Lex made, how to avoid them and how to take advantage of them. He had all his techniques, which fortunately he did not update, and all his gear, which consisted of nothing but his clothes. He also had hero Lex's boundless shamelessness, and would not feel any hesitation in defining himself as the hero and the other as evil. As if that was not enough. "You know we suck at attacking and are incredibly strong at defense. Why don't we have a chat instead?" said evil Lex, with his signature evil and malevolent smile, which in no way was a result of hero Lex projecting his hate onto him. Hero Lex did not need to reply, because he knew evil Lex had his sixth sense as well, and could determine hero Lex's mental state just by talking. Hero Lex took a deep breath and said, "Let's get this over with." He used Home Sweet Home to throw himself at the evil Lex and punched him right in the face. True to his completely arrogant nature, evil Lex did not even bother moving and allowed the punch to land, confident in the knowledge that it could not harm him. As predicted, the punch was unable to harm him, but if things were so simple, evil Lex's expression would not have suddenly changed. Yet it was too late. The ridiculously severe flaw in this unnecessarily common cliché, that Lex felt often ruined anime finales, was that as the original, no one was more familiar with his own weaknesses than Lex himself. The biggest weakness Lex had was his over-reliance on his intuition, and the biggest flaw his intuition suffered was that it was unable to warn of things related to systems. In the last moment before Lex's punch connected, a golden key appeared between his fingers. The key naturally was not able to break through evil Lex's skin, and instead broke itself due to the strength of the clash. Evil Lex disappeared and Hero Lex remained, feeling like he had overcome the most ridiculous and overused challenge. If what the pagoda had in store for him was more of this, he would be seriously disappointed. Though, just to make sure he had Mary check if an evil Lex showed up to the inn. He didn't. It seemed the moment the clone or projection or whatever it was exited the pagoda, it ceased to exist. With a snort, Lex continued forward. A staircase leading to the next floor revealed itself from the darkness, allowing him to go to the next floor. Larry sat across Marlowe in his private jet as the man shared plans of their incursion. The prison, where all the prisoners were being held, was in India. It was far away from any settlements and hidden through the use of formations. Larry did not know what Marlowe did to get his hands on this information, but the man had a general layout of the kind of defense they had, and it honestly scared Larry a bit. There were quite a few nascent realm guards posted, not to mention defensive formations, spirit tech and more. But if, despite knowing all that, Marlowe was confident in going, Larry decided to trust him, this was not an opportunity he would get again. Perhaps it showed a hint of desperation that he was following such a crazy plan, but he'd spent way too many years suffering because of what happened to his family. He no longer had any hope that he would miraculously discover that they were actually alive, being held somewhere waiting for him to rescue them. He was convinced they were dead. He just wanted revenge. It would also help if the constant assassination threats against him would stop. He played with small, metallic beads in his hands, unaware of the pressure he was exerting on them. Every time he would swipe his thumb over them, one of them would disappear while the other beards became larger, only to return to normal with the next swipe. Such a small detail would escape most, but not Marlowe. The man was extremely meticulous, especially now that he was constantly racked with pain all over his body. But in exchange for pain, he was stuck with a new issue. His new form of cultivation depends on him continuously overcoming difficult and dangerous trials. Only by putting his life on the line would he grow stronger. Unfortunately, there were almost no such dangers left for him to face on Earth. The one exception was the place he was about to arrive. Everyone thought that he was going to get justice for the numerous wrongs that prisoners subject Earth to. Instead, he was going because there was no one left on this planet for him to pick a fight with. A wide, maniacal grin painted his face. Chapter 539. Resonance. The moment Lex set his first step onto the second floor, a couple of things happened. First, some esoteric knowledge about how using appropriate forms while punching produced different results appeared in his head. Second, his intuition started blaring about incoming danger. But by now Lex had become fairly used to emergencies. His reaction was quick yet smooth, and lacked the jerkiness that came with dodging an unexpected attack. He leaned forward just enough to dodge a paper-thin blade that had aimed to slice through the back of his neck. The fact that Lex felt the need to dodge meant that the blade was sharp enough to cut through his defenses. Calmly he moved his hand forward and transitioned from leaning forward into a single-armed handstand, allowing him to look back. A strange-looking creature had attacked him, and was preparing to attack again after its ambush failed. It was bipedal but with 4 arms, 2 coming out from its shoulders but 2 coming out from its back. The arms attached to its shoulders were longer and had 8 fingers, each with a long and sharp nail that ended at an impossibly small point. The arms coming out of the back, while shorter, had 4 fingers and a thumb, and each held a weapon. One held the sword with which Lex had been attacked while the other looked like some kind of gun. The creature also had a long and thick tail dragging behind, in the shape of a lizard's tail. While the tail did not look too flexible, the sheer size of it told of the immense strength it probably had. Not that it mattered. Lex had been wanting to try something for a while now, and this was the perfect opportunity. Using his left eye, he used evisceration. His left eye was special, he already knew that. Evisceration was an incredibly strong soul-based attack, he also knew that. What he didn't know is if the result would be greater than expected if he combined the two. The result? He didn't know how to gauge the result. Despite his promotion, the difficulty of using evisceration had not reduced. In fact, the reason he avoided using it frequently was because he feared hurting himself in the process. Even now, despite his growth, he wasn't completely confident in his perfect implementation of it, yet he did not know if he was just better than he assumed, or it was the result of using his left eye, but he did not get hurt. Other than that, nothing much seemed to change. The strange creature directly died as a result of his attack and fell forward. Perhaps he would need to find a creature capable of surviving his attack to determine if there was a difference. That might be more difficult than it seemed, for soul attacks were always extremely lethal. Lex allowed his body to fall backwards, but quickly yet elegantly moved his feet, making it seem as if he had completed a cartwheel. It just so happened, his move had allowed him to dodge a projectile. Though he didn't want to admit it, the quick and easy defeat of his own clone had given him certain insight into his own weakness. Though the projectile was weaker than the blade and would not have broken through Lex's defense, there was no real reason to allow contact. Who said he should blindly rely on his defense just because it was strong? Instead, the protective measures he took needed to encapsulate multiple different strategies. His sharp intuition and perfect control of his body allowed him to dodge most attacks, suddenly creating a new layer of difficulty his attackers needed to overcome. This might seem like it was no different from what he did earlier, since he was always dodging attacks in his previous fights as well, but there was a fundamental difference. Earlier he dodged because all his opponents were usually stronger than him, and capable of harming him to some degree. But in the instances where he could get away with it, he took full advantage of his defense. It was the difference between strategically allowing an attack to land on his body, and allowing an attack to land because he was too lazy to dodge a weak attack. He created a small challenge for himself in addition to anything the pagoda might throw at him. He decided to see how many floors he could overcome without allowing a single rip in his clothes. After all, unlike him, they had no substantial defense at all. Lex walked forward, only glancing at his enemy long enough to kill him with a shot of evisceration. The speed at which he walked seemed completely ordinary, yet each and every move he performed allowed him to dodge an enemy attack which had started increasing. He seemed completely at ease as countless blades fell in his path and endless bullets chased him. Of course, he did not walk in a straight line, as that would be too predictable. Instead, it seemed like he was slowly warming up for a dance. There was a rhythm that his body adopted that seemed to resonate with some unseen force. He moved his head to dodge a close shave, yet if someone saw him from a distance, it would seem he was bobbing his head to a song. All the while, the number of enemies around him kept increasing, as well as bodies. He started picking up speed, but the elegance of his moves did not diminish in the slightest, and soon it was like he was on a stage giving a performance. For some reason, an image flashed in his mind of a ballet performance he saw long ago during the Midnight Games. But the image disappeared just as quickly as it came, and Lex did not really think about why he suddenly recalled it. Instead, as he made his way through this trial, and his gaze that heralded death washed over his enemies, Lex realized something else. Although the resonance was not reaching a point significant enough to produce a result yet, whatever unseen force his body was connecting to reminded him of the effect of array characters. Chapter 540, Destiny's Chosen. Even as Lex was experiencing something new, he retained perfect control of his thoughts. He did not allow himself to become too excited, and calmly analyzed the situation. Although it may not have seemed like it, Lex's progress with arrays was phenomenal. Not only was he memorizing more and more arrays that could be used in various circumstances, he was further familiarizing himself with the new and unique way he designed to form arrays. He had not had too much of an opportunity to show off what he learned, but just the fact that he could defeat nascent realm cultivators before his rise in cultivation realm should have been an indication of just how much more he could do with arrays. Although arrays themselves technically had nothing to do with cultivation realm, as the strength of an array came solely from the characters used in the array itself, there was more to it than that. A greater cultivation realm allowed him more energy to power an inherently larger array than he could have before, not to mention how the boost in his mental faculties allowed him to hold on to larger arrays in his mind as well. The speed at which he could create arrays to match his circumstances also gained a massive boost. An easy way to understand it was an oversimplified comparison. Regardless of the physical strength of a person, the amount of damage a bullet could do would stay the same. The fact that Lex had grown stronger did not change how much damage the bullet could do. The fact that Lex could now aim much faster, shoot with much more accuracy, and probably wield 100 guns at the same time with the same precision due to his spirit sense also did not inherently change the destructive capabilities of the bullet. It just enhanced Lex's own capacity to cause much more damage. But even setting all that oversimplification aside, the matter at hand was that Lex was not using any arrays. So why then did he feel like he was experiencing something similar? The power of an array came not from the user, but from the universe at large. Was he in some way resonating with the universe the way array characters did? Was that the effect of new, unknown affinity? Before he could come to an answer, all the enemies were dead. This was interesting. Lex walked forward until he encountered another staircase and proceeded to climb to the next floor. His mind conjured up countless possibilities for what the actual answer was. The ring given to him by John that actually carried a compiled manual for arrays was something he consulted often, either to further his studies or provide him with answers. A part of his mind began to peruse the ring, searching for what exactly about the characters caused their relevant effects. He also wondered if the reason why the resonance he experienced didn't produce a result was because it was too weak, or because it was lacking in something else. The moment he stepped onto the third floor, despite all the calmness and coolness he displayed earlier, he stumbled. The new information that entered his mind was a guide on how to use soul energy to enhance the effects of dances. As ridiculous as that sounded, at least now he could determine what kind of rewards each floor would give him. He would receive information about how to enhance one of the techniques or abilities displayed in overcoming the previous floor. The first floor pitted him against a single enemy. The second floor put him against an entire host of enemies with a weapon strong enough to hurt him, though they were still too weak. Regardless of the fact that they were both easy to overcome for Lex, there was an exponential increase in difficulty between the floors. This theory was only reinforced once he stepped onto the third floor. This time, a massive robot stood in front of him, staring at him with red glowing eyes. It had the shape of a spider, with wings and what looked like laser turrets. Lex had a suspicion, so he tried it out and, yes. Evisceration did not work on the robot because it had no soul. Even his left eye could do nothing about that. Lex shrugged. He was still not intimidated. Although he had no other good attacking techniques, as a user of Regal Embrace, it was long destined it would be so. The cultivation technique actively made it difficult for him to learn offensive techniques. Only arrays remained unaffected by the influence of his technique, so that's what he'd use. One moment they both stood still, but the next a fierce battle erupted. As ever, his signature 6 swords hovered in the air behind Alexander. But for once they did not move to attack the horde of insectoids that attacked him, and retained their place in the sky. Instead, this time Alexander took to solving things up close and personal. Like a barbarian, he hurled himself into the endless wave of enemies, but their numbers did nothing to slow him. His exosuit suffered no harm no matter how much damage it soaked up and continued to strengthen his each and every action. It did not matter what kind of enemy came in front of him. Whether they had hard shells or indestructible carapace mattered little, for what guided his Herculean strength were a carefully selected and perfectly implemented selection of techniques. One of Alexander's greatest strengths was always his masterful use of various techniques, but that had gone to a whole new level now. He changed techniques faster than anyone could understand, moving from one to another with ease and efficiency that was almost machine-like. His whole life, he'd had many advantages that others lacked. He'd been helped and guided by the best. He'd had opportunities that most could not even imagine. But none of that made him feel like he was borrowing the strength of others, or that he hadn't earned his strength. Though he had been trained by many, he was the one who took what others gave and turned into something so much greater. He didn't need destiny to choose him, or pity his weakness. He would carve out his path himself. Chapter 541. Forgot that he was strong. It took many hours for Marlowe's private jet to near the destination. Once the pilot let them know they were 30 minutes away, Larry, Marlowe, and the few others who were on the plane began to gear up and went over their various plans. For the most part, the only plan was to follow Marlowe's lead. However, the exit strategies were thorough and well planned out. There were 3 exit strategies that had been decided early on, and they would only attempt the subsequent ones if the first one failed. Through one of the guild rooms, most reliable new shop run by Chen Li and his sister Lily, they had gotten their hands of teleportation talismans. Since Marlowe had an unusual fondness for using talismans, that was exit strategy number 1. If the use of the talismans was successful, they would be teleported to some place random within a 1,000 miles (1609 kilometers). There were a number of pickup sites that had been decided and they could make their way to the nearest one afterward. The second strategy involved a number of vehicles that had been secretly planted by Marlowe's men near the prison. If, for any reason, the teleportation talisman failed, they would have to make their way to those vehicles and escape that way. The third strategy, and the one that was most desperate, was to make use of the inn. If, for any reason, strategy 1 and 2 failed, they would enter the Midnight Inn. The inn had a new set of rules regarding teleportation, and if where they teleported from was a region they were not authorized to be in, they would be teleported to the nearest region they were authorized to be. This was slightly unreliable due to the randomness of where they could exit. It was sure to allow them to escape the immediate confines of the prison, but they might end up still close enough to the prison once they came out to be targeted. Wait, why is the pilot exiting the cockpit? Larry suddenly asked as he looked towards the front of the plane. Since there was only one pilot, the plane was left unattended. Instead of answering Larry, the pilot gave a knowing smile, and started putting on a parachute. "You ready to make an entrance, kid?" Marlowe asked with a mad grin. "As I recall, I never finished your self-defense classes, right? Let's treat this as a field trip for an advanced class. Keeping with the logic that the best defense is to kill your enemy first, we will now go over the use of various kinds of penetration techniques when facing a well-defended fort." Larry had a strong suspicion about what would follow, and due to his new strength, he wasn't really afraid, but he just sighed and stopped thinking at this point. Thinking would probably hurt him more than help him now. Marlowe opened the emergency exit and jumped out of the plane, followed by the pilot and everyone else. Larry morosely followed. A few moments later, the private jet went through the illusion formation and crashed against whatever was behind it, resulting in a shockwave that was much stronger than a plane crash should have resulted in. A few seconds later, the illusion formation failed and showed Larry the result, allowing him to suddenly reach a conclusion. The plane they had been riding had been lined with explosives. With a sharp, electronic wail the massive spider Lex was fighting finally crashed and exploded. He had to erect a shield around himself to protect his clothes from the flames. The fight had been fiercer than Lex had expected. Thinking that he was facing a machine and that it would be weak against electrical attacks, Lex had once again relied on using the array he used to summon lightning bolts. Unfortunately, while the spider was indeed a machine, it was not built based on engineering from Earth. It did not run on electricity, and none of its internal components, whatever they were sensitive to an overload of electricity. In fact, the spider had only become more energized after suffering from the attack and started shooting its lasers much faster. Avoiding those had been extremely annoying. The thing was, no matter how fast Lex moved, he could not compete with the speed of a laser. The only thing he could do was use his intuition to move out of the laser's trajectory before it even fired, which was easier said than done. He had only been able to avoid approximately 20% of all lasers, even with the forewarning. The problem was, the spider was actively aiming at him, even if he was moving. Even if he suddenly changed his trajectory, the spiders would continue to aim at him even as he moved along his new path. He had to rely on various shields and defensive techniques to avoid having his clothes damaged. All the while, he had to retain focus on the arrays he was forming and make sure that he didn't ruin them. Imagine being required to code a piece of software in the middle of a war zone, threatened not only by the incoming artillery but also being vulnerable to his computer suddenly blowing up if he so much as used an unnecessary semicolon, let alone writing faulty code. That was literally what Lex's experience was. Fortunately, his newly enhanced multitasking skills ensured that he never lost focus on his arrays. It took a few different tries to take down the spider, though. Lex's usual reliance on elemental damage, such as the use of fire or lightning, seemed not to work. In the end, he actually discovered how to defeat the spider by accident. He had spent so long knowing that his defense was strong but his actual strength was weak, that he had forgotten that he had recently undergone a huge boost in strength. After the lotus had recently remade his body, his strength had grown so much even the host attire couldn't perfectly help him regulate his strength. On top of that, he had undergone a growth in his realm. Suffice to say, Lex could now pack a punch. It was through sheer coincidence and perfect timing that Lex had to block one of the spider's legs using his arms after the lasers broke through talk to the hand. Instead of being pushed back by the attack, Lex crumpled the spider's leg as if it was paper. It was only afterwards that he recalled that he was actually strong. Defeating the spider suddenly became extremely easy once he changed his tactics, though he was slightly disappointed that his arrays hadn't been as useful. Next time, he told himself as he climbed to the next floor. Chapter 542, named after. The Midnight Inn received thousands of new guests every day, at the very least. Although most of them arrived at the inn through the use of golden keys, enough of them came from golden doors that opened randomly for Lex to have realized that the occurrence of those doors was not truly random. Although he had yet to figure out the pattern with which they opened, he could determine that they were more likely to open up in areas where they were likely to be discovered. There was a part of him that suspected there was even more to it than that, as he had seen a few odd patterns in the kinds of guests that arrived through the golden doors. Suffice to say, they were more likely to be interesting or significant characters as compared to those that arrived through the spread of golden keys. Yet, there was still another subset of guests who came through another method, who often tended to be of even more significance than guests who normally came through the golden doors. They were the pro bono guests. The golden doors of the Midnight Inn opened, but instead of opening near the ground, as they usually did, they opened up high in the air. An injured Saul bird fell through the door, landing directly on the nearby spaceship. The Midnight Inn's incredible ability to control passive influence from guests and their cultivation kept the temperature from rising around it, though it would not have been enough to leave a single mark on the ship even if it didn't. The door immediately shut right after the bird fell through, preventing whoever was chasing it from following. The bird took one look to see it was no longer being followed, before it collapsed and lost consciousness. Lex was thinking over why his arrays had failed to get a result. It was not that they were weak, but that the enemy was uniquely immune to elemental attacks. He had other forms of attacks available to him that he had planned out, but he was too used to relying on elemental attacks so much so that it didn't occur to him until much later. If there was one thing he was pleased with, though, was the speed at which he formed the arrays. It was finally getting to the point where he could use them quickly enough in battle. While Lex's repertoire of techniques was very limited, his versatility was definitely not low. Not only was he incredibly strong and tough now, his mind worked fast enough to finally turn arrays into an actual viable solution. Still, just because he liked using arrays it didn't mean he should avoid his other abilities. He quickly went over everything he was capable of before he reached the next floor. Although it did not seem like it, Lex had to admit that the difficulty of each floor was growing pretty quickly. Although he was unharmed so far, he suspected it wouldn't stay that way for long. The moment he stepped onto the fourth floor, new information was deposited in his mind. Interestingly enough, it was a new array character. However, this character was slightly unusual. Unlike other characters which brought about a set and specific change in the universe, this character meant, its effect would change depending on who used it, and how. Lex stopped inspecting the new character and turned his attention back to his surroundings. Unlike previous floors, which took the form of a massive hall, this floor took the form of a narrow corridor. If Lex spread his arms out, he would barely be able to touch both the sides of the passage. He smiled because he immediately took in everything this new floor had to offer, and he genuinely did not expect what it had in store. At the end of the corridor he was facing was a swarm of small feline robots rushing towards him. From the sounds he could hear, he could tell that the same robots were rushing at him from the other end of it as well. But he turned to look back anyway. Right behind him stood another man. He was the same height as Lex, and like him had a very lean build. Like himself, he had turned around and was looking at Lex. Unlike Lex, who looked like he was on a casual stroll, he had equipped an exosuit and had 6 swords floating behind his back. "Alexander Morrison," Lex said, a hint of surprise in his voice. "I really didn't think I'd run into you here. Do I know you?" Alexander asked, a hint of wariness in his eyes. While previously he cultivated his spirit and his body, under the guidance of the Empire, he was now cultivating his body, spirit and soul. As someone who had cultivated only 2 paths before, he knew exactly how much of a difference his new cultivation path had made on him, and his senses. That was exactly why he trusted his instincts when they told him that the man standing in front of him was extremely dangerous. "No, we've never met," lied Lex. Well, at least Lex had never met him when he wasn't acting as the Innkeeper. "But who on Earth doesn't know you? You're from Earth?" Alexander asked, even more surprised. "It's strange then that I don't know you." He could tell that Lex was fairly young, and his cultivation level was on par with him. There was no way someone like that should have been below his family's radar. Lex shrugged and said, "A lot has changed since the Midnight Inn showed up. I wasn't worthy of your notice before. Though, I believe we have shared the same teacher. I was briefly enrolled in one of Marlowe's self-defense classes." Both Alexander and Lex continued to stare at one another, content to ignore the incoming enemies. "My name is Lex, by the way," he said, extending his hand. "Lex, is that short for?" Not really," Lex said with a short laugh. He knew what Alexander was going to ask. People often assume that Lex is short for Alexander, but that's not it. My older sister named me after her favorite. Oh well, it doesn't matter. By now, the robots were coming dangerously close, but the two still didn't break eye contact. To Alexander, Lex felt a lot more dangerous than the entire horde. Chapter 543, Increasing Difficulty. One of the most frequent questions Lex faced when he was young was what his name meant, or was short for. Depending on his age or mood, Lex would give different answers, ranging from it meant absolutely nothing, to that it was an acronym for, laudably exquisite Zebek, to the name of a famous hero or villain. Many people often assumed it was short for Alexander, though that was not the case. The truth of the matter was too embarrassing to be spread. When he was born, his parents were having a discussion about what to name him, only to find out that their firstborn, Belle, had somehow managed to fill out the paperwork and had his birth certificate issued with the name Lex. As absurd as it sounded, considering Belle's young age at the time, she had been a little different from birth. She could not be compared to others her age. When they asked her why she chose the name Lex, she claimed that he had been named after her favorite wrestling move, the suplex. His parents had found the story endearing. He had found the story mentally scarring. His sister had taken the story as motivation to master the suplex, on him no less. You know, it occurs to me that we actually have a lot in common, said Lex as he turned around and looked at his side of the corridor. We're both from Earth. We both had the same teacher. We both have similar sounding names. We both are pretty strong, and we both have weird families. The last part Lex almost whispered. Had it been anyone else, they would not have heard his words against the backdrop of the approaching robots, but Lex had Alexander's undivided attention, so he heard the words. You know, I saw your fights back during the Midnight Games. You were quite impressive back then, said Lex. Some say I'm the best on Earth around my age, replied Alexander with a sly grin. Lex almost chuckled at the provoking remark, but he had no time to retort. The feline robots had arrived. They were not too large, more like a slightly larger house cat. But while their size remained inferior to the more aggressive feline species, the robots were far from weak. Their small, agile bodies were perfect for maneuvering in the cramped corridor while at the same time making it hard to hit their bodies. To top it off, their speed was incredible, their fangs and claws were incredibly sharp, and, as robots, they had weapons coming out of unexpected places. While Lex may have been acting quite casual in his conversation with Alexander, the truth was that he was immediately put to the limit of his abilities as soon as he was attacked. There were too many attacking too fiercely and too fast. As much as Lex wanted to continue the challenge of leaving his clothes untouched, he failed after only a few seconds. While they had not yet penetrated his skin, the robots were definitely strong enough to cut through all of Lex's outdated defensive techniques. He was forced to resort to blocking attacks with his limbs, immediately entering the flow state and making the best of his limited mobility. The difficulty of the pagoda was no joke. He spread his spirit sense along the hall, both to keep an eye on how Alexander was faring and so that he could use it to interfere with any long-range attacks. To his surprise, despite the fact that Alexander lacked his immense physical strength and speed, he was faring much better. Unlike Lex, who was relying on his instincts to defend against the onslaught, Alexander was using his training and prior experiences to deal with the enemies with remarkable efficiency. Although many thought he had lived a pampered life, that was far from the truth. He was too used to facing enemies with much greater numbers and far greater strength than himself. In this situation, where he was practically alone against a seemingly endless number of overpowered enemies, he was not pushed to his limits. If anything, he was right at home. All 6 of the swords were moving in conjunction with his every step, either fending off attacks or cleverly striking at enemies themselves. It was like each sword was controlled by a separate person, meticulously taking advantage of the situation with perfect teamwork and coordination. Considering that Lex had recently unlocked amazingly overpowered multitasking abilities, using multiple weapons in such perfect conjunction should have been what he was pursuing. Instead, he had been forced to rely on his own physique, unable to deliver even half as good a result as his peer, even with greater capabilities. For a moment, Lex was humbled. Although he had grown strong quickly, and it seemed like he had mastered his strength, he was far from achieving the best he could do, even in his flow state. But then the moment passed, and Lex was filled with competitive spirit. From flow, he entered the overdrive state as he turned his attention back to the robots on his side. He moved his left arm behind his back as an array began forming around it, while he only used his right arm to attack. Although he had recently had a realization on how he could improve his performance, he had not yet had time to master it, so he went back to his old way of doing things. He relied heavily on his body's endless tolerance for suffering attacks and stopped blocking. He used each opportunity presented to him when an enemy attacked to counter-attack, channeling his Herculean strength through his fist. His clothes were torn and his skin covered in white scratches, but in exchange he was smashing robots with every move. As if that was not enough, each robot he punched or kicked would launch into the horde behind it, crashing into its comrades with devastating might. If not for the fact that Lex had resisted the urge to growl and roar, he would have displayed the perfect image of a savage barbarian hunting wild beasts. For a few dozen seconds, it seemed like things were under control. They had reached a climax, but the two of them had managed to hold back their respective wave of robots. Now they would silently compete over who defeated their side of the attack first. But despite how simple and easy as the pagoda had seemed at first, it was no mere child's play. Things changed suddenly when the seemingly random actions of each robot suddenly changed into an incredibly coordinated and strategic attack. It seemed as if they were not facing off against multiple, individual robots but an army of robots, all with a connected mind. It was like they were facing off against a hive mind. Instead of focusing solely on the two of them, some of the robots actually circumvented them and appeared behind them. Suddenly, the two went from having each other's backs to both being completely surrounded and under attack from every direction. While Lex was largely okay, the number of attacks he began to suffer increased tremendously. While he was still not hurt, the threat that the robots might break skin soon was immense. Alexander too came under great pressure, but not only did he have a vast array of techniques at his disposal, his exosuit was no joke. He seemed to be surviving. Still, it became clear to both of them that they would need to work together if they wanted to survive the entire round. With an unspoken understanding, both of them acted at the same time. Alexander's suit suddenly rippled with a blue light, though more important was the fact that he suddenly became more powerful. The air seemed to ripple around him, before an explosion threw back every robot near him. Lex, on the other hand, did something much simpler. Since he already knew that the robots were immune to elemental attacks, he had used a different one. Inspired by a video of a devastatingly powerful volcanic eruption, the array he used was one of the few he had already planned out before. It was called Shockwave. Simply said, it sent a shockwave in a specific direction. Practically, the shockwave was so strong and abrupt, it could easily kill. Moreover, it was the perfect area of effect attack. The momentarily lull in the robot's attacks caused by Alexander's explosion and Lex's shockwave allowed the two to close the gap between themselves and truly have each other's backs. So Mr. Best at his age, think you can keep up? If you need any help just let me know, alright. It's not a shame to ask your elder for help. TCH, you need a band-aid for that scratch on your face? Alexander asked, instead of replying. Lex snickered. Indeed, his entire body was scratched up. But not a single attack had managed to pierce his skin so far. Instead of feeling like he was being attacked, it felt more like he was receiving a special massage designed to scratch an itch. The regal embrace, even in its mutated form, was not a joke. Although Alexander seemed to be making fun of the fact that Lex suffered multiple attacks, internally he was flabbergasted at his resilience. He had seen actual armors weaker than Lex's skin. Chapter 544, Shredded. Their coordination is incredible, said Lex, no longer wasting time with jokes. In fact, to speed along the communication process, he was no longer speaking with his voice but directly transmitting the message through his spirit sense. They had barely a couple of seconds before the robots attacked again and they needed to get on the same page before then. Lex could probably brute force this floor because of his incredible defense, but if they became overwhelmed, there was a very real chance that Alexander could die. Of course, there was a chance that Alexander had a way to protect himself in such a situation, but the point was that these trials could be lethal if taken lightly. The fact that even Lex felt overwhelmed on just the fourth floor spoke of how difficult it was to overcome it. Although Jotun did not guarantee that this pagoda was exactly the same as the one he visited, he had to overcome 99 trials to reach the top of the pagoda. Their claws and fangs are sharp and are resistant to blunt force damage, but are slightly weaker than sharp or cutting attacks, informed Alexander. Unlike Lex, he had not suffered a single attack yet as his 6 swords cut down any threat. I don't have any weapons but I am excellent with arrays, volunteered Lex. By sharing something about himself, he hoped that they could form a cohesive strategy. "Then you should have no problem surviving while I take care of things," said Alexander with a smirk. For some unknown reason, he was feeling extremely competitive. No one from his generation on Earth had ever given him any pressure before. The fact that Lex, who shared so much in common with him, was able to threaten him, awoke something in Alexander that had never existed before. For someone who was always serious all the time, a juvenile desire to show Lex up had taken hold of him for the first time. Since Alexander had never felt anything like that before, he didn't know how to navigate it, so he allowed it to take hold. As if to indicate the seriousness of Alexander's claim, a change overcame not only him, but his weapons as well. Lex immediately recognized the phenomenon. Alexander's grandfather, upon becoming enamored by anime, changed some of their spiritual techniques to give birth to visual effects similar to the aura displayed by anime protagonists. But while Lex could identify the anime which inspired Alexander's previous visual changes, this one did not bring any prominent anime to mind. Maybe it wasn't just for show in that case. Like embers flying with the wind, small red grains started leaking out of Alexander's body and weapons. Although the color evoked images of fire, Lex felt to no heat. Although, as more and more red flakes began to come out, Lex's intuition gave him a firm warning: in his current state, Alexander absolutely could hurt him. Of course, there was a massive difference between hurt and kill. But even managing to cut Lex's skin deserved recognition. Unfortunately, they had no more time to chat amongst themselves as the robots reached them once again. 4 of Alexander's swords revolved around him, cutting anything that tried to attack him from his back or his sides, while he used the other 2 to coordinate with his attack. Though, despite his eagerness to prove himself, he retained the good sense to not rush into the horde. Lex and Alexander stayed closed. Unlike Alexander, whose lethality had shot through the roof, Lex was pretty much the same. He immediately felt the pressure of the robots' attack, and was left to crush them one by one using brute strength. Yet a part of his focus remained on Alexander. He could not figure out what it was that had empowered him, and if it was an element, it was not one he was familiar with. He had a feeling that instead of artificially trying to look like a protagonist, whatever training the Empire had given him was further pushing him along the lines of actually becoming one. He suddenly had an idea, though that would have to wait till he was done with the pagoda. The robots had started latching onto the walls and ceiling as well, completely threatening to crush the 2 under their numbers. One of them even fell onto Lex's head and tried to claw at his face, to no real success. Every fiber of Lex's being was equally tough. He had no weak points at all whatsoever. Still, the psychological alarm of something scratching at your eyes was not easy to overcome. Lex was immediately alarmed, and then pissed. Just because he didn't have anime effects didn't mean he could be picked at. Lex immediately entered the overdrive state again, and analyzed the horde. If he assumed they had the same strengths as the spider he faced, neither electricity nor fire or any of the common elements would be able to harm them. Or at least, it would require those elements in with a stronger kick. But the beauty of arrays was, reality was literally in the palm of his hands. He could manipulate the elements as he desired, even into becoming things that didn't naturally exist. Or at least, into things he had only imagined and never seen. With a decision made of what he wanted to do, an array began to form. But since he needed both his hands to fight off the horde, he decided to form the array at his feet. Technically speaking, now that he was in the Golden Core realm, he could even form arrays away from his body as long as the flow of energy was never interrupted. But considering the current circumstances, it was best that the array be as close as possible to him. The shape arrays took was usually in the form of a circle. The main character or attributes of the array would be in the centermost of the array, after which would be surrounded by a circle. Then the many layers and nuances of the array were written around that circle, adding as many circles as was required. The greater the complexity of the array, the greater the number of circles. When he was at the Foundation realm, although the complexity of the arrays he could form was far beyond what normal cultivators at his realm could do, he was ultimately limited by the capacity of his own mind. That was why the array he formed to defeat so many nascent cultivators was so incredible. But now the same array wouldn't cut it. It wasn't because the array or attack was weak, but because it was mismatched against the kinds of opponents he was facing. Conversely, although the array he had in mind was technically as destructive as the former, he had a feeling it would be a lot more effective. The array under his feet quickly expanded from a single circle to 2, then to 3, and then 4. In a few seconds, the entire width of the floor was covered by the array, but unfortunately Lex needed to grow the array further, so it began to crawl up the walls. But even then it kept growing as more and more circles were added, until it eventually started to creep across the ceiling. Alexander, who was busy slaying the robots, suddenly felt something and scanned the area behind him, and was taken aback. When Lex had said he was good at arrays, Alexander did not expect he was able to sustain such a massive array in the middle of combat. Moreover, while usual arrays looked ephemeral, and almost transparent due to the fact that they were made only of spirit energy, Lex's array carried a tinge of silverish gold. A somewhat serious expression dawned Alexander's face. This was an indication of an affinity, and a very strong one at that, if it could color his spirit energy in such an obvious way. Before he could continue to observe, Lex suddenly moved towards him and grabbed his collar. "Hold still for a moment," was all he managed to transmit through his spirit sense before suddenly surrounding the both of them with a protective shield. Then a few more again. The thing about the array Lex just used was, it was an omnidirectional attack. There was no distinction between friend or foe. There was an explosion of white, and the ground beneath them actually trembled. Since the shields Lex had formed were made of inferior spiritual techniques, they could not survive the strength of his own attack. Lex groaned in frustration and suddenly forgot about defending himself and instead covered Alexander with a strengthened version of Talk to the Hand. The barrier came up just in time before Lex's last shield broke. Snowflakes as large as Lex's hand started cutting his body, thoroughly shredding all his clothes. He released another groan as they actually started cutting his skin, though, of course, the cuts were minuscule, and barely allowed a drop of blood to drip. Lex had used the characters for storm, sharpness and snowflakes together to create an explosion of ridiculously sharp, and extremely cold snowflakes. Not only could they cut through the robots, the moment they lost their integrity and broke, all their coldness would be channeled into whatever was cut. Lex planned on using this to not only damage as many robots as possible, but also freeze any that survived the storm so that they could be picked off easily. The problem was, he forgot to consider that his defensive techniques would fail and his clothes would get shredded. Chapter 545. Deal. The explosion lasted a couple of seconds at most, but its devastation could not be understated. It was not just Lex's clothes that had ceased to exist, but so had the robots closest to the epicenter. Cut and frozen over and over again, the closest of the felines had been reduced to nothing but frozen metallic dust. In fact, even the walls of the corridor seemed to have suffered from the battering, though they were only slightly worn. But while the epicenter was a zone of utter destruction, further down along the hallway Lex could see the diminished effects. The closest layer consisted of metallic dust that the robots had been ground into. A small distance away from it was the largest region, which consisted of robots which had been chopped into the small frozen pieces. But farther along, the pieces got bigger and bigger until whole robots finally started appearing. These were also destroyed, as was evident from how they were lying still, but only a small distance from them were robots that were heavily damaged, but still functional. It was here that the second effect of his attack began to show. Not only were the robots hurt, their internal mechanisms were frozen. Even if they suffered no actual harm, having their components frozen prevented them from moving properly. If there were any unharmed robots left, they were hidden from sight behind the injured one. Speaking of whom, they were still making their way towards Lex and Alexander, slow as they might be. The number of robots is a little ridiculous, don't you think? Lex said, completely ignoring his nudity. He could not, in any way, show that he felt embarrassed, or it would only get worse. Each floor of the pagoda is targeting one of our weaknesses. Every time you show some new strength, the pagoda alters something in the next challenge to limit your strength as much as possible. Lex paused and realized that Alexander was right. On the first floor, he was given a seemingly random challenge, but on the second floor, he faced multiple enemies instead of the one who had excellent coordination. The purpose seemed to be to prevent Lex from dismissing a single, unprepared enemy the way he had done on the first floor. After he made use of evisceration to get rid of those enemies, the enemies he faced afterwards all lacked souls. Moreover, although Lex had not tried it, he had a feeling that they would be able to resist the teleportation effect of his golden key if he were to use it. Then, when he used his ridiculous strength to finish off the spider, he faced a seemingly endless horde of smaller enemies. Although his strength was still overwhelming, it wasn't as much of a clear advantage against their endless numbers. If the pagoda kept getting harder in such a targeted fashion, how was anyone supposed to reach up to the top floor? Not only did this information bring a new perspective about how difficult it was to Lex, he also gained a new respect for Jotun. Lex himself had a number of unfair advantages, yet even he was suffering so much trouble. He could only wonder how exactly Jotun overcame the pagoda. Still, it wasn't as if Lex was at the end of his rope. If he insisted on continuing, he bet he could continue to climb a few more floors. The reward he got for clearing each floor was also nice. But he wasn't about to go fight a war naked. "Let's just get this over with," said Lex as he picked up the frozen frame of a broken robot and casually fashioned it into a makeshift undergarment. Alexander nodded, and refrained from making a comment. For better or worse, Lex had killed more robots than him and had taken the lead. Such an overwhelming advantage had washed his initial drive away. With the immense momentum of the robots broken, defeating the remainder was only a matter of time. It was more tedious than anything, and by the end of it, Lex was fairly certain that there had been exactly 2,000 of them. While he did not bother counting them himself, his mind was strong enough. The way he did not need to count when he saw a pair of enemies, he did not really need to count for his mind to automatically come up with the appropriate number. This meant that there was 1,000 for each of them. Not bothering to debate against the logic of a lone man fighting 1,000 enemies with the pagoda, Lex grabbed the last robot, but did not destroy it yet. He turned around and began walking towards the other side, where Alexander was killing the remaining robots on his side. "I have a question for you," Lex said as he leaned against the wall near Alexander, not really helping him finish the rest. In fact, the reason he was holding onto one of the robots was so that the current trial wouldn't end until he was done. "If my intuition is correct, and it usually is, you're cultivating all three paths, correct?" Alexander didn't show a reaction, but his guard went back up. Although he and Lex had worked well together did not mean they were allies. "Perhaps. Why do you ask?" "Because I am the same, all three paths. It got me wondering, that red stuff you were using earlier, was that from one of the so-called true path techniques or professions?" "I've never seen anything like it." Alexander narrowed his eyes and looked at Lex, letting his flying blades do the work while he continued the conversation. "I'm not sure if you know this, but it's quite rude to inquire about someone's techniques." "Oh right, sorry," said Lex as he held up his arms, showing he was harmless. "I just thought that, since we're both on a similar path, we could help each other. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff I know that you haven't been exposed to yet. For example, have you developed your soul sense?" Alexander did not immediately reply, which caused Lex to grin. "Oh right, shouldn't ask about techniques. I was only mentioning because soul sense is hard to come by, but it's a really great tool. Very useful." As if to demonstrate his point, Lex spread his soul sense and covered Alexander for a single moment. The teenager was secretly alarmed when his instinct suddenly warned him that he was surrounded by an unknown force, but fortunately, it disappeared as quickly as it came. Yet the problem wasn't that there was a force that enveloped him, but that he didn't know how to counter it. "I haven't really gotten my hands on any true path techniques or professions yet, but I tend to be exposed to some very unique situations. As a result, I can usually grow in strength very quickly. But as a result, I really end up lacking in more traditional training and experiences." "You want to do an exchange?" Alexander asked, quickly understanding what Lex was getting at. "You do know that even if I want to, I can't share classified techniques." "Yeah, I guessed as much, but that doesn't mean you have nothing to share. Besides, the Midnight Inn's library has an increasing amount of techniques, so I can always find something there. But your training and insight are things I can't find in a book." Alexander did not immediately reply, as he went over the proposal in his mind. The fact that this Lex had appeared out of nowhere clearly indicated that he had some unusual experiences. Although his moves were very clean and efficient during the fight, they also betrayed his lack of systemic training. For him to be able to grow so strong so quickly, the things he had to offer might really be worth Alexander's time. If he could gain the same boost, he'd be able to exhibit a lot more strength than Lex himself. Not to mention, if Alexander was able to develop a defense as strong as him, even he could not estimate how lethal he would become. "You don't have to answer immediately," said Lex, and he straightened up. "Think about it and get back to me. You can reach me through the inn. Just tell your personal hologram to deliver a message to Lex Williams." Lex crushed the robot in his hand, just as Alexander's sword killed the last of the robots on his side. 2 sets of staircases appeared, and Lex began to climb one without wasting any more time. He stopped, however, on the last step before the next floor. Through this step, he could choose to exit the pagoda. If he took another step, however, the next trial would begin. Lex chose to exit the trial without any regret. Even if he didn't get to experience more floors, his sixth sense told him that Alexander was likely to agree to his deal. That was good enough for now anyway. Chapter 546. Joined the Discord channel while Lex was busy with the pagoda, and Larry carried out his revenge on Earth. Things were as peaceful as usual at the Midnight Inn. The number of guests at the inn fluctuated considerably depending on the ongoing events, and the inn was going towards somewhat of a lull due to the upcoming fishing event. But even if the number of daily guests fluctuated, a certain number of guests had more or less taken up residence at the inn. Although becoming a permanent resident of the inn escaped the capabilities of many, nothing stopped them from perpetually renting out space at the inn. Amongst the various options was the small village, which consisted not only of various houses, courtyards and rooms, but a few dedicated facilities as well. With the steep price of 15,000 megapixels a night, it was only suitable for large groups of people who wished to stay together. Most common amongst these were various sects and organizations. Many of them had discovered the inn through the mysterious golden doors and then had monopolized access to the inn on their respective worlds. As if a higher than usual spirit energy concentration, access to meditation and training rooms in first-class medical facilities was not enough, the endless number of new minor realm entrances at the inn were enough to entice anyone. Someone might have wondered how so many different groups, originating from such various backgrounds, were able to maintain their behavior in their newfound environment, instead of trying to extend their hands and claim more, as was the nature of many species. Other than the almost perpetual rain of lightning that happened all around the inn that thoroughly intimidated most of the guests who were actually not so strong, the hearth at the entrance of the inn that used the souls of the inn's enemies and fuel was more than enough to set them straight. So then, having become more or less residents of the inn, these guests often ran into each other. If their proclivities tended to lean towards violence or disharmony, they kept to themselves, but many others took the opportunity to foster friendships. One such group, formed from the young members of various different sects, sat together as they watched the fishing event kick off. They didn't much care for fishing, but the environment itself was nice and it was a great area where they could just hang out. "I'm heading back to my homeworld for a few days," said the first youth. "Lucky you, I'm stuck on pill duty. My teacher accepted a request in the guild room for 100 bottles of chi pills to help chi training cultivators, and all of us now have to help him fulfill it," said a second. "That's nothing. I have to accompany my sect into a minor realm. Don't they know that's dangerous? I've heard people have constantly been getting ambushed by others in the minor realms. Almost no one has formed a long-term base and they maintain nomadic habits." "I really don't want to go," said a third. "It'll be hard to keep in touch after this, with our random schedules," lamented another youth. "Not really. I've created a Discord channel, so just join it. That way, we can catch up on everything as soon as we return to the inn. Everyone can respond whenever they're back. It's better than leaving it up to chance." The youths continued their conversation, completely ignoring what was happening in the competition. It was for that reason they completely missed when the first contestant fished out a spatial ring, and the second fished out a literal treasure chest. The surrounding crowd, however, had paid attention, and slowly interest was beginning to build in the competition. The more valuable the item fished out, the more the crowd became excited. One of the contestants pulled out a cultivation scroll that gave birth to a massive phenomenon as soon as it was pulled out. A vision of an eternal ice age formed above the head of the cultivator, large enough to be visible across the inn. Vera Joel was pacing around her room anxiously. Although they used to have a lot of freedom even as prisoners, since the discovery of the Midnight Inn and its golden keys, they had more or less been kept under strict observation. Even then, it wasn't as if they were being kept in jail cells. But as far as she was concerned, the situation was no better. As an oracle, she could glimpse into the most likely future. But there was a caveat to her seemingly incredible power, one that almost no one knew of. While she could glimpse the most likely future, she was restricted to seeing only her own future. The only possible way she could see the potential futures for other people was if it had a major or significant impact on her own life. The thing about seeing her own future was that while she could take many precautions against upcoming problems, she could not leverage her ability to help or aid others. That meant that no one had any incentive to help her. While that was not necessarily a bad thing, since she ought to be independent, there were times where that would become an issue. If, for example, she needed to use her ability to make an income at the Midnight Inn, she would not be able to charge people to see their future. Once again, that did not really sound like a big deal. But given her current circumstances, it was a massive deal. She needed to get to the Midnight Inn and stay there, but she had almost no money with which to pay. "Calm down, Vera," said Christine, Vera's mother. "Everything will be fine." Similar to Vera, Christine was dressed in a tracksuit, and was wearing a backpack stuffed to the brim with valuables. "We'll figure something out. It's not so easy. I can't see my future inside the inn from the outside. We have no way of knowing what will happen. We'll figure something out. For now, get ready. It's almost time." Though Vera was not able to relax, she did finally stop pacing around. She gave her mother a nod, indicating she was ready. Her mother, in turn, took out her phone and sent a message to a seemingly random number. If anyone saw the chat history, they would see that Christine had sent this number various details about their prison as well as their guard formation and protective measures. While the name of the contact had not been saved in her phone, if anyone tried to call, on the other side they would find Marlowe. "It's done." The mother and daughter left the room, guided completely by Vera. Though she lacked the skill to be a spy, she walked through the halls that made up her prison completely undetected. Her timing was completely perfect, and managed to avoid detection not only of the patrolling guards, but of the security teams viewing the various cameras as well. As if they completely owned the place, the two made it to a security office and entered. As it happened, the guards were undergoing a shift change, and so there was almost no one in the office. "Hey, you can't be here," said the only guard in the room aggressively, but the mother-daughter duo paid him no attention. Vera began accessing a computer right there, while the other directly attacked the guards. As it happened, this was the newest guard on duty, and also the weakest. The chances they would encounter him alone were next to nil, but that's exactly what happened, because the pair had been preparing for this day for a long time. "The defensive formation has been deactivated," said Vera, just in time for her mother to incapacitate the guard. Christine sent another message on the chat and they began to move. A few minutes later, a private jet smashed directly into the building. Such a massive and unexpected incident should have caused countless casualties, but an unexpected incident at another section of their prison caused many of the guards to be moved away. It seemed quite coincidental that the area that the unmanned plane crashed into just happened to lack any guards at that moment. The moment Lex chose to exit the pagoda, he received the reward for the 4th floor, which was information on how to more precisely control his strength. It was not earth-shattering information, but once Lex reviewed it, it would no doubt help him tremendously. For the moment, however, Lex found it impossible to focus on the information even with the ability to split his mind. That was because the moment he exited the pagoda, his makeshift undergarment disappeared, leaving him completely naked before a host of Jotun soldiers. Everyone froze as they stared at the man who had just exited, but Lex did not act ashamed at all. With a nod of acknowledgement, he began walking towards the nearest tree as if he was on a casual stroll. The leaves were not suitable for his purpose, so Lex tore the bark off the tree and wrapped it around his waist, not minding the sticky sap. "Do you have a helicopter heading back?" he asked the soldiers, who were still staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. Chapter 547, Reprieve, a what? The soldier asked, breaking free from his shock. "Oh, sorry, a slingshot. Do you have any slingshots heading back to the realm entrance?" Lex reiterated, recalling the name of the Ide he took to the pagoda in the first place. "Oh yes, of course. There will be a ride back in about 30 minutes that you can take. Would you like some clothes while you wait?" "Sure, if you have any to spare I'll take them. Follow me, I'm sure I can find you something. By the way, there's a voluntary questionnaire for anyone who enters the pagoda. Would you be willing to go through it? Like I said, it's voluntary, so there's no obligation to do so. But we're collecting information to compile a pagoda guidebook. If you go through the questionnaire, you become eligible to receive a free copy of the guide once it's published." "That doesn't sound too bad. Sure, I'll take it," said Lex as he followed the soldier. He hadn't ventured too deep into the pagoda anyway and he did not think his experience was too unique. Of course, that did not mean he would be giving out information about how he overcame each floor. But it wouldn't hurt to answer a few questions. That guide could end up being helpful when he sent his workers to the pagoda. The soldier led Lex to an impromptu barracks they had set up and handed him a fresh pair of military fatigues which, Lex had to admit, were surprisingly comfortable. The questionnaire afterwards was not a piece of paper on a clipboard, but rather involved Lex meeting with a dedicated team who brought him to a different room where they asked him several questions. He was pretty honest in answering the questions, including the fact that he met up with Alexander on one of the floors. Even if he did not answer, he expected that Alexander himself would reveal that they ran into each other. After all, unlike him who was answering voluntarily, he did not expect Alexander would have much leeway considering he was a part of their army. He finished just in time to catch the slingshot heading back. "How's the event going?" Lex asked Mary while he waited. He expected that the fishing event would cause things to calm down for a bit, though Lex wasn't complaining. There was no shortage of things for Lex to do, not to mention that he hadn't forgotten he was waiting on a reply from the Henley. Although he had given a proposal, they had yet to accept. He also had to catch up with Aegis to see what progress he had made into discovering the secrets of the Crystal Realm. In fact, he should start spreading the golden keys around the Crystal Realm and focus on getting the upper echelon to come to the inn. That would be a much easier way to spy on much easier to establish better relations, and by happenstance learn various secrets about the inn. He also had to get around to confronting his family, which was a tedious chore he did not feel like doing at all. He also had to check up on procuring the shining irisberry for the turtle. Lex could not help but release a sigh. Yeah, a small reprieve at the inn would really be welcome. The event is a huge hit. A number of guests who were participating in the first round fished up some incredible treasures, including one old man who inherited a mind-blowingly amazing cultivation technique that caused an anomaly at the inn. He might not be able to continue in the competition, since he immediately absorbed the technique and began cultivating. I don't think he'll exit in time for the remaining event, but he's already received countless recruitment offers from nearly every organization present at the inn. It's already too late for more people to register for the event, but viewership has gone up to 13 million and rising. Lex's eyes widened in shock as two things suddenly crossed his mind. The first was that the reprieve he was looking for probably wouldn't come. The second was that he couldn't believe he himself never tried the fishing well. If he had known it was that amazing, he would have fished in it every day. While their infiltration had been easier than Larry expected, the anticipated resistance eventually showed up. Other than himself and Marlowe, there were 4 others who had accompanied them, all of them in the Golden Core realm. On Earth they could have been considered an elite fighting force, yet they were heavily pinned down by the prison guards. In fact, if Marlowe hadn't been attracting most of the attention they would have likely already been eliminated. Smashing away the last of their attackers, Marlowe looked back at them without concern for whether he was living or dead. "Larry, you follow me. The rest will split up and create diversions. We have a 10-minute window where most of the defenses are down. Once the 10 minutes are up we have to retreat, regardless of whether the mission is complete or not." Everyone nodded, as they all already knew the plan, and began moving out. Larry moved at his fastest speed to keep up with Marlowe, and even then he was being left behind as they navigated the halls of the building they infiltrated. It was eerily empty, which is not what Larry had been expecting, but he wasn't complaining. The less resistance they faced the better. As for how Marlowe knew the route, and the destination, Larry didn't ask. They stopped for a brief moment as Marlowe set down a small black pouch on the ground before he kept running. Larry didn't inquire about the pouch, or anything else for that matter. At the moment, his thoughts were completely focused on what was about to happen. He was finally, about to get some answers, as well as his revenge. Chapter 548. Sadist. A few moments after Larry and Marlowe disappeared, Vera and Christine Joel walked out of a perpendicular corridor. Showing no inclination to be sneaky, the mother approached the pouch on the floor and picked it up. Within the pouch were a couple of golden keys, as well as 100 or so small diamonds. It was not enough to allow them to be extremely extravagant, but at least they'd be able to live comfortably at the inn for a few years. "I'm going to miss this place," said Christine fondly. "Well, not me," Vera exclaimed before grabbing a golden key and disappearing. It would not be long before her mother found out why she was so anxious to leave. After all, one of the tenets of prophecy were to reveal only what was absolutely necessary. The more details they revealed, the more bad luck they would accrue, and the law of luck was a tenacious one. A single moment later, Christine disappeared as well. Only a dozen seconds later, Larry and Marlowe reached their intended destination. There was no hesitation as both of them were on a time limit, so Marlowe smashed down the door to the room. Depending on the situation, they would either kill him or kidnap him, with the preference being for kidnapping as both of them wanted to interrogate him. But once they entered the room, they did not find a scared or alarmed man. Instead, they found a mature-looking man seated comfortably on a sofa facing the door. He was wearing a velvet robe and swirled a glass of wine in his hand. His gray hair had been combed neatly yet stylishly, perfectly setting his mature yet handsome face. In his eyes there was only amusement as he looked at the two, as if he had long been expecting them. But how he looked could not have mattered less to the two. Their movements did not stop as they lunged forward to grab the man, only for their hands to pass through a hologram. No need to be so alarmed. Did you really think I would sit and patiently wait for you here? The man completely dismissed Marlowe, not even acknowledging his existence. Instead, his gaze was fixed onto Larry. For a moment, both of them were confused, but recovered quickly. No matter where you're hiding, I'll find you. Larry swore with gritted teeth. I'm afraid that will be a little harder than you imagine, old boy. You see, the moment I realized my fun on this planet was coming to a close, I made other arrangements. I'm already off the planet, and going far, far away. That's impossible. This is a prison specifically meant to keep you on this planet. Well, yes, it's supposed to be, the man continued, swirling his some more. But I've always just treated it as more of a retreat. You see, I've been eligible to leave for a long time. It's not like this place was meant to be a permanent prison. I'd just been putting it off until the moment was absolutely right. The man grinned as he watched Larry trying to understand, doing his best to deny reality. He was so close. This was meant to be it. How could this happen? How's that metal spirit embryo treating you, by the way? To be honest, I never thought you'd actually be able to merge with it. That's not supposed to happen. You completely ruined all its value by doing that. Huh. Larry's attention snapped back to the old man, breaking free from his ever-increasing sense of denial. While he did not know what a metal spirit embryo was, based on the context, he quickly realized the old man was talking about the treasure his father had fused into his body. While he was born with a body incapable of cultivating, his family had uncovered an amazing treasure that his father had fused into his body using a ridiculously expensive operation. While the surgery wasn't exactly a secret, the use of the treasure was. You knew. Larry couldn't help but mumble. Well, of course I knew. Why else do you think I had your entire family banished except for you? Someone had to pay for wasting such a valuable treasure. Though, I let you stay because I wanted to see how you'd react to the embryo in your body. And oh boy, was it worth it. The amount of data I collected studying how you eventually began cultivating. Just that alone was worth being exiled to this pathetic planet. The sadistic old man began laughing, relishing the horrified expression painting Larry's face. Larry, we don't have time, Marlowe interrupted. Whether he's on Earth or not, we have to retreat from here. Oh, before you leave, children, I left a little surprise for you. Larry, what if I told you that your family wasn't all dead? What if I told you, I brought your parents and siblings along with me when I left Earth? You're lying. You're just saying that, Larry barely managed to say, his entire body beginning to tremble. Even if they were alive, how was he ever supposed to get to them? Everything. His whole life had been a game to this man. Am I? The man asked as he started roaring in laughter. Will you ever figure out if I'm telling the truth? You'll spend the rest of your life wondering. The man burst into laughter once again, savoring the pain his words were causing. Marlowe kicked the floor and the wall, trying to destroy whatever was causing the projection, but it failed. In the end, he decided to leave despite failing and began dragging Larry away. Oh, before you leave, the hologram yelled out after the two, I left one final present for Earth. Think of it as a farewell gift from me. It's quite easy manipulating you barbarians. Have fun living the rest of your lives as slaves. The man continued to yell, but at Marlowe's speed they were out of earshot in mere moments. Neither of them put much thought into his last words as they escaped. That is, until they reached outside. The light of the sun had been blocked out by a massive spaceship that had suddenly appeared right outside Earth's orbit. The ship arrived too fast, no one had detected its arrival. One moment it was absent, and the next it was there, as if it had teleported there. For once, a sense of dread gripped even Marlowe's heart. Chapter 549. World War. Lex did not immediately attend to the fishing event once he returned to the inn. Regardless of how popular it was, while listing his various tasks he was reminded of a chore too important to put off until later. He teleported directly to X-142 and entered the Infinity Emporium. Not only had his order of shining irisberry fruits arrived, Powell had even arranged for a tree sapling for the tree that grew the plant. He gave plenty of warnings of how difficult it was to plant it, but Lex was sure the turtle would be able to handle it. That was, until he heard that the tree had to be planted on the surface of a star to grow. That added an element of complication to planting the sapling, but he was sure he'd be able to figure something out with the inn. Then came the issue of payment. Lex once again had to barter some goods he had collected through the inn to receive his order. He was beginning to get annoyed at the system for not allowing him to convert his MP into currency at a more reasonable rate. He returned to the inn and immediately gave the turtle the berries, and informed him of the sapling. The turtle replied that he would look into it once his cultivation was done, and retreated into his shell. While the turtle disappeared, Fenrir had completely recovered from his difficult breakthrough and became unusually attached to Lex. No matter where he went, the wolf pup would follow him and stick to his side, not that it could be blamed. Unlike his workers, who were newborns but had the maturity of adults, the pup was genuinely a newborn. On top of that, the person it was most attached to, Lex, barely spent any time with it, causing it to feel extremely clingy. Lex could only laugh and allow the pup to follow. Considering the fact that Fenrir was able to partially change its size, and was usually more than large enough for Lex to ride, he often forgot that Fenrir was actually still a pup. The two were on their way to the fishing well when Lex received a system notification. He was a little surprised, since he wasn't expecting any notification, but stopped dead in his tracks when he read it. New notification. Connected planet Earth is undergoing a world event, World War. All currencies have lost 100% value due to global blackout, and will not be accepted as payment for MP. Only physical assets are eligible for payment. New notification. Guests from Earth are eligible for refugee status and will experience a 70% discount on all prices. All refugees from Earth below the age of 15 are eligible for a 99% discount. What the hell? Lex immediately teleported to Velma, who was in the newsroom. What's going on Earth? Have you heard any rumors about any new massive wars? What is the Council of New Order doing? He asked, though despite his inner anxiety, he had to maintain his calm as the innkeeper. War? No, there's been no rumors of any large-scale wars, nor have the Order been focusing on that. Well, pay attention to this matter. A world war has broken out on Earth. Gather as much information as possible. Without waiting for Velma to answer, the innkeeper teleported to his office. He sat on his chair to maximize his synchronization with the inn, and began honing in on all new arriving guests. He started picking out the ones coming from Earth, and began eavesdropping on their conversations. He did not know the situation on his planet, and since war had just broken out, it was unlikely all the guests were even aware of it yet. Most likely, they would just be suffering from the so-called global blackout. But at least a few should know something, right? Unfortunately, reality was out of line with his expectations. Not only did most people arriving from Earth have an idea of what was going on, they all kept saying similar things. Keywords like aliens, giant spaceship, and aerial invaders kept on being repeated. As if their worries were not already enough, many of the guests who arrived from Earth started getting notifications from their personal hologram assistant. The knowledge that they were eligible for a discount was well received, but the fact that their currencies held no worth made almost everyone immediately broke. Panic and chaos started to spread amongst the refugees. Though Lex was extremely troubled by what he was hearing, he did not completely lose his mind. He set a new area where all incoming refugees would teleport to, so that the chaos they would create would not spread to the general public. Moreover, he deployed many guards and workers to calm all incoming people down. Though they felt like the inn was taking advantage of them, there was nothing Lex could do about that. MP was one of the few things about the system that had forever been outside the domain of his authority. Fortunately, the system was able to claim their physical assets as payment even if they didn't bring them. Of course, that did not extend to assets such as buildings or land. Yet things like furniture and used cars, apparently, were fully acceptable. But the logistics and technicalities of how the system accepted payments was the least of what was on Lex's mind. "Goddamn," he exclaimed, and decided to teleport to Earth. No matter how much he hated his family right now, he could not leave them to fend for themselves. Even as Lex passed a few instructions to Mary and teleported to Earth, he did not stop cursing his family. If those stupid, greedy, fat, annoying, stupid people had not kept secrets from him, he would have never decided to ignore them, and he would not be in this situation. No matter how much he hated his situation with his family, he could not help but give them the benefit of doubt. Moreover, no matter what his parents did, he could not abandon his sisters. Belle. Well, Belle would be fine even in war, but his younger two sisters deserved better. Unfortunately, due to the very secrets Lex was cursing his family for keeping, he did not know that his family on Earth were all spirit clones. Not only that, the clones had all vanished from Earth some time ago. Chapter 550. How was he supposed to know? As panicked as Lex was about the situation, he did not lose his senses. He honed in on all the refugees and paid close attention to whatever they had to say. So far, none of them had a clear picture of what was happening. Everyone seemed to be reiterating the same things. They had been hit by a power outage, and though some of them had backup generators, none of their devices seemed to be working. Due to this, there was a complete blockade on communication via any electronic devices. As a result, they did not know the extent of what the situation was. What they did know was that there was a gargantuan vessel, or possibly multiple vessels parked in the sky above the planet. Though the massive vessel itself had not attacked yet, many of them witnessed many distant, smaller vessels approaching the planet. Out of sheer panic they had escaped to the inn, unaware of what else to do. "Mary, have the planning division find a spot to build the temporary refugee spot. I won't force them to separate from the rest of the guests, but I think it'll be good if we have a designated spot where refugees can gather amongst themselves." Not wanting to wait much longer, Lex decided to teleport to Earth. Still bereft of any gear fitting his current realm, he decided to stick to the army fatigues given to him by the Empire, for not only were they extremely comfortable, they were easy to move and seemed durable. Well, he was unsure exactly how long it had been since he had last been to Earth, but it had been a long time. Lex appeared in an unfamiliar street, causing him to feel slightly confused before he remembered that he was in London. He looked up and, indeed, saw the massive spaceship hovering above Earth. Upon observing its massive, oval shape blocking out most of the sky, Lex decided to dump all the physics he had learned in high school and college, because there was no way something so massive should have come near a planet without being affected by it, or causing an adverse effect in return. Even the moon caused changes in the tides due to its gravitational pull, so if either the ship was massive enough to block the view, or close enough to cause the same effect, things should not have been so calm. But then again, there was a global electronic blackout and information was scarce, so there was a real possibility that he was just lacking information. Lex shook his head. That didn't matter right now. What mattered was that while the street he was on seemed barren and as if it suffered a storm, and there was not a single person in sight, there were also no invaders in sight either. His senses were sharp enough that if there was fighting even in the distance, he would have picked up on it. Yet while there were sounds of screaming, running and general panic that Lex could pick up, there was no fighting. Or at least, no fighting that wasn't happening between humans. In the distance, though, he could pick up a seemingly endless stream of ships exiting the ship in the sky and descending towards Earth. Whatever was happening, it hadn't made its way here yet, which was good enough for Lex. He sprinted towards his old home, reaching quickly due to speed. Things were actually progressing pretty smoothly for once. He expected to have to fight through an army of villains who happened to be between him and his family. Thinking about it, that was pretty stupid. Just because he often faced difficult situations didn't mean the universe was specifically targeting him to make his life difficult. The door to the house was locked, but Lex didn't even need to exert himself to break it. Considering the circumstances, he didn't think anyone would mind. "Hey, is anyone home?" he yelled, as he extended his spirit sense out to search the house. Immediately, he noticed a number of unusual details. He did not recognize the furniture, and much of the layout of the house had been changed. There were fewer bedrooms and the rooms had instead been turned into storage rooms. Moreover, he noticed the distinct lack of certain items he knew his sisters would never leave. There were still minor details. The most significant thing he noticed was that the house was only occupied by two, extremely senior citizens. Stay back, I have a knife, yelled an old lady from somewhere deeper inside the house. Lex had a daunting realization, though he held out a faint hope still. Calmly, and prepared to hear bad news, Lex walked forward so that he came into view of the old couple. There was an old, feeble-looking man sitting in a wheelchair, while a similarly aged petite lady stood in front of him, holding a kitchen knife in her softly trembling hand. "Don't come any closer, we don't have any money," said the old lady, putting on a brave front. I don't mean any harm. I used to know the people who lived here before, I didn't know they moved out," Lex gently explained. "Is there any chance you know where they might have gone?" It had been a long time since he came to Earth, so it was entirely possible his family moved. In fact, it was highly likely since his entire childhood he lived a nomadic life. Belle had even informed him that she had gotten a new government job, which might have caused them to move. Or maybe his parents came back and decided to go somewhere else on an expedition. Maybe them moving even had something to do with their secret. There was literally no way for him to know. He suddenly felt like an idiot for waiting so long to confront them about that, but in his defense, how was he supposed to know the world would be invaded? That had never happened before.